This is Lecture 1 of the Cycle of the Year as Breathing Process of the Earth. 5 lectures given in Dornoch from the 31st of March to the 8th of April. Synopsis for Lecture 1. The festival year evolved over ages out of the whole constitution of the Earth. The cycle Earth carries out in relation to the cosmos is a kind of inbreathing and outbreathing of those forces constituting the sole element of the Earth. Initiates saw in birth of Jesus the Earth event which could bring about transition from lunar to solar orientation. Jesus had to be born in winter, when Earth has sole being within. In spring the Christ permeated Earth's soul, joined by Michael and by man's soul, flows out into spiritual cosmic space to be met by force of sunlight. Tearing spiritual away from spatial, through setting of Easter date, a mighty jolt toward spirit. At midsummer, when Earth soul had outbreathed, initiates especially of North saw Earth soul as mirror of cosmos, impermeable by Christ impulse. Hence Ahrimanic powers established in Earth at midsummer. In autumn man's returning soul plunges into an Earth permeated by these powers. Since last third of 19th century, Michael comes to aid of the single human soul. Here Steiner mentions for only the second time the importance of celebrating Michaelmas, September 29th. Michaelmas is needed to supplement Easter and prepare for Christmas. End of synopsis of Lecture 1. Lecture 1. At times when the great festivals of the year approach our souls, let me read that again. At the times when the great festivals of the year approach our souls, it is good ever and again to bring before our inner eye, out of spiritual cosmic connections, the meaning of the festival year. And I should like to do this by setting before you how, under the influence of spiritual insights and over long ages, the festival year has gradually evolved out of the whole constitution of the Earth. If we look at the Earth and its events from such an aspect, we must only make clear that we cannot conceive the Earth as a mere conglomeration of minerals and rocks, as is done by modern mineralogy and geology, but we must rather regard it as a living, ensouled organism which brings forth the plants, the animals, and the physical being of man out of its own inner forces. Then what I shall now set forth will be in agreement. You know that the Earth, with all the beings belonging to it, consider only the plant covering of the Earth, completely changes its aspect in the course of the year, changes everything with which it looks out into cosmic space, as with its physiognomy, so to speak. After a year, the Earth has always arrived again at about the same point as to its appearance at which it stood a year before. You need only to think how almost everything related to weather conditions, to the budding of plants, to the appearance of animal creatures, how, with regard to all this, the Earth has arrived again in this March 1923, at about the same point of development at which it stood in March of the year 1922. Today we intend to consider this cycle of the Earth as a kind of mighty breathing which the Earth carries out in relation to the surrounding cosmos. We can consider still other processes which take place on the Earth and around it as breathing processes of a sort. We can even speak of a daily breathing of the Earth. But today we want to place before our inner eye the yearly cycle in the large, as a mighty breathing process of the Earth, in which, of course, it is not air that is breathed in and out, but rather those forces which are at work, for example, in vegetation, those forces which push the plants out of the Earth in spring, and which withdraw again into the Earth in fall, letting the green plants fade and, finally, paralyzing plant growth. To repeat, it is not a breathing of air of which we speak, but the in and outbreathing of forces, of which we can get a partial idea if we notice the plant growth during the course of the year. We intend today to bring this annual breathing process of the earth before our souls. Let us first look at the earth at the time of the winter solstice, in the last third of December, according to our present reckoning. At this time we may compare the earth's breathing with the lung breathing of a man when he has inhaled a breath of air and is working on it in himself. That is, when he is holding his breath within him. In the same way the earth has within it those forces which I spoke of as being inhaled and exhaled. At the end of December it is holding these forces. And what is happening then with the earth I can sketch for you schematically in the following way. Let us think of this red as representing the earth. We can of course only consider one part of the earth in connection with this breathing. We shall consider that part in which we ourselves dwell. The conditions are of course reversed on the opposite side of the earth. We must picture the breathing of the earth in such a way that in one region there is outbreathing, and in the opposite region inbreathing. But this we need not consider today. Let us picture in our minds the season of December. Let us imagine what I am drawing here in yellow to be the held breath in our region. At the end of December the earth has fully inbreathed and is holding in herself the forces of which I just spoke. She has entirely sucked in her soul element, for the forces of which I have spoken are the soul element of the earth. She has drawn it completely in, just as a man who has inhaled holds the air entirely in himself. This is the time at which, with good reason, the birth of Jesus has been set, because Jesus is thus born out of an earth force which contains the entire soul element of the earth within it. At the time of the mystery of Golgotha, the initiates, who were still worthy of the ancient initiation, connected a deep meaning with the view which placed the birth of Jesus just at this point of the earthly inbreathing and holding of the breath. These initiates said something like the following, quote, "In the ancient days, when our places of initiation stood within the Chaldean and Egyptian cultures, when a wish arose to know what that being who represents the lofty sun being had to say to earthly humanity, an idea of his message was formed not by looking at the sunlight directly in all its spirituality, but rather by observing the way in which the sunlight was rayed back from the moon." Unquote. And when the gaze was turned toward the moon, they saw with the help of clairvoyant vision, along with the flooding moonlight, the manifestation of the spirit of the universe. And the meaning of this manifestation was realized in a more external way when they regarded the constellation of the moon in relation to the planets and fixed stars. In this way the position of the stars, especially in relation to the downstreaming moonlight, was observed during the night hours in the Chaldean and still more in the Egyptian mysteries. Just as a man now reads the meaning of letters on a sheet of paper, in those times meaning was read in the relation of Aries or of Taurus, of Venus or of the sun itself to the streaming moonlight. From the way in which the constellations and the stars stood in relation to one another, especially from the way they were oriented with the moonlight, there was read what the heavens had to say to the earth. All this was put into words, and according to the meaning of what was thus put into words, the ancient initiates sought what that being who was later called the Christ had to say to earthly man. They sought to interpret what was conveyed by the stars in their relation to the moon and apply it to the earthly life. But now, as the mystery of Golgotha drew near, the whole nature of the mysteries passed through what I might call a great soul-spiritual metamorphosis. Then the oldest of the initiates said to their pupils, quote, "A time is at hand when the stellar constellations must no longer be related to the flooding moonlight. The universe will speak differently to earthly man in the future, The light of the sun must be observed directly. The spiritual gaze of the knower must be turned away from the revelations of the moon and toward the revelations of the sun." Unquote. The teachings given in the mysteries made a profound impression upon those men who, at the time of the mystery of Golgotha, still ranked as initiates of the old order. And it was from this point of view that these initiates formed their judgment of the mystery of Golgotha. But at the same time they said, quote, "Some earth event must enter in, which can bring about this transition from a lunar to a solar orientation." Unquote. It was in this way that the cosmic significance of the birth of Jesus dawned on them. They saw the birth of Jesus as something which gave the impulse out of the very earth itself, no longer to regard the moon as the regent, so to speak, of celestial phenomena, but rather the sun itself. Quote, "The event that brings this about," so they said to themselves, "must be of an extraordinary kind." Unquote. And the nature of this extraordinary event yielded its secret to them through the following. They began to understand the inner meaning of the earth occurrence that took place in the last third of December, the occurrence which we now call Christmas. They said to themselves, quote, "Everything must now be related to the sun." Unquote. But the sun can exert its power on the earth only when the earth has exhaled its forces. At Christmas time, it has breathed them in. Its breath is being held. If Christ is born at this time, if Jesus is born at this time, he is born at a time when the earth is in a certain way not speaking with the heavens, a time when the earth with its being has entirely withdrawn into itself. Jesus is born, then, at a time when the earth is rolling along through cosmic space quite alone, when it is not sending out its breath to be welled and woven through by the force of the sun, by the light of the sun. At this time the earth has not offered its soul being to the cosmos. It has withdrawn its soul being into itself, has sucked it in. Jesus is born on the earth at a time when the earth is alone with itself, is isolated, as it were, from the cosmos. Try to feel for yourselves the cosmic perceiving feeling which lies at the basis of such a way of calculating. Now let us follow the earth further in its yearly course. Let us follow it up to the time in which we are just now, about the time of the spring equinox, the end of March. Then we shall have to picture the situation in this way. The earth, red, has just breathed out. The soul is still half within the earth, but the earth has breathed it out. The streaming soul forces are pouring out into the cosmos. Whereas since December, the force of the Christ impulse has been intimately bound up with the earth, with the soul element of the earth. We find that now this Christ impulse, together with the outward streaming soul element, is beginning to radiate around the earth. This which here, as Christ-permeated earth-soul, is flowing out into spiritual cosmic space, must be met now by the force of the sunlight itself. And the mental picture arises. While in December the Christ withdrew the earth-soul element into the interior of the earth in order to be insulated from cosmic influences, now with the out-breathing of the earth, he begins to let his forces breathe out, to extend them to receive the forces of the sun which radiate toward him. And our schematic drawing will be correct if we represent the sun force, yellow, as uniting with the Christ force radiating from the earth. The Christ begins to work together with the sun forces at Easter time. Hence, Easter falls at the time of the outbreathing of the earth. But what happens then must not be related to the light flowing back from the moon. It must be related to the sun. This is the origin of fixing the time of Easter as the first Sunday after the full moon following the spring equinox. And anyone who is sensitive to such things would have to say to himself, with regard to the Easter time, quote, "If I have united myself with the Christ force, my soul also streams out into cosmic spaces along with the outbreathing force of the earth soul, and receives the sun force, which the Christ now brings to human souls from the earth, whereas before the mystery of Golgotha he brought it to them from the cosmos." Unquote. But here something else enters in. When festivals were established in those times in which whatever was important on earth was referred to the flooding moonlight, it was done purely in accordance with what could be observed in space, how the moon stood in relation to the stars. The intent of the Logos, which had been written into space by him, was thus deciphered in order to determine the festivals. But if you consider the fixing of the Easter festival as we have it now, you will see that it has been established according to space only up to a certain point, that point at which we speak of the full moon after the beginning of spring. Thus far everything is spatial, but we depart from space when we refer to the Sunday after the spring full moon. This Sunday is determined not spatially, but according to how it stands in the cycle of the year, how it stands in the cycle of the weekdays, where, following Saturday, comes Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and again Saturday, always in periodical succession. We step out of space here when we cross over from the spatial setting of the moon constellation to the purely temporal course in the yearly cycle of Sundays. Thus it was possible, still in the old mysteries, to perceive in feeling that the fixing of the festivals had formerly been related to cosmic space, but that with the mystery of Golgotha there was a progression out of cosmic space into time, which itself was no longer related to cosmic space. What related to the spirit was, as it were, torn away from the purely spatial. This was a powerful jolt of mankind toward the spirit. If we carry further our view of the earth's breathing process during the course of the year, we find the earth in yet a third condition in June. At this place which we are observing, the earth has completely exhaled. The entire soul element of the earth has been poured forth into cosmic space. It is yielded up to cosmic space and is saturating itself with the forces of the sun and the stars. The Christ, who is joined with this soul element of the earth, now unites his force also with the forces of the stars and the sun, surging there in the earth soul that is given over to the cosmic all. It is St. John's Day, midsummer. The earth has fully outbreathed. In her outer physiognomy, with which she brings out into the universe, with which she looks out into the universe, she reveals not her own inherent force, as she did at the time of the winter solstice. Instead, the earth reveals on her surface the reflected forces of the stars, of the sun, of all that is in the cosmos outside her. The old initiates, particularly those in the northern regions of Europe, felt most livingly the inner meaning and spirit of this time that is our June. At this time they felt their own souls, along with the earth soul, given over to the cosmic expanses. They felt themselves to be living not within the earthly realm, but rather in the cosmic distances. Indeed, they said the following to themselves, quote, "We live with our soul in the cosmic expanses. We live with the sun. We live with the stars. And when we direct our gaze back upon the earth, which has filled herself with springing and sprouting plants, which has brought forth animals of all kinds, then we see in the springing and sprouting plants, in the gleaming, unfolding colors of the flowers, we see in the insects flitting and creeping hither and yon, in the birds with their multicolored feathers traversing the air. We see gleam back from the earth, as though mirrored, what we take up into our souls just when we abandon the earth and unite ourselves with the outflowing breath of the earth in order to live with the cosmos rather than with the earth." What appears in world space, springing and sprouting from the earth in thousandfold colors, This is of the same nature, only it is a reflection, a raying back force, whereas we bear in our human souls the original force itself." Unquote. This was the feeling of those men who were inspired out of the mystery places, those men who especially understood the festival of the summer solstice, and so we see the St. John's festival placed at the time of the earth's great outbreathing into the cosmos. If we follow this breathing process still further, we come finally to the stage that makes its entry at the end of September. The outbreathed forces begin their return movement. The earth begins once more to inhale. The soul of the earth, which was poured out into the cosmos, now draws back into the interior of the earth again. Human souls perceive this inbreathing of the earth-soul element, either in their subconscious or in their clairvoyant impressions, as processes of their own souls. Those men who were inspired by initiation knowledge of these things could say to themselves at the end of September, quote, "What the cosmos has given us, and what has united itself with our soul force through the Christ impulse, this we now allow to flow back into the earthly realm, into that earthly sphere which throughout the summer has served only as a reflection, as a kind of mirror in relation to the extraterrestrial cosmos." Unquote. But a mirror has the property of not permitting anything that is in front of it to pass through it. Because the earth is a mirror of the cosmos in the summer, it is also opaque in its inner nature, impermeable by cosmic influences, and therefore, during the summertime, impermeable by the Christ impulse. At this time, the Christ impulse has to live in the exhaled breath. The Ahrimanic forces, however, establish themselves firmly in this earth, which has become impervious to the Christ impulse. And when the human being returns once more with the forces which he has taken up into his own soul through the earth's outbreathing, including the forces of the Christ, he plunges into an earth which has been Ahrimanized. However, it is so that in the present cycle of earth evolution, since the last third of the 19th century, from spiritual heights there comes to the aid of the descending human soul the force of Michael, who, while the earth's breath is flowing back into the earth itself, contends with the dragon Ahriman. This was already foreseen prophetically by those in the ancient mysteries who understood the course of the year spiritually. They knew that for their time the mystery had not yet approached which would reveal Michael coming to the help of descending human souls. But they knew that when the souls should have been reborn again and again, this Michael force would enter, would come to the aid of earthly human souls. This was the meaning they saw in the cycle of the year. Hence, it is out of ancient wisdom that you will find written in the calendar on September 29, a few days after the fall equinox, Michael's Day, Michaelmas. And Michaelmas is for simple country people an exceedingly important time. But because of its position in the cycle of the year, Michaelmas is an important time also for those who want to grasp the whole significance of our present earth epoch. If we want to take our place in the present time with the right consciousness, we need to understand that in the last third of the 19th century, the Michael force took up the struggle with the dragon, with the Ahrimanic powers, in just the way necessitated by our time. And we must insert ourselves into this intention of earthly and human evolution by taking part in the right way with our own consciousness in this cosmic spiritual battle. Footnote: this is the first occasion on which Rudolf Steiner spoke in a broader sense of the importance of celebrating Michaelmas today. His first allusion to the subject at all had been in a brief reference 3 months earlier, the Spiritual Communion of Mankind, December 24th, 1922. End of footnote. We may say that up until now Michaelmas has been a festival for peasants. You know the sense in which I use the word, a festival for simple folk. But once the significance of the yearly breathing process that takes place between the earth and the cosmos is recognized, Michaelmas will be more and more called upon to form a very real supplement to Easter. For mankind, who will understand earthly life again also in a spiritual sense, will eventually have to think in this way. While the summer outbreathing occurred, the earth was Ahrimanized. Woe if Jesus had been born into this Ahrimanized earth! Before the cycle is completed again and December approaches, which brings about the birth of the Christ impulse in the ensouled earth, the earth must be purified by spiritual forces, from the dragon, from the Ahrimanic forces. And the purifying force of Michael, which subdues the evil Ahrimanic forces, must unite itself from September into December with the inflowing earth breath, so that the Christmas festival may approach in the right way, and the birth of the Christ impulse take place in the right way, so that it will then mature up until the beginning of the outbreathing at Easter time. We can therefore say, quote, "At Easter time the earth has drawn its soul element into itself. The earth has taken its soul being into itself in the great yearly respiration." In this earth-soul element, which has been drawn into the earth, the Christ impulse is born in the inwardness of the earth. Toward spring, it flows out into the cosmos with the outbreathing of the earth. It views the star world and enters into reciprocal action with it, but in such a way that its relation to the stars is no longer spatial but temporal, so that the temporal is withdrawn from the spatial, unquote. Easter is on the first Sunday after the spring full moon. Within the full outgoing breath, man rises up with his soul being into the cosmic world, permeates and saturates himself with the quality of the stars, takes in the breath of the cosmos with his earthly breath, thus permeating himself with the Easter spirit. And by St. John's Day he is most strongly imbued with that with which he began to permeate himself at Easter. He must then return to the earth, with the earth's soul and his own soul being, but he depends upon Michael's standing by him, so that he may penetrate the earthly world in the right way, after the Ahrimanic element has been overcome through the Michael forces. And ever more and more, with the strength of the indrawn breath, does the soul element of the earth retire into the earth itself up to Christmas time. And today we celebrate Christmas time in the right way if we say to ourselves, quote, "Michael has purified the earth, so that the birth of the Christ impulse can occur at Christmas time in the right way," unquote. Then the outflowing into the cosmos begins again. In this outflowing, Christ takes Michael with him, in order that Michael may again gather to him, out of the cosmos, those forces which he has used up in his struggle with the earthly Ahrimanic forces. At Easter time, Michael begins again to immerse himself in the cosmic world, and is most strongly interwoven with the cosmos at St. John's time. And a man in the present, who comprehends in the right sense what unites him as man with the earthly, says to himself, quote, "The age is beginning for us, in which we see the Christ impulse aright, when we know that it is accompanied by the force of Michael in the course of the year, when we see the Christ flowing down into the earthly and rising up into the cosmos, accompanied by Michael, who at one time is contending within the earthly, at another gathering strength for the fight in the cosmic spaces." In the Easter thought, we have an image of utmost grandeur, which has been implanted into earth existence in order to bring enlightenment, namely the image of Christ arising out of the grave in victory over death. We can grasp this Easter thought in the right way in our time, only if we understand that we must add to it today the being of Michael, at the right hand of Christ Jesus. For while the force of the earth's breath is becoming woven through with the force of Christ during the breathing process of the earth in the course of the year cycle, Michael accompanies Christ. If we as earthmen would understand how to make the Christ thought alive in ourselves at each of the 4 great festivals of the year, including Easter, as indeed we must do, we need to be able to place this thought in the right way and in full consciousness into the present time. The hope that was focused on the coming of the Michael force in the service of the Christ force animated those who understand the Christ impulse in the right way up to our time. The obligation arises for us, especially in the modern age, to permeate ourselves with the Christ impulse in the sense of the Michael thought. We do this in the right way when we know how to link the resurrection thought with the active Michael thought, which has been implanted into human evolution in the way I have often explained. The end of Lecture 1. Lecture 2 of the lecture cycle, the cycle of the year as breathing process of the earth. The synopsis for Lecture 2 is given on Easter Sunday, April 1st, 1923. Today the time has come when the Easter thought, which died in abstract thoughts of natural science, must become living again. The Christmas, Chthonian mysteries of midwinter, a descent into the depths of the earthly world. The moon forces prevail in winter, positive and negative effects. The Ahrimanic danger. Polar opposite of Christmas mystery, the St. John's mystery. The Easter mystery and the Michael mystery were seen as holding the balance between these two. Christ gained the victory over death, prepared for man's forgetting of super-earthly in 15th century. Through his descent into hell, the heavenly region was won for the further evolution of mankind. The re-enlivened Easter thought, quote, "He, Christ, was laid in the grave and is risen," unquote, is to be put forth out of itself, the Michael thought. Quote, "He, man, is risen and can confidently be laid in the grave," unquote, taking spiritual knowledge into will forces, becoming festival creating, relinking of human existence with divine existence. End of synopsis. Lecture 2. I have sought, out of the esoteric aspect of the Easter thought, to speak to you about how, when the course of nature is permeated by spirit, it must come about that an autumn festival is added to the festivals of the year. This should be a kind of Michael festival, placed in relationship to the fall equinox, approximately in the same way as Christmas is to the winter solstice, Easter to the spring equinox, and St. John's to the summer solstice. I should like to try to bring closer to you the Easter thought appropriate to the present age, particularly in its feeling content, so that tomorrow I can lay before you the whole significance of such a contemplation. When we celebrate the Easter festival today, if we look about us into the consciousness of contemporary humanity and are honest with ourselves, we shall have to admit that the Easter thought is actually very little true for the greater part of humanity. On what does the truth of the Easter thought depend? The truth depends on a man's being able to link with this thought a mental image, showing the Christ being as having gone through death, having conquered death, and then when he had undergone death and the succeeding resurrection, having thereafter so united himself with mankind that he could still give revelations to those who had formerly been his disciples, to the apostles. But the resurrection thought has more and more faded away, whereas when Christianity was in its inception, it had been so living that Paul's words could sound across the ages from this epoch, quote, "And if the Christ be not risen, then is your faith in vain," unquote. Paul has here linked Christianity directly with the Easter thought, that is, with the thought of the resurrection. People who have received the education of the present day call the resurrection a miracle, and as miracle it is excluded from the realm of what is or can be reality. So that for all those who can no longer penetrate to the resurrection thought, the Easter festival merely reflects an ancient custom, as do the rest of the Christian festivals. In the course of the years we have mentioned this from the most varied points of view. It will first be necessary for mankind to reacquire a knowledge of the spiritual world as such, in order to understand events which do not belong to the realm of sense reality. And what is connected with the resurrection thought must be regarded as such an event. Then it will be possible for the Easter thought to become truly living again, which it cannot be for a humanity that relegates the resurrection to the realm of unreal miracles. The Easter thought arose in those epochs of mankind in which there were still remnants of the ancient, primitive, human knowledge of the spiritual world. We know that at the beginning of human earth evolution, man had a certain instinctive clairvoyance, by means of which he could gain glimpses of the spiritual world, which led him to view this world as of equal validity with the physical sense world. This original instinctive clairvoyance is lost for earthly humanity. But in the first 3 centuries of the Christian era, the last remnants of it at least still existed. Hence in these centuries a certain understanding of the Easter thought based upon ancient human insight could still take root. Such an understanding became blunted in the 4th century, when preparation began for what has come to full expression since the first third of the 15th century, namely man's life in abstract dead thoughts, which we have often mentioned. In these abstract dead thoughts, in which natural science attains greatness, the Easter thought soon died. Today, the time has come when it must again awaken as a living thought. But in order to awaken, it must pass over out of the state of death into a state of livingness. That which is living is characterized by the fact that it puts forth something other than itself out of itself. In the early Christian centuries, when the Easter thought was spreading throughout Christendom, the quote-unquote Gemüts of men were still sensitive enough to experience inwardly something very powerful when they pictured the grave of Christ, and rising out of the grave, that being who was now united with mankind. Footnote: the Gemüt, or feeling soul, together with the intellectual soul, forms the centermost of the 3 soul elements in Rudolf Steiner's picture of man. This soul element was predominant in the 4th post-Atlantean epoch, in which the event of Golgotha took place. End of footnote. The Gemüts could experience with great inner force what appeared before their souls in this powerful image. And this inner experience was a reality in the human soul life. Only that is a reality in the human soul life which this soul really lays hold of, just as the senses ordinarily lay hold of the outer sense world. The people of the early centuries felt that they were changed by beholding the event of the death and the resurrection of Christ. They felt that by this sight their souls were transformed, just as a man feels that he is changed by physical events in the course of his life on earth. The human being is transformed at about the 7th year by the change of teeth, and again at about the 14th or 15th year by the onset of puberty. These are bodily transformations. In the contemplation of the Easter thought, the early Christians felt themselves transformed in their inner soul life. They felt themselves thereby lifted out of one stage of human existence and transported into another. In the course of time, the Easter thought has lost this force, this power, and it can regain it only when the resurrection, which cannot be understood according to natural laws, regains reality through spiritual science, a science which comprehends the spiritual. But what is spiritually conceived attains reality, not when this spiritual is conceived merely in abstract thoughts, but only when it is also grasped in lively connection with the world appearing before the senses. Anyone who wants to cling to the spiritual only in its abstraction, who says, for example, that we should not pull down the spiritual into the physical sense world, should at the same time maintain that the divine being is degraded when he is represented as having created the world. The divine is comprehended in its greatness and power, not when we place it outside and beyond the sensible, but when we ascribe to it the power to work in this sensible world, to permeate this sensible world creatively. It is a debasing of the divine to want to set it up yonder in abstract heights, in a cloud cuckoo land. And we will never live in spiritual realities if we conceive the spiritual only in its abstractness, if we cannot bring it into connection with the whole course of the world as this comes to meet us. And this cosmic course, as far as our earthly life is concerned, meets us first of all in the fact that this earthly life comprises a certain number of years, and that these years present the return of certain events in a regular rhythm, as I indicated yesterday. After a year, we return to approximately the same conditions of weather, of sun position, and so forth. The course of the year thus enters into our earthly life in a rhythmical way. We saw yesterday that this course of the year represents an in and out breathing by the earth itself of soul spiritual elements. If we picture to ourselves once more the 4 high points of this earth-breathing process, as we allowed them to come before our souls, we must say to ourselves, the time of the Christmas festival represents the time when the earth holds its breath within it. The soul spiritual part of the earth is completely absorbed. Deep in the bosom of the earth there rests all that the earth unfolded during summer, in order to let it be stimulated by the cosmos. All that opened up to the cosmos and was yielded up to its forces during the summer has now been completely drawn in by the earth, to rest in her deeps at Christmas time. Man, of course, does not dwell in the earthly depths. Physically, he lives on the surface of the earth. So, spiritually also, he does not dwell in the depths of the earth, for he lives actually in the earth's periphery. He lives in the atmosphere that surrounds the earth. Therefore, esoteric wisdom has always recognized the essential being of the earth at the time of the winter solstice, at Christmas time, as something concealed at first, as something which cannot be penetrated by the ordinary forces of human knowledge, something which belongs in the sphere of the esoteric mysteries. And in all ancient times, when something comparable to our present Christmas festival existed, it was recognized that what goes on in connection with the earth at Christmas time could be grasped only by initiation into mystery knowledge, by the initiation still known in Greece as the Chthonian mysteries, spelled Chthonian, Chthonian mysteries. By means of this initiation, man forsook, in a certain way, the periphery of the earth, in which he lived with his ordinary consciousness, to immerse himself in something into which he could not submerge physically. He immersed himself in the soul's spiritual element, and thus he learned to know what the earth becomes during midwinter, when she draws her soul's spiritual element into herself. And then a man came to know through this mystery initiation that at the time of the winter solstice the earth is especially receptive to permeation by the moon forces. This was regarded as the secret, if I may express myself in the modern sense, as the Christmas secret of the ancient mysteries, that just at Christmas time one comes to know how the earth, by being permeated and saturated by her spirit-soul being, becomes especially receptive in her inner being to the activity of the moon forces. In certain ancient times, for example, no one was entrusted with the knowledge of healing science unless he was initiated in the winter mysteries, and understood how the earth, through the holding of her breath, becomes especially susceptible inwardly to the activity of the moon forces, how at this time she permeates especially the plants with healing forces, how at this time she makes the plant world, and to a certain extent also the world of the lower animals, into something entirely different. The Christmas initiation was felt as a descent into the depths of the earthly world. But something else was connected with this Christmas initiation, namely something that was felt, in a certain sense, to be a danger for the human being. A man said to himself, quote, "When anyone really observes his consciousness in connection with what lives in the earth as moon forces at Christmas time, he comes into a state of consciousness in which he must be inwardly very strong, must have inwardly fortified himself in order to withstand the attack from all sides of the Ahrimanic powers, who live in the earth precisely because of its having taken in the moon activity." Unquote. And only in the strength which a man had himself developed in his soul spiritual being, in the strength to break the opposition of these forces, did he see what makes it possible to endure his earth existence over the long run. But then, some time after the celebration of these Christmas mysteries, the teachers of the mysteries gathered their pupils together, and as a sort of revelation said to them the following, quote, "Certainly, through initiation, one can in full consciousness behold what is at work within the earth at the time of the winter solstice. But with the oncoming of spring, when the plant world starts to grow, something rises up out of the depths of the earth, which permeates all that is growing and sprouting, permeates also man himself, namely what the Ahrimanic powers bring about. At a time when man was still endowed with divine forces, as he was at the earth's beginning, then through this primordial divine heritage, men could still resist the attack of the Ahrimanic powers, which broke over mankind in this way during the time of the winter moon. But, so the initiates told their pupils, a time will come when mankind will be rendered insensible to the spiritual through the agency of the moon forces, which the earth takes up in the winter time. With the growing and sprouting in the spring, a kind of intoxication with regard to the spiritual will come over mankind, depriving men of any consciousness that anything spiritual exists. Then, should mankind not find it possible to resist these intoxicating forces, the humanity of the earth will go into decline, and not be able to develop further with the earth to future higher stages of earth evolution." Unquote. The initiates painted in gloomy colors the age which had to break in for humanity in the 15th century, when mankind will excel, to be sure, in abstract, dead thoughts, but when man can again acquire spiritual capacities only by gaining new strength to overcome the intoxicating forces that rise out of the earth. This he can do by developing the particular spiritual force now accessible to mankind. When we form such visualizations, we transpose ourselves, so to speak, into the connection that exists between the course of the year in nature and what lives in the spirit. We bring together what is otherwise abstract, merely thought out, with what is the natural sensible course as it confronts us, for example, in the seasons. The polar opposite of this Christmas mystery is the St. John's mystery at the time of the summer solstice. Then the earth has completely exhaled. The spirit-soul element of the earth is then utterly surrendered to the super-earthly powers, to the cosmic powers. Then the spirit-soul element of the earth takes in all that is extraterrestrial. Just as the ancient initiates had said of the Christmas mystery, so they said also of the St. John's mystery. We use modern forms of expression, but there were appropriate forms in the ancient mysteries also. The initiates said that it was necessary to attain initiation in order to penetrate the secrets of the St. John's mystery, that is, the secrets of the heavens. For man belongs to the periphery of the earth. He belongs neither within the earth, nor as earthly man does he belong to the heavens. Hence he must be initiated into the secrets of the sub-earthly, in order to come to know the secrets of the super-earthly. In a certain way, the Easter mystery and the Michael or autumn mystery were seen as holding the balance between the super-earthly and the sub-earthly. And the Michael mystery, as we have said, will first attain its proper significance in the time that is still future to our own. The Easter mystery in its full magnitude entered into the evolution of mankind through the mystery of Golgotha, and this Easter mystery was understood, as I have already said, because remnants of the ancient clairvoyance still existed. At that time, people could still raise themselves up in their gemüts, or feeling souls, to the resurrected Christ. The Easter mystery was therefore woven into that ritual, which was not an initiation ritual, but a ritual for mankind in general. It was woven into the ritual of the celebration of the Mass. But with the retreat of primitive clairvoyance, the understanding of the Easter mystery was lost. People begin to discuss a matter only when they no longer understand it. All the discussion that began after the first Christian centuries about how the Easter thought is to be understood derive from the fact that people could no longer comprehend it in a direct, elementary way. Now, we have often been able to apply to the Easter thought what anthroposophical spiritual science gives to us. What is essential here is that this anthroposophical spiritual research points again to forms of life which are not exhausted between birth and death in the sense world, that it places what can be spiritually investigated over against what can be sensibly investigated, that it makes comprehensible how the Christ could converse with his disciples even after the physical body was turned to dust. In the light of spiritual research, the resurrection thought becomes alive again. But this resurrection thought will be fully understood only if it is linked to what I might call its counterpole. What then does the resurrection thought really portray? The Christ being descended from spiritual heights, entered into the body of Jesus, and lived on earth in this body, thereby bringing into the earthly sphere forces in themselves super-terrestrial. And these super-earthly forces, which the Christ being brought into the earthly sphere, were, from the time of the mystery of Golgotha on, united with the forces of mankind's evolution. Since then, that which the men of ancient times could behold only outside in cosmic space is to be feelingly perceived within the evolution of earthly humanity. Following the resurrection, the Christ united himself with mankind, and since then he lives not only in the super-earthly heights, but also within the earth existence. He lives in evolution, in the stream of mankind's evolution. Above all, this event must be regarded not from the earthly point of view alone, but also from the super-earthly viewpoint. We can say that we should not view the Christ only in the way he comes to earth out of heavenly worlds and becomes man, in the way he is given to men, but we should view this Christ event also from the standpoint that the Christ actually departs from the spiritual world when he descends to the earth. Human beings saw the Christ arise in their realm. The gods saw the Christ forsake the heavenly world and plunge down among mankind. For man the Christ appeared. For certain spiritual beings he vanished. Only when he passed through the resurrection did he appear again to certain extraterrestrial spiritual beings, now shining out to them from the earth like a star which radiates out from the earth into the spiritual world. Spiritual beings mark the mystery of Golgotha by saying, quote, "A star began to shine out from the earth into the spiritual realm," unquote. And it was felt to be of immense importance for the spiritual world that the Christ had submerged into a human body and had gone through death in this body. For by partaking in death in a human body, he was enabled immediately after this death to undertake something which his former divine companions could by no means have accomplished. These former divine companions confronted as an inimical world what even in earlier times was called hell. But the efficacy of these spiritual beings stopped short at the gates of hell. These spiritual beings worked upon man. The forces of man extend even into hell. This signifies nothing other than man's subconscious projection into the Ahrimanic forces in the winter time, and also into the ascent of these Ahrimanic forces in the spring. the divine spiritual beings felt this as a world opposed to them. They saw it rise up out of the earth and felt it to be an exceedingly problematic world. But they themselves had only a roundabout connection with it through man. They could only observe it in a certain way. But because the Christ had descended to the earth, had himself become man, he could descend into the realm of these Ahrimanic powers and overcome them. This is expressed in the Creed as, quote, the descent into hell, unquote. This descent into hell provides the opposite pole to the resurrection. This is what Christ has done for mankind. By descending from the divine heights and taking on the form of man, he became able actually to descend into the realm to whose dangers man is exposed, into which the other gods who had not been exposed to human death could not descend. In his way the Christ gained the victory over death, and therewith entered, I might say, as the opposite pole of the descent into hell, the ascent into the spiritual world, in spite of the fact that the Christ remained on earth. For Christ had so united himself with mankind that he had descended to that to which mankind is exposed. During the winter and spring seasons, he could win for man that which works out of extraterrestrial regions into the earth again from St. John's to autumn. Thus in the Easter thought, we see united in a certain way the descent into the region of hell, and through this descent the winning of the heavenly region for the further evolution of mankind. All this belongs to a right conception of the Easter thought. But what would this Easter thought be if it could not become living? It was possible in ancient times to connect the right feeling awareness with the thought of the winter solstice only because they had, on the other hand, the St. John's thought. Schematically drawn, if one had the earthly with its deeply concealed winter nature, orange, then its counterpart was what in summer lay in the super-earthly periphery, orange. Both were to be reached only through initiation. Yet they were connected by what was in the atmosphere surrounding the earth, in the earth's periphery, green. Christmas calls for St. John's. St. John's calls for Christmas. Man would rigidify under the influence of the Ahrimanic powers if he could not be exposed to the loosening Luciferic powers, who again give wings to thought, so that it need not remain rigid, but can thaw again under the influence of the light. At first, humanity in its evolution had only the one pole, the Easter pole, and this Easter pole became paralyzed. The Easter festival lost its inner vitality. It will regain its inner life only when man can think about this festival in such a way that he can say to himself, quote, through what is symbolically expressed in the descent into hell, which in reality can be understood as the resurrection, a counterweight was given against something which had to come, namely the paralyzing of all spiritual vision, its dying away in the earthly life. Prophetically, Christ Jesus wanted to prepare for what had to come, namely the circumstance that man, during his life on earth, between birth and death, would have to forget the super-earthly, the spiritual, that he would in a certain way die to the spiritual. Opposed to this dying away of man in earthly life stands the Easter thought of the victory of super-earthly life over the earthly, unquote. On the one side is this: man descends from his pre-earthly life, but in the period that dawned in the first half of the 15th century, he will in his earthly life more and more forget his super-earthly origin. As to his soul being, he will die away, as it were, in the earthly life. That stands on the one side. On the other stands this: there was a spiritual heavenly being, who by his deed, working out of the heavens into the earth, set forth the counter-image. That spiritual being descended into a human body, and in the resurrection has, through his own being, placed the super-earthly spiritual among the men of earth. In remembrance of this, we have the Easter festival, which puts before mankind the picture of the burial of Christ Jesus and the resurrection of Christ Jesus. He was laid in the grave, and thereafter he arose. This is the Easter thought, as it stands in cosmic records. Quote, "Look upon thyself, O man. Thou descendest out of the super-earthly worlds. Thou art threatened by the danger that thy soul will die away in the earthly life. Therefore the Christ appears, who sets before thine eyes how that from which thou also didst arise, how that super-earthly spiritual conquers death. There stands before thee in mighty images, such as could be placed before mankind, the entombment of Christ Jesus, the resurrection of Christ Jesus. He was laid in the grave. He rose from the grave and appeared to those who could behold him." Unquote. But with the paralyzed soul forces of man today, this image could no longer become living. Where could it become alive? In a traditional faith, man can still look upon what the Easter festival gives him, upon the sublime picture of the burial and the resurrection. But out of the inner force of his soul, he can no longer of himself find anything to connect with this Easter thought, with the thought of the entombment and the resurrection. It is out of spiritual knowledge that he must again unite something with it. And this something is another thought, to which there can be no alternative. It is, however, possible for a human being to let spiritual knowledge approach him, so that he may understand this quote-unquote other. Let us place this other before ourselves, so as to inscribe it deeply within our souls. Easter thought. He has been laid in the grave. He is risen. Now let us place before ourselves the other thought which must come over mankind. He is risen, and can confidently be laid in the grave. Easter thought. He has been laid in the grave. He is risen. Michaelmas thought. He is risen, and can confidently be laid in the grave. The first thought, the Easter thought, pertains to the Christ. The second thought pertains to the human being. It pertains to the man who directly comprehends the power of the Easter thought, comprehends how, when spiritual knowledge enters into the earthly life of the present, in which his soul spiritual is dying away, his soul can resurrect, so that he becomes living between birth and death, so that in the earthly life he becomes inwardly alive. The human being must, through spiritual knowledge, comprehend this inner resurrection, this inner awakening. Then will he confidently be laid in the grave. Then he may be laid in the grave, through which he otherwise would fall prey to those Ahrimanic powers who work within the earth realm at the time of the winter solstice. And the festival which contains this thought, quote, "He is risen, and can confidently be laid in the grave," unquote, this festival must fall in the time when the leaves are beginning to turn yellow and fall from the trees, when the fruits have ripened, when the sun has received that power which brings to maturity what in the spring was budding and sprouting, full of the forces of growth, but which also brings withering and the inclination to seek again the inner part of the earth, when what is developing on the earth begins to be a symbol of the grave. If we place the Easter festival at the time when life begins to bud and to sprout, when the forces of growth attain their highest point, then the other festival which contains, quote, "He is risen and can confidently be laid in the grave," unquote, we must place at the time when earth nature begins to wither, when the mood of the grave is spreading abroad in earth nature, when the symbol of the grave can appear before the soul of man. Then the Michael thought begins to stir in man, that thought which is not like the Easter thought in the earliest centuries of Christianity, directed toward a kind of inner perceiving. Anschauung is the word. Footnote. It is assumed that Anschauung here is intended to describe the way man's Gemüt could inwardly experience the entombment and resurrection, as was indicated earlier. This would be perceptively, feelingly, rather than through logic. End of footnote. In the first centuries of Christianity, this feeling perception was directed to the Christ laid in the grave and risen. In this perception, the soul was made strong, was filled with its strongest forces. In the festival thought at the time of the fall equinox, the soul must feel its strength when appeal is made not to its perceiving, but to its will. Quote, "Take into thyself the Michael thought, which conquers the Ahrimanic powers, that thought which makes thee strong to gain here on earth knowledge of the Spirit, so that thou canst overcome the powers of death." Unquote. As the Easter thought is directed to the perception, this thought is directed to the will powers, to take up the Michael force, which means to take the force of spiritual knowledge into the will forces. And so the Easter thought can become living, can be brought directly to the human soul and spirit when now the Michael thought, the thought of the Michael festival in the autumn, is felt to be the counterpole of the Easter thought, just as the St. John's thought was perceived to be the counterpole of the Christmas thought. As the Christmas thought, by its inner livingness, has brought forth the St. John's thought after a half year, so must the Easter thought bring forth the Michael thought. Mankind must attain an esoteric maturity, so as to think not merely abstractly, but to be able again to think so concretely that men can again become festival creating. Then it will be possible again to unite something spiritual with the cycle of sense phenomena. All our thoughts are so abstract, but no matter how remarkable they are, how intelligent, if they remain abstract, life will not be able to penetrate them. When today men reflect that Easter might be set abstractly on any day, no longer according to the constellations of the stars, when today all higher knowledge is darkened, when man no longer sees any relation between insight into the soul's spiritual and the natural physical forces, the force must once more awaken in man, which will be able to unite something spiritual directly with the sense phenomena of the world. Wherein, then, did the spiritual strength of man consist, making him able to create festivals in the course of the year in accordance with the yearly phenomena? It consisted in the primal spiritual force. Today, men can continue to celebrate festivals according to the ancient traditional custom, but they must gain once more the esoteric force out of themselves to, quote-unquote, speak something into nature that accords with natural events. It must become possible to grasp the Michael thought as the blossom of the Easter thought. While the Easter thought stems from physical blossoming, it will become possible to place the blossom of the Easter thought, the Michael thought, into the course of the year as the outcome of physical withering. People must learn once more to think the spiritual together with the course of nature. It is not admissible today for a person merely to indulge in esoteric speculations. It is necessary today to be able once again to do the esoteric. But people will be able to do this only when they can conceive their thoughts so concretely, so livingly, that they don't withdraw from everything that is going on around them when they think, but rather that they think with the course of events. Quote, "Think together with," unquote, "the fading of the leaves, with the ripening of the fruits in a Michaelic way. Just as at Easter one knows how to think with the sprouting, springing, blossoming plants and flowers." When it is understood how to think with the course of the year, then forces will intermingle with the thoughts that will let men again hold a dialogue with the divine spiritual powers revealing themselves from the stars. Men have drawn down from the stars the power to establish festivals which have an inner human validity. Festivals must be founded out of inner esoteric force. Then from the dialogue with the fading, ripening plants, with the dying earth, by finding the right inward festival mood, men will also again be able to hold converse with the gods and link human existence with divine existence. The end of Lecture 2. This is Lecture 3, of the lecture cycle by Rudolf Steiner, The Cycle of the Year as Breathing Process of the Earth, given in 1923. The synopsis of the third lecture, given on April 2nd, 1923, is: people of ancient times related lives to seasons and their festivals. Those who lived after mystery of Golgotha felt need for vision of entombment and resurrection. A secret of human evolution, that from religious attitudes toward phenomena of the world, inspirations for whole of life proceed. In Middle Ages, festivals ordered by priests provided inspiration. Natural science as heritage of scholasticism, the result of inspiration of entombment, of Good Friday. Supersensible repudiated. Michael festival renewed out of esoteric foundations could again work inspiringly and have significance for social structure. The Easter thought can only attain new nuance through being complemented by the Michael thought. Involvement of elemental beings in and out breathing of earth soul during 4 seasons. Right experiencing of Michaelmas season necessary for man's right involvement with elementals. Spiritual as counter-manifestation of fading sense perceptible correlated with thinking process. Permeation of will with spirituality. Unity of nature at Easter leads to spiritualistic monism or materialistic monism. Spiritual and sensible distinct in autumn. The rhythm between the differentiated and the undifferentiated as third element. Experiencing living transition from unity into trinity and return. Through complementing Easter thought by Michael thought, possible to perceive primordial trinity. Michael festival should give inspiration to introduce threefoldness into life. Recognition of primal trinity necessary to form true ideas of free spiritual life, life of rights, and socio-economic life. Trinities in human being in theosophy. Course of year embodies pulse of 3 to 1 and 1 to 3. Human soul could reunite with cosmos if replace abstract spirit and spirit-void nature with nature permeated with spirit and spirit shaping naturally. These could again weave religion, science and art into oneness at Easter, threeness at Michaelmas. If Michael thought became living as festival working inspiringly in all domains of life, then through active personalities impulse could arise which alone could replace descending forces with ascending ones. End of synopsis. Lecture 3. We should not underestimate the significance it once held for mankind to focus the whole attention during the year on a festival time. Although in our time the celebration of religious festivals is largely a matter of habit, it was not always so. There were times when people united their consciousness with the course of the year, when, let us say, at the beginning of the year, they felt themselves standing within the course of time in such a way that they said to themselves, quote, "There is such and such a degree of cold or warmth now. There are certain relationships among the other weather conditions, certain relationships also between the growth or non-growth of plants or animals." Unquote. There were times when people united their consciousness with the course of the year, when, let us say, at the beginning of the year, they felt themselves standing within the course of time in such a way that they said to themselves, quote, "There is such and such a degree of cold or warmth now. There are certain relationships among the other weather conditions, certain relationships also between the growth or non-growth in plants or animals." Unquote. People experienced, along with nature, the gradual changes and metamorphoses she went through. But they shared this experience with nature in such a way, when their consciousness was united with the natural phenomena, that they oriented this consciousness toward a specific festival. Let us say at the beginning of the year, through the various feeling perceptions associated with the passing of winter, the consciousness was directed toward the Easter time, or in the fall, with the fading away of life, toward Christmas. Then men's souls were filled with feelings which found expression in the way they related themselves to what the festivals meant to them. Thus people partook in the course of the year, and this participation meant for the most part permeating with spirit not only what they saw and heard around them, but what they experienced with their whole human being. They experienced the course of the year as an organic life process, just as in the human being, when he is a child, we relate the utterances of the childish soul with the awkward movements of a child, or its imperfect way of speaking. As we connect specific soul experiences with the change of teeth, other soul experiences with the later bodily changes, so men once saw the ruling and weaving of the spiritual in the successive changes of outer nature, in growth and decline, or in a waxing followed by a waning. Now all this cannot help affecting the whole way man feels himself as earthly man in the universe. Thus we can say that in that period, at the beginning of our reckoning of time, when the remembrance of the event of Golgotha began to be celebrated, which later became the Easter festival, in that period in which the Easter festival was livingly felt and perceived, when man still took part in the turning of the year as I have just described it, then it was in essence so that people felt their own lives surrendered, given over to the outer spiritual physical world. Their feeling told them that in order to make their lives complete, they had need of the vision of the entombment and the resurrection, of that sublime image of the mystery of Golgotha. But it is from filling the consciousness in such a way that inspirations arise for men. People are not always conscious of these inspirations, but it is a secret of human evolution that from these religious attitudes toward the phenomena of the world, inspirations for the whole of life proceed. First of all, we must understand clearly that during a certain epoch, during the Middle Ages, the people who oriented the spiritual life were priests, and those priests were concerned above all with the ordering of the festivals. They set the tone for the celebration of the festivals. The priesthood was that group of men who presented the festivals before the rest of mankind, before the laity, and who gave the festivals their content. In so doing, the priests themselves felt this content very deeply, and the entire soul condition that resulted from the inspiring effect of the festivals was expressed in the rest of the soul life. The Middle Ages would not have produced what is called scholasticism, the philosophy of Thomas Aquinas and Albertus Magnus and the other scholastics, if this philosophy, this world conception, with all its social consequences, had not been inspired by the most important thought of the Church, by the Easter thought. In the vision of the descending Christ, who lives for a time in man on earth and then goes through the resurrection, that soul impulse was given which led to the particular relation between faith and science, between knowledge and revelation, which was agreed upon by the scholastics. That out of man himself only knowledge of the sensible world can be acquired, whereas everything connected with the supersensible world has to be gained through revelation. This was determined basically by the way the Easter thought followed upon the Christmas thought. And if, in turn, the idea world of natural science today is totally the product of scholasticism, as I have often explained to you, we must then say, quote, although the natural science of the present is not aware of it, its knowledge is essentially a direct imprint of the Easter thought, which prevailed in the early Middle Ages, and then became paralyzed in the later Middle Ages and in modern times, unquote. Notice the way natural science applies in its ideas what is so popular today, and indeed dominates our culture. It devotes its ideas entirely to dead nature. It considers itself incapable of rising above dead nature. This is a result of that inspiration which was stimulated by viewing the laying in the grave. As long as people were able to add the resurrection to the entombment as something to which they looked up, they then added also the revelation concerning the supersensible to mere outer sense knowledge. But as it became more and more common to view the resurrection as an inexplicable and therefore unjustifiable miracle, revelation, that is the supersensible world, came to be repudiated. The present-day natural scientific view is inspired solely by the conception of Good Friday and lacks any conception of Easter Sunday. We need to recognize this inner connection. The inspired element is always that which is experienced within all the festival moods in relation to nature. We must come to know the connection between this inspiring element and all that comes to expression in human life. When we once again gain an insight into the intimate connection that exists between this living oneself into the course of the year and what men think, feel, and will, then we shall also recognize how significant it would be if we were to succeed, for example, in making the Michael festival in autumn a reality. If we were really to succeed out of spiritual foundations, out of esoteric foundations, in making the autumn Michael festival something that would pass over into men's consciousness and again work inspiringly. If the Easter thought were to receive its coloration through the fact that to the Easter thought, quote, "He has been laid in the grave and is arisen," unquote, the other thought is added, the human thought, quote, "He is arisen and may be laid in the grave without perishing," unquote. If this Michael thought could become living, what tremendous significance just such an event could have for men's whole perceiving and feeling and willing, and how this could live itself into the whole social structure of mankind. My dear friends, all that people are hoping for from a renewal of the social life will not come about from all the discussions and all the institutions based on what is externally sensible. It will be able to come about only when a mighty inspiration thought goes through mankind, when an inspiration thought takes hold of mankind through which the moral spiritual element will once again be felt and perceived along with the natural sensible element. People today are like earthworms, I might say, looking for sunlight under the ground, while to find the sunlight they need to come forth above the surface of the earth. Nothing in reality will be accomplished by all of today's organizations and plans for reform. Something can be achieved only by the mighty impact of a thought impulse drawn out of the Spirit. For it must be clear to us that the Easter thought itself can only attain its new nuance through being complemented by the Michael thought. Let us consider this Michael thought somewhat more closely. If we look at the Easter thought, we have to consider that Easter occurs at the time of the bursting and sprouting life of spring. At this time the earth is breathing out her soul forces, in order that these soul forces may be permeated again by the astral element surrounding the earth, the extra-earthly cosmic element. The earth is breathing out her soul. What does this mean? It means that certain elemental beings, which are just as much in the periphery of the earth as the air is, or as the forces of growth are, that these unite their own being with the out-breathed earth soul in those regions in which it is spring. These beings float and merge with the out-breathed earth soul. They become disindividualized. They lose their individuality and rise in the general earthly soul element. We see countless elemental beings in spring, just around Easter time, in the final stage of the individual life which was theirs during the winter. We see them merging into the general earth-soul element and rising like a sort of cloud, red, yellow with green. I might say that during the winter time these elemental beings are within the soul element of the earth, where they had become individualized. Before this Easter time they had a certain individuality, flying and floating about as individual beings. During Easter time we see them come together in a general cloud, red, and form a common mass within the earth soul, green. But by so doing, these elemental beings lose their consciousness to a certain degree and enter into a sort of sleeping condition. Certain animals sleep in winter. These elemental beings sleep in summer. This sleep is deepest during St. John's time, when they are completely asleep. Then they begin once more to individualize, and when the earth breathes in again at Michaelmas, at the end of September, we can see them already as separate beings again. Man needs these elemental beings. This is not in his consciousness, but man needs them nonetheless, in order to unite them with himself, so that he can prepare his future. And man could unite these elemental beings with himself if at a certain festival time, it would have to be at the end of September, he could perceive with a special inner, soul-filled liveliness how nature herself changes toward the autumn. If he could perceive how the animal and plant life recedes, how certain animals begin to seek their shelters against the winter, how the plant leaves get their autumn coloring, how all nature fades and withers. It is true that spring is fair, and it is a fine capacity of the human soul to perceive the beauty of the spring, the growing, sprouting, burgeoning life. But to be able to perceive also when the leaves fade and take on their fall coloring, when the animals creep away, to be able to feel how in the sensible which is dying away the gleaming, shining soul spiritual element arises, to be able to perceive how with the yellowing of the leaves there is a descent of the springing and sprouting life, but how the sensible becomes yellow in order that the spiritual can live in the yellowing as such. To be able to perceive how in the falling of the leaves the ascent of the spirit takes place, how the spiritual is the counter-manifestation of the fading sense perceptible. This should, as a perceptive feeling for the spirit, ensoul the human being in autumn. Then he would prepare himself in the right way, precisely, for Christmas-tide. Man should become permeated out of anthroposophical spiritual science by the truth that it is precisely the spiritual life of man on earth which depends on the declining physical life. Whenever we think, the physical matter in our nerves is destroyed. The thought struggles up out of the matter as it perishes. To feel the becoming of the thought in oneself, the gleaming up of the idea in the human soul, in the whole human organism of man, to be akin to the yellowing leaves, the withering foliage, the drying and shriveling of the plant world in nature, to feel the kinship of man's spiritual beingness with nature's spiritual beingness. This can give man that impulse which strengthens his will, that impulse which points man to the permeation of his will with spirituality. In so doing, however, in permeating his will with spirituality, the human being becomes an associate of the Michael activity on earth. And when man lives with nature in this way as autumn approaches and brings this living with nature to expression in an appropriate festival content, then he will be able truly to perceive the completing of the Easter mood. But by means of this, something else will become clear to him. You see, what man thinks, feels, and wills today is really inspired by the Easter mood, which is actually one-sided. This Easter mood is essentially a result of the sprouting, burgeoning life, which causes everything to merge as in a pantheistic unity. Man is surrendered to the unity of nature and to the unity of the world generally. This is also the structure of our spiritual life today. Man wants everything to revert to a unity, to a monon. He is either a devotee of universal spirit or universal nature, and he is accordingly either a spiritualistic monist or a materialistic monist. Everything is included in an indefinite unity. This is essentially the spring mood. But when we look into the autumn mood, with the rising and becoming free of the spiritual, and the dropping away and withering of the sensible, then we have a view of the spiritual as such, and the sensible as such. The sprouting plant in the spring has the spiritual within its sprouting and growing. The spiritual is mingled with the sensible. We have essentially a unity. The withering plant lets the leaf fall, and the spirit rises. We have the spirit, the invisible, supersensible spirit, and the material falling out of it. I would say that it is just as if we had in a container first a uniform fluid in which something is dissolved, and then by some process we should cause this to separate from the fluid and fall to the bottom as sediment. We have now separated the two which were united, which had formed a unity. The spring tends to weave everything together, to blend everything into a vague, undifferentiated unity. The view of the autumn, if we only look at it in the right way, if we contrast it in the right way with the view of the spring, calls attention to the way the spiritual works on the one side and the physical material on the other. The Easter thought loses nothing of value if the Michaelmas thought is added to it. We have on the one side the Easter thought, where everything appears, I might say, as a pantheistic mixture, a unity. Then we have what is differentiated. But the differentiation does not occur in any irregular, chaotic fashion. We have regularity throughout. Think of the cyclic course, joining together, intermingling, unifying. An intermediate state when the differentiating takes place. The complete differentiation. Then again, the merging of what was differentiated within the uniform, and so forth. There you see always, besides these two conditions, yet a third. You see the rhythm between the differentiated and the undifferentiated, in a certain way between the in-breathing of what was differentiated out and the out-breathing again, an intermediate condition. You see a rhythm, a physical, material, a spiritual, a working in each other of the physical, material, and the spiritual, a soul element. But the important thing is this, not to stop with the common human fancy that everything must be led back to a unity. Thereby everything, whether the unity is a spiritual or a material one, is led back to the indefiniteness of the cosmic night. In the night all cows are gray. In spiritual monism all ideas are gray. In material monism they are likewise gray. These are only distinctions of perceiving. They are of no concern for a higher view. What matters is this, that we as human beings can so unite ourselves with the cosmic course that we are in a position to follow the living transition from the unity into the Trinity, the return from Trinity into unity, when, by complementing the Easter thought with the Michael thought, in this way we have become able to perceive rightly the primordial Trinity in all existence. Then we shall take it into our whole attitude of soul. Then we shall be in a position to understand that actually all life depends upon the activity and the interworking of primordial trinities. And when we have the Michael festival inspiring in such a view in the same way that the one-sided Easter festival inspired the view now existing, then we shall have an inspiration, a nature/spirit impulse, to introduce threefoldness, the impulse of threefoldness, into all the observing and forming of life. And it depends finally and only upon the introduction of this impulse whether the destructive forces in human evolution can be transformed once more into ascending forces. Let me read that again. And it depends finally and only upon the introduction of this impulse whether the destructive forces in human evolution can be transformed once more into ascending forces. One might say that when we spoke of the threefold impulse, it was in a certain sense a test of whether the Michael thought is already strong enough so that it can be felt how such an impulse flows directly out of the forces that shape the time. It was a test of the human soul, of whether the Michael thought is strong enough as yet in a large number of people. Well, the test yielded a negative result. The Michael thought is not strong enough in even a small number of people for it to be perceived truly in all its time-shaping power and forcefulness. And it will indeed hardly be possible, for the sake of new forces of ascent, to unite human souls with the original formative cosmic forces in the way that is necessary, unless such an inspiring force as can permeate a Michael festival, unless, that is to say, a new formative impulse can come forth from the depths of the esoteric life. If instead of the passive members of the Anthroposophical Society, even only a few active members could be found, then it would become possible to set up further deliberations to consider such a thought. It is essential to the Anthroposophical Society that while stimuli within the society should of course be carried out, the members should actually attach primary value, I might say, to participating in what is coming to pass. They may perhaps focus the contemplative forces of their souls on what is taking place, but the activity of their own souls does not become united with what is passing through the time as an impulse. Hence, with the present state of the anthroposophical movement, there can of course be no question of considering as part of its activity anything like what has just now been spoken of as an esoteric impulse. But it must be understood how mankind's evolution really moves, that the great sustaining forces of humanity's world evolution come not from what is propounded in superficial words, but from entirely different quarters. This has always been known in ancient times from primeval elementary clairvoyance. In ancient times, it was not the custom for the young people to learn, for example, that there are so and so many chemical elements. Then another is discovered, and there are then 75, then 76. Another is discovered, and there are 77. One cannot anticipate how many may still be discovered. Accidentally, one is added to 75, to 76, and so on. In what is adduced here as number, there is no inner reality, and so it is everywhere. Who is interested today in anything that would bring to revelation, let us say, that a systematic threefoldness or trinity prevails in plants? Order after order is discovered, species after species, and they are counted just as though one were counting a chance pile of sticks or stones. But the working of number in the world rests on a real quality of being, and this quality must be fathomed. Only think how short a time lies behind us since knowledge of substance was led back to the trinity of the salty, the mercurial, and the phosphoric. How in this a trinity of the archetypal forces was seen. How everything that appeared as individual had to be fitted into one or another of the three archetypal forces. And it is different again when we look back into still earlier times, in which it was easier for people to come to something like this because of the very situation of their culture. For the Oriental cultures lay nearer to the torrid zone, where such things were more readily accessible to the ancient elementary clairvoyance. Today, however, it is possible to come to these things in the temperate zone through free, exact clairvoyance. Yet people want to go back to the ancient cultures. In those days, people did not distinguish spring, summer, autumn, winter. To distinguish spring, summer, autumn, winter leads us to a mere succession, because it contains the quote-unquote four, F-O-U-R. It would have been quite impossible for the ancient Indian culture, for example, to think of something like the course of the year as ruled by the four, because this contains nothing of the archetypal forms underlying all activity. When I wrote my book Theosophy, it was impossible simply to list in succession physical body, etheric body, astral body, and ego. Although we can summarize it this way, once the matter is before us, once it is inwardly understood. I had therefore to arrange them according to the number 3, physical body, ether body, astral body, forming the first trinity. Then comes the trinity interwoven with it, sentient soul, intellectual soul, consciousness soul. Then the trinity interwoven with this, spirit self, life spirit, spirit man, 3 times 3 interwoven with one another in such a way as to become 7. Only when we look at the present stage of mankind's evolution does the 4 appear, which is really a secondary number. If we want to see the inwardly active principle, if we want to see the formative process, we must see forming and shaping as associated with threefoldness, with trinity. Hence, the ancient Indian view was of a year divided into a hot season, which would approximate our months of April, May, June, July, a wet season, comprising approximately our months August, September, October, November, and a cold season, which would include our months December, January, February, March. The boundaries do not need to be rigidly fixed according to the months, but are only approximate. They can be thought of as shifting, but the course of the year was thought of according to the principle of the quote-unquote three. And thus man's whole state of soul would be imbued with the predisposition to observe this primal trinity in all weaving and working, and hence to interweave it also into all human creating and shaping. We can even say that it is only possible to have true ideas of the free spiritual life, the life of rights, the social economic life, when we perceive in the depths this triple pulse of cosmic activity, which must also permeate human activity. Any reference to this sort of thing today is regarded as some sort of superstition, whereas it is considered great wisdom simply to count 1 and again 1, 2, 3, and so on. But nature does not take such a course. If we look, however, only at a realm in which everything is woven together, as is the case with nature in springtime, which of course we must look at if we want to observe the interweaving of things, then we can never restore the pulse of three. But when anyone follows the whole course of the year, when he sees how the three is organized, how the spiritual and the physical material life are present as a duality, and the rhythmic interweaving of the two as the third, then he perceives this 3 in 1, 1 in 3, and learns to know how the human being can place himself in this cosmic activity, 3 to 1, 1 to 3. It would become the whole disposition of the human soul to permeate the cosmos, to unite itself with cosmic worlds. If once the Michael thought could awaken as a festival thought in such a way that we were to place a Michael festival in the second half of September alongside the Easter festival, if to the thought of the resurrection of the God after death could be added the thought produced by the Michael force of the resurrection of man from death, so that man, through the resurrection of Christ, would find the force to die in Christ. This means taking the risen Christ into one's soul during earthly life, so as to be able to die in him. That is, to be able to die not at death, but when one is living. Such an inner consciousness as this would result from the inspiring element that would come from a Michael service. We can realize full well how far removed from any such idea is our materialistic time, which is also a time grown narrow-minded and pedantic. Of course, nothing can be expected of us, so long as it remains dead and abstract. But if, with the same enthusiasm with which festivals were once introduced in the world, when people had the force to form festivals, if such a thing happens again, then it will work inspiringly. Indeed, it will work inspiringly for our whole spiritual and our whole social life. Then that which we need will be present in life, not abstract spirit on one hand and spirit void nature on the other, but nature permeated with spirit, and spirit forming and shaping naturally. For these are one, and they will once again weave religion, science, and art into oneness, because they will understand how to conceive the Trinity in religion, science, and art in the sense of the Michael thought, so that these three can then be united in the right way in the Easter thought, in the anthroposophical shaping and forming. This can work religiously, artistically, cognitionally, and can also differentiate religiously, cognitionally. Then the anthroposophical impulse would consist in perceiving in the Easter season the unity of science, religion, and art, and then, at Michaelmas, perceiving how the three, who have one mother, the Easter mother, how the three become sisters and stand side by side, but mutually complement one another. Then the Michael thought, which should become living as a festival in the course of the year, would be able to work inspiringly on all domains of human life. With such things as these, which belong to the truly esoteric, we should permeate ourselves, at least in our cognition to begin with. If then the time could come when there are actively working personalities, such a thing could actually become an impulse, which singly and alone would be able in the present condition of humanity to replace the descending forces with ascending ones. The end of Lecture 3. Lecture 4 of the cycle of the year as a breathing process of the earth. Lecture 4 synopsis. The lecture was given on April 3rd, 1923. Dreamy, instinctive clairvoyance in ancient times. Insights arising out of dreams formed myths. People were more involved than with seasons, with the cycle of the year. Only through midsummer festivals arranged by the mysteries could ancient men experience mineral realm and attain thereby a kind of ego consciousness. Content of dream consciousness poured out into cosmos in song and dance, in a way learned from songbirds. Men received descending ego as answer to their music. Summer festivals established communication between earth and heaven. Winter festivals called upon man's contemplation, were connected with instruction, solving riddles, for example, magic incantations. Quote, throwing of the runic wands, unquote. Primitive modeling activities, especially in freezing water, lead casting, an abstract remnant. In molding activity, men found answers to their questions of the earth, learned to know Earth's sculptural shaping force. Animal forms. Man noticed own form only at Christmas, gradually attained interest in the flowing together of animal forms into the human form. At midsummer, man learned to know himself inwardly in relation to his ego, in winter to feel himself outwardly in relation to his form. Festivals, an integral part of life. Man felt himself a citizen of cosmos, can again come to sharing the life of the cosmos in a different way through applying himself to the spiritual. Ego consciousness has now been drawn in. Something else lies in turn beyond the ego. Man now experiences bodily limits, needs to learn etheric and astral elements outside himself. When he has come to experience his freedom and his world of thought, he must emerge again and experience cosmically. This is what anthroposophy intends in renewing festivals and creating Michael Festival. The cycle of the year can thus become something even loftier than it was for man long ago. The end of the synopsis. Lecture 4. I have frequently referred, recently, to the connection the course of the year has with various aspects of human life. And during the Easter days I pointed especially to the connection with the celebration of festivals. Today I should like to go back to very ancient times and say more on this subject, just in relation to the ancient mysteries. This can perhaps deepen in one way or another what we have spoken of before. To the people of very ancient periods on earth, the festivals that took place during the year formed a very significant part of their lives. We know that in those ancient times the human consciousness worked in an entirely different way from that of later times. We might ascribe a somewhat dreamy nature to this old form of consciousness. And indeed it was out of this dream condition that those insights arose in the human soul, in the human consciousness, which then took on the form of myths and in fact became mythology. Through this dreamy, or we can also say instinctively clairvoyant consciousness, people saw more deeply into the spiritual environment. But precisely through this more intensive kind of participation, not just in the sensible workings of nature, as is the case today, but also in the spiritual events, people were all the more involved with the phenomena connected with the cycle of the year, with the differing aspects of nature in spring and in autumn. I have pointed to this just in recent days. Today I want to share something entirely different with you in this regard, and that is how the festival of Midsummer, which has become our St. John's Festival, and the Midwinter Festival, which has become our Christmas, was celebrated in connection with the old mystery teachings. To begin with, we must be quite clear that the humanity of the ancient times of which we are speaking did not have a full ego consciousness as we do today. In the dreamlike consciousness, a full ego consciousness was lacking, and when this is the case, people do not perceive precisely that which present-day humanity is so proud of. Thus the people of that period did not perceive what existed in dead nature, in the mineral nature. Let us keep this firmly in mind, my dear friends. It was not a consciousness that flowed along in abstract thoughts, but it lived in pictures, yet it was dreamlike. These people entered into, for example, the sprouting, burgeoning plant life and plant nature in spring far more than is the case today. Again, they felt the shedding of the leaves, their drying up in autumn, the whole dying away of the plant world, felt deeply into the changes the animal world lived through during the course of the year, felt the whole human environment to be different when the air was filled with butterflies fluttering and beetles humming. They felt their own human weaving in a certain way as being alongside the weaving and being of the plants and animal existence. But they not only had no interest, they had no proper consciousness for the mineral realm, for the dead world outside them. This is one side of the earlier human consciousness. The other side is this, that no interest existed among this ancient humanity for the form of man in general. It is very difficult today to imagine what the human perception was in this regard, that people in general took no particular interest in the human figure as a space form. They had, however, an intense interest in what pertains to race. And the farther back we go into ancient cultures, the less do we find people with the common consciousness interested in the human form. On the other hand, they were interested in the color of the skin, in the racial temperament. This is what people noticed. On the one side, man was not interested in the dead mineral world, nor, on the other, in the human form. There was an interest, as we have said, in what pertains to race, rather than in the universally human, including the outer form of man. The great teachers of the mysteries simply accepted this as a fact. How they thought about it I will show you graphically in a drawing. They said to themselves, quote, the people have a dreamlike consciousness by means of which they perceive very clearly the plant life in their environment, unquote. In their dream pictures, these people indeed lived with the plant life. But their dream consciousness did not extend to the comprehension of the mineral world. So the mystery teachers said to themselves, quote, the human consciousness reaches on the one side to the plant life, which is dreamily experienced, but not to the mineral. This lies outside human consciousness. And on the other side, men feel within them what still binds them with the animal world, that is, what pertains to race, what is typical of the animal. On the other hand, what makes man really man, his upright form, the space form of his being, lies outside of human consciousness. Thus the specifically human lay outside the interest of these people of ancient times. We can characterize the human by thinking of it in the sense of this ancient humanity as enclosed within this space, while the mineral and the specifically human lay outside the realm of knowledge, generally accessible to those people who carried on their lives outside the mysteries. There's a drawing here, I'm not going to explain it, fairly simple. But what I have just said applies only in general. With his own forces, with what man experienced in his own being, he could not penetrate beyond this space, to the mineral on the one side, to the human on the other. But there were ceremonies originating in the mysteries which brought to man in the course of the year something approximating the human ego consciousness on the one side and the perception of the general mineral kingdom on the other. Strange as it may sound to people of the present time, it is nevertheless true that the priests of the ancient mysteries arranged festivals by whose unusual effects man was lifted out above the plant-like to the mineral, and thereby at a certain time of year experienced a lighting up of his ego. It was as if the ego shone into the dream consciousness. You know that even in a person's dreams today, one's own ego, which is then seen, often constitutes an element of the dream. And so at the time of the St. John's festival, through the ceremonies that were arranged for those among the people who wanted to take part in them, ego consciousness shone in just at the height of summer. And at this time of midsummer, people could perceive the mineral realm, at least to the extent necessary to help them attain a kind of ego consciousness, whereby the ego appeared as something that entered into dreams from outside. In order to bring this about, the participants in the oldest midsummer festivals, those of the summer solstice which have become our St. John's festival, the participants were led to unfold a musical, poetic element in round dances, having a strong rhythmic quality and accompanied by song. Certain presentations and performances were filled with distinctive musical recitative, accompanied by primitive instruments. Such a festival was completely immersed in the musical, poetic element. What man had in his dream consciousness he poured out into the cosmos, as it were, in the form of music, in song and dance. Modern man can have no true appreciation of what was accomplished by way of music and song during those intense and widespread folk festivals of ancient times, which took place under the guidance of men who in turn had received their guidance from the mysteries. For what music and poetry have come to be since then is far removed from the simple, primitive, elemental form of music and poetry which was unfolded in those times at the height of summer under the guidance of the mysteries. For everything the people did in performing their round dances, accompanied by singing and primitive poetic recitations, had the single goal of bringing about a soul mood in which there occurred what I have just called the shining of the ego into the human spirit. But if those ancient people had been asked how they came to form such songs and such dances, by means of which there could arise what I have described, they would have given an answer highly paradoxical to modern man. They would have said, for example, quote, "Much of it has been given to us by tradition, for those who went before us have also done these things," unquote. But in certain ancient times they would have said, quote, "One can learn these things also today without having any tradition, if one simply develops further what manifests itself. One can still learn today how to make use of instruments, how to form dances, how to master the singing voice," unquote. And now comes the paradox in what these ancient people would have said, quote, they would have said, quote, "It is learned from the songbirds," unquote, for they understood in a deep way the whole import of the songbirds' singing. My dear friends, mankind has long ago forgotten why the songbirds sing. It is true that men have preserved the art of song, the art of poetry, but in the age of intellectualism, in which the intellect has dominated everything, they have forgotten the connection of singing with the whole universe. Even someone who is musically inspired, who sets the art of music high above the commonplace, even such a man, speaking out of this later intellectualistic age, says, quote, "I sing as the bird sings, who dwells in the branches. The song that issues from my throat is my reward, and an ample reward it is," unquote. Indeed, my dear friends, the man of a certain period says this. The bird, however, would never say such a thing. He would never say, quote, "The song that issues from my throat is my reward," unquote. And just as little would the pupils of the ancient mystery schools have said it. For when at a certain time of year the larks and the nightingales sing, what is thereby formed streams out into the cosmos, not through the air, but through the etheric element. It vibrates outward in the cosmos up to a certain boundary. Then it vibrates back again to earth to be received by the animal realm. Only now the divine spiritual essence of the cosmos has united with it. And thus it is that the nightingales and the larks send forth their voices into the universe, and that what they thus send forth comes back to them etherically, for the time during which they do not sing, but in the meantime it has been filled with the content of the divine spiritual. The larks send their voices out over the cosmos, and the divine spiritual which takes part in the forming, in the whole configuration of the animal kingdom, streams back to the earth on the waves of what had streamed out in the songs of the larks and the nightingales. Therefore, if anyone speaks not from the standpoint of the intellectualistic age, but out of the truly all-encompassing human consciousness, he really cannot say, quote, "I sing as the bird sings who dwells in the branches. The song that issues from my throat is my reward, and an ample reward it is," unquote. Rather, he would have to say, quote, "I sing as the bird sings who dwells in the branches, and the song which streams forth from his throat into the cosmic expanses returns to the earth as a blessing, fructifying the earthly life with divine spiritual impulses, which then work on in the bird world, and which can only work in the bird world because they find their way in on the waves of what has been sung out to them into the cosmos, unquote. Now, of course, not all creatures are nightingales and larks. Also, of course, not all of them send out song. But something similar, even though it is not so beautiful, goes out into the cosmos from the whole animal world. In those ancient times this was understood, and therefore the pupils of the mystery pupils were instructed in such singing. I think it means, and therefore the pupils of the mystery schools were instructed in such singing and dancing as they could then perform at the St. John's festivals, if I may call it by the modern name. Human beings sent this out into the cosmos, of course not now in animal form, but in humanized form, as a further development of what the animals send out into cosmic space. And there is something else yet that belonged to those festivals, not only the dancing, the music, the song, but afterward the listening. First there was the active performance in the festivals, then the people were directed to listen to what came back to them. For through their dances, their singing, and all that was poetic in their performances, they had sent forth the great questions to the divine spiritual of the cosmos. Their performance streamed up, as it were, into cosmic spaces as the water of the earth rises, forming clouds above and dropping down again as rain. Thus the effects of the human festival performances rose and came back again, of course not as rain, but as something which manifested itself to man as ego power. And the people had a sensitive feeling for that particular transformation which took place in the air and warmth around the earth, just about the time of the St. John's festival. Of course, the man of the present intellectualistic age disregards anything like this. He has something else to do than people of olden times. In these times, as also in others, he has to go to 5 o'clock teas, to coffee parties, he has to attend the theatre, and so on. He simply has something else to do, which is not dependent on the time of year. In the doing of all this, man forgets that delicate transformation which takes place in the earth's atmospheric environment. But these people of olden times did feel how different the air and warmth become around St. John's time, at the height of summer, how these take on something of the plant nature. Just consider what kind of a perception that was, this sensitive feeling for all that goes on in the plant world. Let us suppose that this is the earth, and everywhere plants are coming out of the earth. The people then had a subtle feeling awareness of what is developing there in the plant, of what lives in the plant. They had in the spring a general feeling of nature, of which an after echo is still retained in our language. You will find in Goethe's Faust the expression "es grünelt." It is beginning to get green. Who notices nowadays when it is growing green, when the greenness rising up out of the earth in the spring wells and wafts through the air? Who notices when it grows green and when it blossoms? Well, of course, people see it today. The red and the yellow of the flowers please them. But they do not notice that the air becomes quite different when the flowers bloom, and again when the fruit is formed. Such living participation in the plant world no longer exists in our intellectualistic age, but it did exist for the people of ancient times. Hence they were aware of it in their perceptive feeling when the, quote, greening, blooming, and fruiting came toward them, not now out of the earth, but out of the surrounding atmosphere, when air and warmth themselves streamed down from above like something akin to plant nature. And when air and warmth became thus plant-like, the consciousness of those people was transported into that sphere in which the I capital then descended, as answer to what they had sent out into the cosmos in the form of music and poetry. Thus the festivals had a wonderful, intimate human content. This was a question to the divine spiritual universe. Men received the answer, because just as we perceive the fruiting, the blossoming, the greening of the earth today, they felt something plant-like streaming down from above out of the otherwise merely mineral air. In this way there entered into the dream of existence, into the ancient dreamy consciousness, also the dream of the ego. And when the St. John's festival was past, and July and August came again, the people had the feeling, quote, we have an ego, but this ego remains up there in heaven and speaks to us only at St. John's time. Then we become aware that we are connected with heaven. It has taken our ego into its protection. It shows it to us when it opens the great window of heaven at St. John's time. But we must ask about it. We must ask as we carry out the festival performances at St. John's time, as in these performances we find our way into the unbelievably close and intimate musical and poetic ceremonies." Unquote. Thus these ancient festivals already established a communication, a union between the earthly and the heavenly. You see, this whole festival was immersed in the musical poetic. I might say that in the simple settlements of very ancient peoples, suddenly, for a few days at the height of summer, everything became poetic, although it had been thoroughly prepared beforehand by the mysteries. The whole social life was plunged into this musical poetic element. The people believed that they needed this for life during the course of the year, just as they needed daily food and drink, that they needed to enter into this mood of dancing, music, and poetry in order to establish their communication with the divine spiritual powers of the cosmos. A relic of this festival remained in a later age, when a poet said, for example, quote, "Sing, O muse, of the wrath of Achilles, the son of Peleus," unquote, because he still remembered that once upon a time the great question was put before the deity, and the deity was expected to give answer to the question of men. Just as these festivals at St. John's time were carefully prepared in order to pose the great question to the cosmos, so that the cosmos might assure man at this time that he has an ego, which the heavens have taken into their protection, so likewise was prepared the festival at the time of the winter solstice, in the depths of winter, which has now become our Christmas festival. But while at St. John's time everything was steeped in the musical poetic, in the dance element, now in the depths of winter everything was first prepared in such a way that the people knew they must become still and quiet, that they must enter into a more contemplative element. And then there was brought forth, in these ancient times of which outer history provides no record, of which we can only know through spiritual science, all that during the summer had been in the forming and shaping and imaging elements which reached a climax in the festivals in music and dance. During that time these ancient people, who in a certain way went out of themselves in order to unite with the ego in the heavens, were not involved in learning anything. Besides the festival, they were occupied in doing what was necessary for their subsistence. Instruction waited for the winter months, and this reached its culmination, its festival expression, at the time of the winter solstice, in the depth of winter, at Christmas time. Then began the preparation of the people, again under the guidance of pupils of the mysteries, for various spiritual celebrations which were not performed during the summer. It is difficult to describe in modern terms what the people did from our September-October to our Christmas time, because everything was so very different from what is done now. But they were guided in what we would perhaps call riddle-solving, in answering questions that were put in a veiled form, so that people had to discover a meaning in what was given in signs. Let us say that the mystery pupils gave to those who were learning in this way some kind of symbolic image, which they were to interpret. Or they gave what we would call a riddle to be solved, or some kind of incantation. What the magic saying contained, they were to apply to nature, and thus divine its meaning. But especially there was careful preparation for what later took on the most varied forms among the different peoples. For example, for what was known in northern countries at a later time as the throwing of the runic wands, W-A-N-D-S, so that they formed shapes which were then deciphered. People devoted themselves to these activities in the depth of winter, but above all those things were cultivated that then led to a certain art of modeling, in a primitive form, of course. Among these ancient forms of consciousness was a most singular one, paradoxical as it sounds to modern people, and it was as follows. With the coming of October, an urge for some sort of activity began to stir in people's limbs. In the summer a man had to accommodate the movements of his limbs to what the fields demanded of him. He had to put his hands to the plough. He had to adapt himself to the outer world. When the harvest had been gathered in, however, and his limbs were rested, Then a need stirred in him for some other form of activity, and his limbs took on a longing to knead, K-N-E-A-D. Then people derived a special satisfaction from all kinds of plastic molding activity. We might say that just as an intensive urge had arisen at the time of the St. John's festival for dancing and music, so toward Christmas time an intensive urge arose to knead, to mold, to create, using any kind of pliant substance available in nature. People had an especially sensitive feeling, for example, for the way water begins to freeze. This gave them the specific impulse to push it in one direction and another, so that the ice forms appearing in the water took on certain shapes. Indeed, people went so far as to keep their hands in the water while the shapes developed and their hands grew numb. In this way, when the water froze under the waves their hands cast up, it assumed the most remarkable artistic shapes, which of course again melted away. Nothing remains of all this in the age of intellectualism, except at most the custom of lead casting on New Year's Eve, the feast of St. Sylvester. In this, molten lead is poured into water, and one discovers that it takes on shapes whose meaning is then supposed to be guessed. But that is the last abstract remnant of those wonderful activities that arose from the impelling force in nature, experienced inwardly by the human being, which expressed itself, for example, as I have related, that a person thrust his hand into water, which was in process of freezing, the hand then becoming numb as he tested how the water formed waves, so that the freezing water then, quote-unquote, answered with the most remarkable shapes. In this way, the human being found the answers to his questions of the earth. Through music and poetry at the height of summer, he turned toward the heavens with his questions, and they answered by sending ego feeling into his dreaming consciousness. In the depth of winter he turned for what he wanted to know, not now toward the heavens, but to the earthly, and he tested what kind of forms the earthly element can take on. In doing this he observed that the forms which emerged had a certain similarity to those developed by beetles and butterflies. This was the result of his contemplation. From the plastic formative element that he drew out of the nature processes of the earth, there arose in him the intuitive observation that the various animal forms are fashioned entirely out of the earthly element. At Christmas, man understood the animal forms, and as he worked, as he exerted his limbs, even jumped into the water and made certain movements, then sprang out and observed how the solidifying water responded, he noticed in the outer world what sort of form he himself had as man. And this was only at Christmas time, not otherwise. At other times he had a perception only of the animal world and of what pertains to race. At Christmas time he advanced to the experience of the human form as well. Just as in those times of the ancient mysteries the ego consciousness was mediated from the heavens, so the feeling for the human form was conveyed out of the earth. At Christmas time man learned to know the earth's form force, its sculptural shaping force, and at St. John's time, at the height of summer, he learned to know how the harmonies of the spheres let his ego sound into his dream consciousness. And thus at special festival seasons the ancient mysteries expanded the being of man. On the one side, the environment of the earth extended out into the heavens, so that man might know how the heavens held his capital I in their protection, how his I rested there. And at Christmas time, the mystery teachers caused the earth to give answer to the questioning of man by way of plastic forms, so that man gradually came to have an interest in the human form, in the flowing together of all animal forms into the human form. At midsummer, man learned to know himself inwardly in relation to his ego. In the depth of winter, he learned to feel himself outwardly in relation to his human form. And so it was that what man perceived as his being, how he actually felt himself, was not acquired simply by being man, but by living together with the course of the year. That in order for him to come to ego consciousness, the heavens opened their windows. That in order for him to come to consciousness of his human form, the earth in a certain way unfolded her mysteries. Thus the human being was inwardly, intimately linked with the course of the year, so intimately linked that he had to say to himself, quote, "I know about what I am as man only when I don't live along stolidly, but when I allow myself to be lifted up to the heavens in summer, when I let myself sink down in winter into the earth mysteries, into the secrets of the earth," unquote. You see from this that at one time the festival seasons with their celebrations were looked upon as an integral part of human life. A man felt that he was not only an earth being, but that his essential being belonged to the whole world, that he was a citizen of the entire cosmos. Indeed, he felt himself so little to be an earth being that he actually had first to be made aware of what he was through the earth by means of festivals. And these festivals could be celebrated only at certain seasons, because at other times the people who experienced the course of the year to some degree would have been quite unable to experience it at all. For all that the people could experience through the festivals was connected with the related seasons. Mark you, after man has once achieved his freedom in the age of intellectualism, he can certainly not come again to this sharing in the life of the cosmos in the same way that he experienced it in primitive ages. But he can nevertheless come to it even with his modern constitution, if he applies himself once more to the spiritual. We might say that in the ego consciousness which mankind has had for a long time now, something has been drawn in which could be attained only through the windows of heaven in summer. But just for that reason man must be learning to understand the cosmos, acquire for himself something else which in turn lies beyond the ego. It is natural today for people to speak of the human form in general. Those who have entered into the intellectual age no longer have a strong feeling for the animalistic racial element. But just as this feeling formerly came over man, I should like to say as a force, as an impulse, which could be sought only out of the earth, so today, through an understanding of the earth which cannot be gained by means of geology or mineralogy, but only once more in a spiritual way, man must come again to something more than the mere human form. If we consider the human form, we can say in very ancient times man felt himself within this form, in such a way that he felt only the external racial characteristics connected with the blood, but failed to perceive as far as the skin itself. He did not notice what formed his outline. Today man has come so far that he does notice his outline, his bodily limits. He perceives his contour indeed as the typically human feature of his form. Now, however, man must come out beyond himself. He must learn to know the etheric and astral elements outside himself. This he can do only through the deepening of spiritual science. Thus we see that our present-day consciousness has been acquired at the cost of losing much of the former connection of our consciousness with the cosmos. But once man has come to experience his freedom and his world of thought, then he must emerge again and experience cosmically. This is what anthroposophy intends when it speaks of a renewal of the festivals, even of the creating of festivals, like the Michaelmas festival in autumn, of which we have recently spoken. We must come once more to an inner understanding of what the cycle of the year can mean to man in this connection. It can then be something even loftier than it was for man long ago, as we have described it. The end of Lecture 4. This is Lecture 5 of The Cycle of the Year's Breathing Process of the Earth, given in 1923. This is the last of these 5 in this part of the GA 223. Synopsis of Lecture 5. Review of previous lecture. Modern man, fond of his body, but indifferent to his capital I. In ancient times, man perceived I in midsummer, in connection with the cosmos, absorbing moral impulse into himself. The answer he expected from the heavens, following his singing and dancing, was divine moral, quote, enlightenment, unquote, perhaps in thunderstorm. Messages of day and night differed. Nature ruled in midsummer night. People approached spiritual in a real dream, which revealed elementals. Man ascribed the divine spiritual within him to the revelation of the St. John's season. In autumn, man felt himself growing out of the divine spiritual into nature, which inclined toward death. This season for acquiring, quote, knowledge of nature, unquote, for reflection. Mottos taught in mysteries. For summer, quote, receive the light, unquote. For autumn, quote, look around thee, unquote. In midwinter, man felt himself as unfolding downward, felt gravity, felt darkness rising out of the earth like a serpent, felt ensnared in will nature by earth forces, by forces opposed to moral world order. His intellect, which began to consolidate in autumn, incited him to cunning, to follow the principle of utility. The, quote, temptation through evil, unquote, approached him. Man was to overcome this through Platonic virtue we call temperance. Quote, beware of evil, unquote, was the winter motto. Spring was to see, quote, the return to human nature, unquote, to the higher nature through repentance. In summer, men dreamed outside the human being. During winter, to the extent that their soul being was inwardly free, they dreamed within their own being. Dream song of Olaf Åsteson. Know thyself, practiced in spring in polarity to, quote, knowledge of nature, unquote. Echoes of these festivals have persisted, but everything was changed with the mystery of Golgotha. Birth of Jesus, by legend in a cave, took place when man in grip of earth powers. Materialism has overwhelmed midsummer sense of enlightenment. Autumn of special importance. How can man transform nature knowledge so that out of it spirit knowledge can arise? Michael festival must take on special meaning. Gradual overcoming of animal forms. Man must study nature science to learn what man is not, what spirit is not. Telescope and microscope show lie in place of truth. From this counter-image can develop force indicated in overcoming dragon by Michael. When man no longer had true feeling for seasons, he related things instead to the human being. The concepts of the seasons were changed into so-called Platonic virtues. Soul cowardice holds man back from spirit knowledge. Michaelmas should become festival of soul courage, from which will ray out what will give other festivals right content. The festivals should become festivals of remembrance or admonition. Michaelmas above all. The festivals must continue, but because man is changing, they too must change. The end of the synopsis of Lecture 5. Lecture 5. I should like to carry to a still wider horizon the reflections I have already made here concerning the relationship between man and the cycle of nature, which was formed in ancient times under the influence of the mysteries, and to go into what was believed in those times with regard to all that one as man received from the cosmos through this cycle of nature. You may have gathered from yesterday's lecture, as well perhaps as from the recollection of much that I could still say about such matters during the past Christmas season, in the Goetheanum, which has now been taken from us, you may have gathered that the cycle of the year in its phenomena was perceived, and indeed today it can still be perceived as a result of life, as something which in its external events is just as much the expression of a living being standing behind it as the actions of the human organism are the manifestations of a being, of the human soul itself. Let us remind ourselves how in midsummer, the time we know as St. John's, the people became aware, under this ancient mystery influence, of a certain relationship to their ego, an ego which they did not yet consider as exclusively their own, but which they viewed as resting still in the bosom of the divine spiritual. These people believed that by means of the ceremonies I have described, they approached their capital I at midsummer, although throughout the rest of the year it was hidden from them. Of course, they thought of themselves as dwelling in their beings altogether in the bosom of the divine spiritual, but they thought that during the other 3 quarters of the year nothing was revealed to them of what belonged to them as their ego. Only in this one quarter, which reached its high point at St. John's, did the essential being of their own ego manifest itself to them as through a window opening out of the divine spiritual world. Now, this essence of the individual ego within the divine spiritual world in which it revealed itself was by no means regarded in such a neutral, indifferent, one may even say phlegmatic way as is the case today. When the I is spoken of today, a person is hardly likely to think of it as having any special connection either with this world or any other. Rather, he thinks of his I as a kind of point. What he does rays out from it, and what he perceives rays in. But the feeling a person has today in regard to his I is of an altogether phlegmatic nature. We cannot really say that modern man even feels the egoity of his I, in spite of the fact that it is his ego, for anyone who wants to be honest cannot really claim that he is fond of his I. He is fond of his body, he is fond of his instincts, he may be fond of this or that experience, but the I is just a tiny word which is felt as a point in which all that has been indicated is more or less condensed. But in that period in which, after long preparations had been made, the approach to this I was undertaken ceremonially, each man was enabled in a certain sense to meet his I in the universe. Following this meeting, then, the I was perceived to be once more gradually withdrawing and leaving the human being alone with his bodily and soul nature, or as we would say today, with his physical, etheric, astral being. In that period, man felt the I perceptively as having a real connection with the entire cosmos, with the whole world. But what was felt above all else with regard to the relationship of this I to the world was not something naturalistic, to use the modern term. It was not something received as an external phenomenon. Rather, it was something which was deemed to be the very center of the most ancient moral conception of the world. Men did not expect great secrets of nature to be revealed to them at this season. To be sure, such nature secrets were spoken of, but man did not direct his attention primarily to them. Rather, he perceived through his feeling that above all he was to absorb into himself as moral impulse what is revealed at this time of midsummer, when light and warmth reach their highest point. This was the season man perceived as the time of the divine moral enlightenment, and what he wanted above all to obtain from the heavens as quote-unquote answer to the performances of music, poetry, and dancing that were carried on at this season, what he waited for was that there should be revealed out of the heavens in all seriousness what they required of him morally. And when all the ceremonies had been carried out that I described yesterday as belonging to the celebration of these festivals during the time of the sun's sultry heat, if it sometimes happened that a powerful storm broke forth with thunder and lightning, then just in this outbreak of thunder and lightning men felt the moral admonition of the heavens to earthly humanity. There are vestiges from this ancient time in conceptions such as that of Zeus as the god of thunder armed with a thunderbolt. Something similar is linked with the German god Donar. Thus we have on one side, on the other side man perceptively felt nature, I might say, as warm, luminous, satisfied in itself. And he felt that this warming, luminous nature, as it was during the daytime, remained also into the nighttime. Only he made a distinction, saying to himself, quote, during the day the air is filled with the warmth element, with the light element. In these elements of warmth and light there weave and live spiritual messengers, through whom the higher divine beings want to make themselves known to men, want to endow them with moral impulses. But at night, when the higher spiritual beings withdraw, the messengers remain behind and reveal themselves in their own way. Unquote. And thus it was that especially at midsummer people perceived the ruling and weaving of nature in the summer nights, in the summer evenings. And what they felt then seemed to them to be a kind of summer dream, which they experienced in reality, a summer dream through which they came especially near to the divine spiritual. a summer dream by which they were convinced that every phenomenon of nature was, at the same time, the moral utterance of the gods, but that all kinds of elemental beings were also active there, who revealed themselves to men in their own way. All the fanciful embellishment of the Midsummer Night's Dream, of the St. John's Night Dream, is what remained later of the wondrous forms conjured by human imagination, that wove through this midsummer time on the soul spiritual level. This, then, in all particulars, was taken to be a divine spiritual, moral revelation of the cosmos to man. And so we may say that the conception underlying this was, at midsummer the divine spiritual world revealed itself through moral impulses which were implanted in man as enlightenment. And what was felt in a quite special way at that time, what then worked upon man, was felt to be something superhuman, which played into the human order of things. From his inner participation in the festivities celebrated in that time, man knew that he was lifted up above himself, as he then was, into the superhuman, and that the deity grasped the hand that man, as it were, reached toward him at this season. Everything that man believed to be divine spiritual within him, he ascribed to the revelations of this season of St. John's. When the summer came to an end and autumn approached, when the leaves were withered and the seeds had ripened, when, that is, the full luxurious life of summer had faded and the trees became bare, then, because the insights of the mysteries had flowed into all these perceptions, man felt, quote, "the divine spiritual world is withdrawing again from man," unquote. He notices how he is directed back to himself. He is, in a certain sense, growing out of the spiritual into nature. Thus man felt this living into the autumn as a living out from the spiritual, as a living into nature. The tree leaves became mineralized, the seeds dried up and mineralized, everything inclined in a certain way toward the death of nature's year. In being thus interwoven with what was becoming mineral on the earth and around the earth, man felt that he himself was becoming woven together with nature. For in that period man still stood closer in his inner experience to what was going on outside. And he also thought, he pondered in his mind about how he experienced his being woven together with nature. His whole thinking took on this character. If we want to express in our language today what man felt when autumn came, we should have to say the following. I beg you, however, to realize that I am using present-day words, and that in those days man would not have been able to speak thus, for then everything rested on perceptive feeling, and was not characterized through thinking. But if we want to speak in modern terms, we shall have to say, with this particular trend of thinking, with this feeling way of perceiving, the human being experienced the transition from summer to autumn in such a way that he found in it a passing from spirit knowledge to nature knowledge. Toward autumn, man felt that he was no longer in a time of spirit knowledge, but that autumn required of him that he should learn to know nature. Thus at the autumn equinox we have, instead of moral impulse, knowledge of nature, coming to know nature. The human being began to reflect about nature. At this time also, he began to take into account the fact that he was a creature, a being within the cosmos. In that time it would have been considered folly to present nature knowledge in its existing form to man during the summer. The purpose of summer is to bring man into relation with the spiritual in the world. With the arrival of what we today call the Michaelmas season, people said to themselves, quote, "By everything that man perceives about him in the woods, in the trees, in the plants, he is stimulated to pursue nature knowledge," unquote. It was the season in which men were to occupy themselves above all with acquiring knowledge, with reflection, and indeed it was also the time when outer circumstances of life made this possible. Human life thus proceeded from enlightenment to knowledge. It was the right season for knowledge, for ever-increasing cognition. When the pupils of the mysteries received their instruction from the teachers, they were given certain mottos of which we find adaptations in the maxims of the Greek sages, The, quote, 7 maxims, unquote, of the 7 wise men of Greece are, however, not actually those which originated in the primeval mysteries. In the very earliest mysteries, there was a saying associated with midsummer, quote, receive the light, unquote. By light, spiritual wisdom was meant. It designated that within which the human being's own eye shone. For autumn, the motto imprinted in the mysteries as an admonition pointing to what should be carried on by the souls was, look around thee. Now there approached the next development of the year, and with it what man felt within himself to be connected of itself with this year. The season of winter approached. We come to midwinter, which includes our Christmas time. Just as the human being in midsummer felt himself lifted out above himself to the divine spiritual existence of the cosmos, so he felt himself in midwinter to be unfolding downward below himself. He felt as if the forces of the earth were washing around him and carrying him along. He felt as though his will nature, his instincts and impulses were infiltrated and permeated by gravity, by the force of destruction and other forces that are in the earth. In these ancient times, people did not feel winter as we feel it, that it merely gets cold and we have to put on warm boots, for example, in order not to get chilled. Rather, a man of that ancient time felt what was coming up out of the earth as something that united itself with his own being. In contrast to the sultry, light-filled element, he felt what came up then in winter as a frosty element. We feel the chilliness today, too, but because it is connected with the corporeality. But ancient man felt within his soul, as a phenomenon accompanying the cold, darkness and gloom. He felt somewhat as if all around him, wherever he went, darkness rose up out of the earth and enveloped him in a kind of cloud. Only up to the middle of his body, to be sure, but this is the way he felt. And he said to himself, again I have to describe it in more modern words, man said to himself, quote, during the height of summer, I stand face to face with enlightenment. Then the heavenly, the superterrestrial streams down into the earthly world. But now the earthly is streaming upward, unquote. Man already perceived and experienced something of the earthly during the autumnal equinox. But what he perceived and felt then of earthly nature was in conformity in a certain sense with his own nature. It was still connected with him. We might say, quote, at the time of the autumn equinox, man felt in his Gemüt, in his realm of feeling, all that had to do with nature. But now in winter he felt as though the earth were laying claim to him, as if he were ensnared in his will nature by the forces of the earth. He felt this to be the denial of the moral world order. He felt that together with the blackness that enveloped him like a cloud, forces opposed to the moral world order were ensnaring him. He felt the darkness rise up out of the earth like a serpent and wind him about. But at the same time he was also aware of something quite different. Already during autumn he had felt something stirring within him that we today call intellect. Whereas in summer the intellect evaporates and there enters from outside a wisdom-filled moral element, during autumn the intellect is consolidated. The human being approaches evil, but his intellect consolidates. Man felt an actual serpent-like manifestation in midwinter, but at the same time the solidification, the strengthening of shrewdness of the reflective element of all that made him sly and cunning and incited him to follow the principle of utility in life. All this he was aware of in this way. And just as in autumn the knowledge of nature gradually emerged, so in midwinter the temptation of hell approached the human being, the temptation on the part of evil. Thus he was aware of this. So when we write here, quote, moral impulse, knowledge of nature, see the diagram, unfortunately, here at midwinter we must write temptation through evil. This was just the beginning, this was just the time in which man had to develop what in any case was within him by way of nature. Everything associated with the intellect, slyness, cunning, all that was directed toward the utilitarian. This man was to overcome through temperance. This was the reason then in which this was the season then in which man had to develop not an open sense for wisdom, which in accordance with the ancient mystery wisdom had been required of him during the Enlightenment, but something else. There's a footnote on the word temperance. The third of the cardinal or Platonic virtues, called in Greek Sophrosyne, in English temperance or moderation, in German is Besonnenheit. According to Steiner, Besonnenheit is, quote, in filling one's impulses with the degree of consciousness possible, unquote. Quote, a man who rules his impulses through reflective thinking, feeling, and perceiving is a man who is besonnen. From Das Rätsel des Menschen, 6th of August 1916. See also Spiritual Foundation of Morality by Steiner. End of footnote. Just in that season in which evil revealed itself, as we have indicated, man could experience in a fitting way resistance to evil. He was to become self-controlled. Above all else, at the season of change which he passed through in moving on from enlightenment to cognition, from knowledge of spirit to knowledge of nature, he was to progress from nature knowledge to the contemplation of evil. This is the way it was understood. And in giving instructions to the pupils of the mysteries which could become mottos, the teachers said to them, just as at midsummer they had said, receive the light, and in autumn, look around you, now in midwinter it was said, beware of evil. And it was expected that through temperance, through this guarding of oneself against evil, men would come to a kind of self-knowledge, which would lead them to realize how they had deviated from the moral principles in the course of the year. Deviation from the moral impulses through the contemplation of evil, its overcoming through moderation, this was to come to man's consciousness just in the time following midwinter. Hence in this ancient wisdom all sorts of things were undertaken that induced men to atone for what they recognized as deviations from the moral impulses they had received through enlightenment. With this we approach spring, the spring equinox. And just as here we have enlightenment, cognition, temperance, so for the spring equinox we have what was perceived as the activity of repentance. And in place of cognition, and correspondingly temptation through evil, there now entered something which we could call the return, the reversion to man's higher nature through repentance. Where we have written here, enlightenment, cognition, temperance, here we must write return to human nature. If we look back once more to what was in the depths of winter the temptation by evil, you will have to say, at that time man felt as though he were lowered into the abysmal deeps of the earth. He felt himself entrapped by earth's darkness. Just as during the height of summer, man was in a sense torn out of himself, his soul nature being then lifted up above him, so now, in order not to be ensnared by evil during the winter, his soul being made itself inwardly free. Through this there existed during the depths of winter, I might say, a counter-image to what was present during the height of summer. At midsummer the phenomena of nature spoke in a spiritual way. People sought especially in the thunder and the lightning for what the heavens had to say. They looked at the phenomena of nature, but what they sought in these phenomena was a spiritual language. Even in small things they sought, at St. John's tide, the spiritual message of the elemental beings. But they looked for it outside themselves. They dreamed, in a certain sense, outside the human being. During the depths of winter, however, people sank into themselves and dreamed within their own being. To the extent that they tore themselves loose from the entanglement of the earth, that is, whenever they could free their soul element, they dreamed within their own being. Of this there has remained what is connected with the visions, with the inner beholding of the 13 nights following the winter solstice. Everywhere recollections have remained of these ancient times. You can look at the Norwegian song of Olaf Asteson as a later development of what existed quite extensively in ancient times. Footnote: because of Rudolf Steiner's lectures referring to, quote, the dream song of Olaf Asteson, December 26, 1911, and January 7, 1913, this unique poem of initiation experience has been translated into English. End of footnote. Then the springtime drew near. In our time, the situation has shifted somewhat. In those days, spring was closer to winter, and the whole year was viewed as being divided into 3 periods. Things were compressed. Nevertheless, what I am sharing with you here was taught in its turn. Thus, just as at midsummer they said, "Receive the light," and in autumn at Michaelmas, "Look around you." Just as at midwinter, at the time that we celebrate Christmas, they said, "Beware of the evil," so for the time of return they had a saying which was then thought to have effect only at this time: "Know thyself," placing it in exact polarity to the knowledge of nature. Beware of the evil could also be expressed, beware, draw back from earth's darkness. But this they did not say. Whereas during midsummer men accepted the external natural phenomenon of light as wisdom, that is, at midsummer they spoke in a certain way in accordance with nature, they would never have put the motto for winter into the sentence, "Beware of the darkness," for they expressed rather the moral interpretation, "Beware of evil." Echoes of these festivals have persisted everywhere, so far as they have been understood. Naturally, everything was changed when the great event of Golgotha entered in. It was in the season of the deepest human temptation, in winter, that the birth of Jesus occurred. The birth of Jesus took place in the very time when man was in the grip of the earth powers, when he had plunged down, as it were, into the abysses of the earth. Among the legends associated with the birth of Jesus, you will even find one which says that Jesus came into the world in a cave, thus hinting at something that was perceived as wisdom in the most ancient mysteries, namely, that there the human being can find what he has to seek in spite of being held fast by the dark element of the earth, which at the same time holds the reason for his falling prey to evil. It is in accord with all of this, too, that the time of repentance is ascribed to the season when spring is approaching. The understanding for the midsummer festival has quite naturally disappeared to a still greater extent than that for the other side of the year's course. For the more materialism overtook mankind, the less people felt themselves drawn to anything such as enlightenment. And what is of quite special importance to present-day humanity is precisely that time which leads on from enlightenment, of which man still remains unconscious, toward the season of autumn. Here lies the point where man, who indeed has to enter into knowledge of nature, should grasp in the nature knowledge a picture, a reflection of a knowledge of divine spirits. For this there is no better festival of remembrance than Michaelmas. If this is celebrated in the right way, it must follow that mankind everywhere will take hold of the question, how is spirit knowledge to be found in the glorified nature knowledge of the present? How can man transform nature knowledge so that out of what the human being possesses as the fruits of this nature knowledge, spirit knowledge will arise? In other words, how is that to be overcome, which, if it were to run its course on its own, would entrap man in the subhuman? A turnaround must take place. The Michael festival must take on a particular meaning. This meaning emerges when one can perceive the following. Natural science has led man to recognize one side of world evolution, for example, that out of lower animal organisms, higher, more perfect ones have evolved in the course of time right up to man. Or, to take another example, that during the development of the embryo in the mother's body, the human being passes through the animal forms one after the other. That, however, is only one side. The other side is what comes before our souls when we say to ourselves, quote, "Man had to evolve out of his original divine human beginning," unquote. If this indicates the original human condition, then man had to evolve out of it to his present state of unfoldment. First he had gradually to push out of himself the lower animals, then stage by stage what exists as higher animal forms. He overcame all this, separated it out, thrust it aside. In this way he has come to what was originally predestined for him. It is the same in his embryonic development. The human being rejects, each in its turn, everything that he is not to be. We do not, however, derive the real import of present-day nature knowledge from this fact. What then is the import of modern nature knowledge? It lies in the sentence, "You behold in what nature knowledge shows you that which you need to exclude from knowledge of man." What does this imply? It implies that man must study natural science. Why? When he looks into a microscope, he knows what is not spirit. When he looks through a telescope into the far spaces of the universe, there is revealed to him what spirit is not. When he makes some sort of experiment in the physics or chemistry laboratory, what is not spirit is revealed to him. Everything that is not spirit is manifest to him in its pure form. In ancient times, when men beheld what is today nature, they still saw the spirit shining through it. Today we have to study nature in order to be able to say, quote, "All that is not spirit," unquote. It is all winter wisdom. What pertains to summer wisdom must take a different form. In order that man may be spurred toward the spirit, may get an impulse toward the spirit, he must learn to know the unspiritual, the anti-spiritual. And man must be sensible of things that no one as yet admits today. For example, everyone says today, quote, "If I have some sort of tiny living creature too small to be seen with the naked eye, and I put it under a microscope, it will be enlarged for me so that I can see it," unquote. Then, however, one must conceive, quote, "This size is illusory. I have increased the size of the creature, and I no longer have it. I have a phantom. What I am seeing is not a reality. I have put a lie in place of the truth," unquote. This is, of course, madness from the present-day point of view, but it is precisely the truth. If we will only realize that natural science is needed in order from this counter-image of the truth to receive the impulse toward the truth, then the force will be developed which can be symbolically indicated in the overcoming of the dragon by Michael. But something else is connected with this, which already stands in the annals, in what I may call a spiritual way. It stands there in such a form, however, that when man no longer had any true feeling for what lives in the year's changing seasons, he related the whole thing instead to the human being. What leads to enlightenment was replaced by the concept of wisdom, called prudence in English practice. Then what leads to knowledge was replaced by the concept of courage, fortitude. Temperance stayed the same, and what corresponded to repentance was replaced by the concept justice. Here you have the four Platonic concepts of virtue: wisdom, prudence; fortitude, temperance, justice. What man had formerly received from the light of the year in its course was now taken into man himself. It will come into consideration just in connection with the Michaelmas festival, however, that there will have to be a festival in honor of human courage, of the human manifestation of the courage of Michael. For what is it that holds man back today from spirit knowledge? Lack of soul courage, not to say soul cowardice. Man wants to receive everything passively, wants to set himself down in front of the world as if it were a movie, and wants to let the microscope and the telescope tell him everything. He does not want to temper the instrument of his own spirit, of his own soul, by activity. He does not care to be a follower of Michael. This requires inner courage. This inner courage must have its festival in Michaelmas. Then from the festival of courage, from the festival of the inwardly courageous human soul, there will ray out what will give the other festivals of the year also the right content. We must, in fact, continue the path further. We must take into human nature what was formerly outside. Man is no longer in such a position that he could develop the knowledge of nature only in autumn. It is already so that in man today things lie one within the other, for only in this way can he unfold his freedom. Yet it nevertheless holds true that the celebrating of festivals, I might say in a transformed sense, is again becoming necessary. If the festivals were formerly festivals of giving by the divine to the earthly, if man at the festivals formerly received the gifts of the heavenly powers directly, so today when man has his capacities within himself, the metamorphosis of the festival thought consists in the festivals now being festivals of remembrance or admonition. Footnote: Erinnerung has two shades of meaning. One is recollection or remembrance, the other admonition or reminder. Both elements seem to apply in this passage. End of footnote. In them, man inscribes into his soul what he is to consummate within himself. And thus again it will be best to have as the most strongly working festival of admonition and remembrance this festival with which autumn begins, the Michaelmas festival. For at the same time all nature is speaking in meaningful cosmic language. The trees are becoming bare, the leaves are withering. The creatures which all summer long have fluttered through the air as butterflies, or have filled the air with their hum as beetles, begin to withdraw. Many animals fall into their winter sleep. Everything becomes paralyzed. Nature, which through her own activity has helped man during spring and summer, nature, which has worked in man during spring and summer, herself withdraws. Man is referred back to himself. What must now awaken when nature forsakes him is courage of soul. Once more, we are shown how what we can conceive as a Michael festival must be a festival of soul courage, of soul strength, of soul activity. This is what will gradually give to the festival thought the character of remembrance or admonition, qualities already suggested in a monumental saying by which it is indicated that for all future time what previously had been festivals of gifts will become, or should become, festivals of remembrance. These monumental words, which must be the basis of all festival thoughts, also for those which will arise again, this monumental saying is, quote, "This do in remembrance of me," unquote. That is the festival thought which is turned toward the memory aspect. Just as the other thought that lies in the Christ impulse must work on livingly, must reform itself and must not be allowed simply to remain as a dead product toward which we look back, so must this thought also work on further, kindling perceptive feeling and thought. And we must understand that the festivals must continue in spite of the fact that man is changing, but that because of this, the festivals also must go through metamorphoses. That is the end of Lecture 5 and the end of the little cycle, the cycle of the year as breathing process of the earth, given in 1923. This is a continued reading of GA 223, and this small section is from a book called Michaelmas and the Soul Forces of Man, a set of 4 lectures. The synopsis of Lecture 1. How shall man, the earth citizen, once more become a citizen of the cosmos? The expansion of life's horizon into cosmic reaches. Philosophic aspects and impulses determining the human being in the picture of Michael's conflict with the dragon. Lecture 1. When anthroposophy is discussed in certain circles today, one of the many misstatements made about it is that it is intellectualistic, that it appeals predominantly to the scientific mind, and that it does not sufficiently consider the needs of the human Gemüt. For this reason I have chosen anthroposophy and the human Gemüt as the subject of this short cycle of lectures, which, to my great satisfaction, I am able to deliver to you here in Vienna, my dear friends. The human Gemüt has indeed been wholly excluded from the domain of cognition by the intellectualistic development of civilization in the last 3 or 4 centuries. It is true that today one never tires of insisting that man cannot stop short at what the dry, matter-of-fact intellect can comprehend. Nevertheless, when it is a case of acquiring knowledge, people depend exclusively upon this intellect. On the other hand, it is constantly being emphasized that the human gemüt ought to come into its own again, yet it is not given the chance to do so. It is denied the opportunity of making any contact whatever with cosmic enigmas, and its sphere of action is limited to the most intimate concerns of men, to matters that are decided only in the most personal way. Today we shall discuss first, in what I might call a sort of historical retrospect, how in earlier periods of human evolution this gemüt was granted a voice in the search for knowledge, when it was permitted to conjure up grandiose and mighty images before the human soul, intended to illuminate man's efforts of realizing his incorporation into the body of world events, into the cosmos, and his participation in the changing times. In those days, when the human gemüt was still allowed to contribute its share in the matter of world views, these images really constituted the most important element of them. They represented the vast, comprehensive cosmic connections and assigned man his position in them. In order to create a basis for further study of the human gemüt from the viewpoint of anthroposophy, I should like to present to you today one of those grandiose, majestic images that formerly were intended to function as I have indicated. It is at the same time one of those images especially fitted at present to be brought before men's souls in a new manner, with which we shall also deal. I should like to talk to you about the image with which you are all familiar, but whose significance for human consciousness has gradually partly faded, partly suffered through misconception. I refer to the image of the conflict, the battle of Michael with the dragon. Many people are still deeply affected by it, but its more profound content is either dim or misunderstood. At best, it makes no such close contact with the human gemüt as was once the case, even as late as the 18th century. People of today have no conception of the changes that have taken place in this respect, of how great a proportion of what so-called clever people call fantastic visions constituted the most serious elements of the ancient worldviews. This has been preeminently the case with the image of Michael's combat with the dragon. Nowadays, when a man reflects upon his development on the earth, a materialistic worldview inclines him to trace his relatively more perfect human form back to less perfect ones, farther and farther back to physical animal forebears. In this way, one really moves away from present-day man, who is able to experience his own being in an inner, psycho-spiritual way, and arrives at far more material creatures from whom man is supposed to have descended, creatures that stood much closer to material existence. People assume that matter has gradually developed upward to the point where it experiences spirit. That was not the view in comparatively recent times. It was really the exact opposite. Even as late as the 18th century, when those who had not been infected by the materialistic viewpoint and frame of mind, there were not yet many who were so infected, cast their inner gaze back to prehistoric mankind. They looked upon their ancestors not as beings less human than themselves, but as beings more spiritual. They beheld beings in whom spirituality was so inherent that they did not assume physical bodies in the sense that people on earth do today. Incidentally, the earth did not even exist then. They beheld beings living in a higher, more spiritual way, and having, to express it crudely, a body of much finer, more spiritual substance. To that sphere one did not assign beings like present-day men, but more exalted ones, beings having at most an etheric body, not a physical one. Such approximately were our ancestors, as people then conceived them. People used to look back at a time when there were no so-called higher animals either, when at most there were animals whose descendants of the jellyfish kind live in the oceans of today. On what was the ancestor of our earth? They represented, so to speak, the animal kingdom, the plane below that of man, and above the latter was the kingdom embracing only beings with at most an etheric body. What I enumerated in my occult science and outline as beings of the higher hierarchies would still be today, though in a different form, what was then considered in a certain sense the ancestry of man. These beings, angeloi, archangeloi, and archai, in the stage of their evolution of that time, were not destined to be free beings, in the sense in which today we speak of freedom in connection with man. The will of these beings was not experienced by them in such a way as to give them that singular feeling we express by the phrase, to desire something arbitrarily. These beings desired nothing arbitrarily. They willed what flowed into their being as divine will. They had completely identified their will with the divine will. The divine beings ranking above them and signifying in their interrelationships the divine guidance of the world, these beings willed, in a sense, through the lower spirits, archangels and angels, so that the latter willed absolutely according to the purpose and in the sense of superior divine spiritual will. The world of ideas of this older mankind was as follows. In that ancient epoch, the time had not yet arrived in which beings could develop who would be conscious of the feeling of freedom. The divine spiritual world order had postponed that moment to a later epoch, when a number of those spirits, identified with the divine will, were in a sense to receive a free will of their own. That was to occur when the right time had come in world evolution. It is not my purpose to corroborate today from the anthroposophical viewpoint what I have been characterizing. That will be done in the next lectures. Today I am merely describing the conceptions occupying the most enlightened spirits, even as late as the 18th century. I shall present them historically, for only by this method shall we arrive at a new view of the problem of reviving these conceptions in a different form. But then, as these people saw it, among these spirits, whose real cosmic destiny was to remain identified with the will of the divine spirits, there arose a number of beings that wanted to disassociate their will, as it were, to emancipate it from the divine will. In superhuman pride, certain beings revolted against the desired freedom of will before the time had come for their freedom to mature. And the most important one of these beings, their leader, was conceived of as the being taking shape in the dragon that Michael combats. Michael, who remained above, in the realm of those spirits that wanted to continue molding their will in the divine spiritual will above them. By thus remaining steadfast within the divine spiritual will, Michael received the impulse to deal adequately with the spirit that grasped at freedom prematurely, if I may put it that way. For the forms possessed by the beings of the hierarchy of the angeloi, archangeloi, and archai were simply not adapted to a being destined to have a free will, emancipated from divine will as described. Not until later in world evolution were such forms to come into being, namely the human form. But all this is conceived as happening in a period in which cosmic development of the human form was not yet possible, nor were the higher animal forms possible, only the low ones I mentioned. Thus a form had to come into being that might be called cosmically contradictory, and the refractory spirit had to be poured into this mold, so to speak. It could not be an animal form like those destined to appear only later, nor could it be the form of an animal of that time, of the then prevalent softer matter, so to say. It could only be an animal form differing from any that would be possible in the physical world, yet resembling an animal by reason of representing a cosmic contradiction. And the only form that could be evolved out of what was possible at that time is the form of the dragon. Naturally, it was interpreted in various ways when painted or otherwise represented, more or less suitably, according to the inner imaginative cognition of the artist concerning what was possible at that time in a being that had developed a refractory will. But in any case, this form is not to be found among those that became possible in the animal scale up to man in the physical world. It had to remain a supersensible being. But as such, it could not exist in the realm inhabited by the beings of the higher hierarchies, angels, archangels, and so forth. It had to be transferred, as it were, placed among the beings that could evolve in the course of physical development. And that is the story of, quote, the fall of the dragon from heaven to earth, unquote. It was Michael's deed, this bestowing of a form that is supra-animalistic, supersensible, but intolerable in the supersensible realm. For although it is supersensible, it is incompatible with the realm of the supersensible, where it existed before it rebelled. Thus this form was transferred to the physical world, but as a superphysical, supersensible form. It lived thereafter in the realm where the minerals, plants, and animals live, in what became the earth. But it did not live there in such a way that a human eye could perceive it, EYE, as it does an animal, ordinary animal. When the soul's EYE eye is raised to those worlds for which provision was made, so to speak, in the plan of higher worlds, it beholds in its imaginations the beings of the higher hierarchies. When the human physical eye observes the physical world, it sees simply what has come into being in the various kingdoms of nature, up to the form of the physical, sensible human being. But when the soul's eye is directed to what physical nature embraces, it beholds this inherently contradictory form of the adversary, of him who is like an animal, and yet not like an animal, who dwells in the visible world, yet is himself invisible. It beholds the form of the dragon. And in the whole genesis of the dragon, men of old saw the act of Michael, who remained in the realm of spirit, in the form suitable to that realm. Now the earth came into being, and with it man. And it was intended that man should become in a sense a twofold being. With one part of his being, with his psycho-spiritual part, he was to reach up into what is called the heavenly, the supersensible world, and with the other, with the physical etheric part, he was to belong to that nature which came into being as earth nature, as a new cosmic body, the cosmic body to which the apostate spirit, the adversary, was relegated. This is where man had to come into being. He was the being who, according to the primordial decree that underlies all, belongs in this world. Man belonged on the earth. The dragon did not belong on the earth, but he had been transferred thither. And now consider what man encountered on the earth as he came into existence with the earth. He encountered what had developed as external nature out of previous nature kingdoms, tending toward and culminating in our present mineral, plant, and animal kingdoms, up to his own physical form. That is what he encountered. In other words, what we are accustomed to call extra-human nature. What was this? It was, and still is today, the perpetuation of what was intended by the highest creative powers in the continuous plan of the world's evolution. That is why the human being, in experiencing it in his Gemüt, can look out upon external nature, upon the minerals and all that is connected with the mineral world, upon the wondrous crystal formations, also upon the mountains, the clouds, and all the other forms, and he beholds this outer nature in its condition of death, as it were, of not being alive. But he sees all this that is not alive as something that an earlier divine world discarded, just as the human corpse, though in a different significance, is discarded by the living man at death. Although the aspect of the human corpse, as it appears to us, is not primarily anything that can impress us positively, yet that which, in a certain sense, is also a divine corpse, though on a higher plane, and which originated in the mineral kingdom, may be regarded as the factor whose form and shape reflects the originally formless living divinity. And what then comes into being as the higher kingdoms of nature can be regarded as a further reflection of what originally existed in the formless divine. So man can gaze upon the whole of nature, and may feel that this extra-human nature is a mirror of the divine in the world. And after all, that is what nature is intended to give to the human Gemüt. Naively and not through speculation, man must be able to feel joy and accord at the sight of this or that manifestation of nature, feel inner jubilation and enthusiasm when he experiences creative nature in its sprouting and blossoming. And this very unawareness of the cause of this elation, this enthusiasm, this overflowing joy in nature, that is what should evoke deep down in his heart the feeling that his Gemüt is so intimately related to this nature that he can say to himself, though in dim consciousness, All this the gods have taken out of themselves and established in the world as their mirror, the same gods from whom my Gemüt derived, from whom I myself sprang by a different way. And all our inner elation and joy in nature, all that rises in us as a feeling of release when we participate vividly in the freshness of nature, all this should be attuned to the feeling of relationship between our human Gemüt and what lives out there in nature as a mirror of divinity. As you know, man's position in his evolution is such that he takes nature into himself, takes it in through nourishment, through breathing, and though in a spiritual way, through perceiving it with his senses. In these three ways, external nature enters into man, and it is this that makes him a twofold being. Through his psycho-spiritual being, he is related to the beings of the higher hierarchies, but a part of his being he must form out of what he finds in nature. That he takes into himself, that he takes into himself, and by being received in him as nourishment, as the stimulus of breathing, and even in the more delicate etheric process of perception, it extends in him the processes of outer nature. This appears in him as instinct, passion, animal lust, as everything animalistic that rises out of the depths of his nature. Let us note that carefully. Out there we see wondrously formed crystals, mineral masses that tower like gigantic mountains, fresh mineral forms that flow as water over the earth in the most manifold ways. On a higher plane of formative force, we have before us the burgeoning substance and nature of plants, the endless variety of human animal forms, and finally the human physical form itself. All that, living in outer nature, is a mirror of the Godhead. It stands there in its marvelous, naive innocence before the human Gemüt, just because it mirrors the Godhead and is at bottom nothing but a pure reflection. Only one must understand this reflection. Primarily, it is not to be comprehended by the intellect, but only, as we shall hear in the next lectures, precisely by the Gemüt. But if man does not understand it with his Gemüt, and in the olden times of which I spoke, men did, he sees it as the mirror of the Godhead. But then he turns to what lives in nature, in the salts, in plants, and in the parts of animals that enter his own body, and he observes what it is that sprouts in the innocent green of the plants, and what is even still present in a naive way in the animal body. All this he now perceives when he looks into himself. He sees it arising in him as passions, as bestial lusts, animal instincts, and he perceives what nature becomes in him. That was the feeling still cherished by many of the most enlightened men, even in the 18th century. They still felt vividly the difference between outer nature and what nature becomes after man has devoured, breathed, and perceived it. They felt intensely the difference between the naive outer nature perceptible to the senses on the one hand and human inwardly surging sensuality on the other. This difference was still livingly clear to many men, who in the 18th century experienced nature and man and described them to their pupils, described how nature and man are involved in the conflict between Michael and the dragon. In considering that this radical contrast still occupied the souls of men in the 18th century, outer nature in its essential innocence, nature within man in its corruption, we must now recall the dragon that Michael relegated to this world of nature, because he found him unworthy to remain in the world of spirituality. Out there in the world of minerals, plants, even of animals, that dragon, whose form is incompatible with nature, assumed none of the forms of nature beings. He assumed that dragon form which today must seem fantastic to many of us, a form that must inevitably remain supersensible. It cannot enter a mineral, a plant, or an animal, nor can it enter a physical human body, but it can enter that which outer innocent nature becomes, in the form of guilt, in the welling up life of instincts in the physical human body. Let me read that sentence again. But it can enter that which outer innocent nature becomes, in the form of guilt, in the welling up life of instincts in the physical human body. Thus many people as late as the 18th century said, "And the dragon, the old serpent, was cast out of heaven down to the earth, where he had no home. But then he erected his bulwark in the being of man, and now he is entrenched in human nature." In this way, that mighty image of Michael and the dragon still constituted for those times an integral part of human cognition. An anthroposophy appropriate to that period would have to explain that by taking outer nature into itself through nourishment, breathing, and perception, man creates within himself a sphere of action for the dragon. The dragon lives in human nature, and this conception dwelt so definitely in the Gemüt of 18th century men that one could easily imagine them as having stationed some clairvoyant being on another planet to draw a picture of the earth. And he would have shown everything existing in the minerals, plants, and animals, in short, in the extra-human, as bearing no trace of the dragon, but he would have drawn the dragon as coiling through the animality in man, thereby representing an earth being. Thus the situation had changed for people of the 18th century from that out of which it all had grown in pre-human times. For pre-humanity, the conflict between Michael and the dragon had to be located in outer objectivity, so to speak. But now the dragon was outwardly nowhere to be found. Where was he? Where would one have to look for him? Anywhere, wherever there were men on earth, that's where he was. If Michael wanted to carry on his mission, which in pre-human times lay in objective nature, when his task was to conquer the dragon, the world monster, externally, he must henceforth continue the struggle within human nature. This occurred in the remote past and persisted into the 18th century. But those who held this view knew that they had transferred to the inner man an event that had formerly been a cosmic one. And they said, in effect, look back to olden times when you must imagine Michael to have cast the dragon out of heaven down to earth, an event taking place in extra-human worlds. And behold, the later time, man comes to earth. He takes into himself outer nature, transforms it, thus enabling the dragon to take possession of it. And the conflict between Michael and the dragon must henceforth be carried on the earth. Such thought trends were not as abstract as people of the present would like thoughts to be. Today people like to get along with thoughts as obvious as possible. They put it this way: well, formerly an event like the conflict between Michael and the dragon was simply thought of as external, but during the course of evolution, mankind has turned inward. Hence, such an event is now perceived only inwardly. Truly, those who are content to stop at such abstractions are not to be envied, and in any case they fail to envision the course of the world history of human thought. For it happened as I have just presented it. The outer cosmic conflict of Michael and the dragon was transferred to the inner human being, because only in human nature could the dragon now find his sphere of action. But precisely this infused into the Michael problem the germinating of human freedom. For if the conflict had continued within man in the same way it had formerly occurred without, the human being would positively have become an automaton. By reason of being transferred to the inner being, the struggle became in a sense expressed by an outer abstraction, a battle of the higher nature in man against the lower. But the only form it could assume for human consciousness was that of Michael in the supersensible worlds, to which men were led to lift their gaze. And as a matter of fact, in the 18th century there still existed numerous guides, instructions, all providing ways by which men could reach the sphere of Michael, so that with the help of his strength they might fight the dragon dwelling in their own animal nature. Such a man, able to see into the deeper spiritual life of the 18th century, would have to be represented pictorially somewhat as follows. Outwardly the human form. In the lower animalistic portion, the dragon writhing, even coiling about the heart. But then behind the man, as it were, for we see the higher beings with the back of our head, the outer cosmic figure of Michael, towering, radiant, retaining his cosmic nature, but reflecting it in the higher human nature, so that the man's own etheric body reflects etherically the cosmic figure of Michael. Then there would be visible in this human head, but working down into the heart, the power of Michael, crushing the dragon and causing his blood to flow down from the man's heart to the limbs. That was the figure of the inner human struggle of Michael with the dragon, still harbored by many people of the 18th century. It was also the picture which suggested at that time to many people that it was their duty to conquer the lower with the help of the higher, as they expressed it, that man needed the Michael power for his own life. The intellect sees the Kant-Laplace theory. It sees the Kant-Laplace primal vapor, perhaps a spiral vapor. Out of this planets evolve, leaving the sun in the middle. On one of the planets gradually arise the kingdoms of nature. Man comes into being. And looking into the future, all this is seen to pass over again into the great graveyard of natural existence. The intellect cannot help imagining the matter in this way. And because more and more the intellect has become the only recognized autocrat of human cognition, the worldview has gradually become what it is for mankind in general. But in all those earlier people of whom I have spoken today, the eye of the Gemüt, as I might call it, was active. In his intellect a man can isolate himself from the world, for everyone has his own head, and in that head his own thoughts. In his Gemüt he cannot do that, for the Gemüt is not dependent upon the head, but upon the rhythmic organism of man. The air I have within me at the present moment I did not have within me a moment ago. It was the general air. And in another moment it will again be the general air which I exhale when I exhale it. It is only the head that isolates man, makes of him a hermit on the earth. Even in respect of the physical organism of his Gemüt, man is not isolated in this way. In that respect he belongs to the cosmos, is merely a figure in the cosmos. But gradually the Gemüt lost its power of vision, and the head alone became seeing. The head alone, however, develops only intellectuality. It isolates man. When men still saw with their Gemüt, they did not project abstract thoughts into the cosmos with the object of interpreting it, of explaining it. They still read grandiose images into it, like that of Michael's fight with the dragon. Such a man saw what lived in his own nature and being, something that had evolved out of the world, out of the cosmos as I described it. Today, he saw the inner Michael struggle come to life in the human being, in the anthropos, and take the place of the external Michael battle in the cosmos. He saw anthroposophy develop out of cosmosophy. And whenever we look back to an older worldview, from the abstract thoughts that affect us as cold and matter-of-fact, whose intellectuality makes us shiver, we are guided to images, one of the most grandiose of which is this of Michael at war with the dragon, Michael who first cast the dragon to earth, where I might say the dragon could occupy his human fortress. Michael, who then became the fighter of the dragon in man, as described. In this picture that I have evoked for you, Michael stands cosmically behind man, while within man there is an etheric image of Michael that wages the real battle through which man can gradually become free. For it is not Michael himself who wages the battle, but human devotion and the resulting image of Michael. In the cosmic Michael there still lives that being to whom men can look up, and who engaged in the original cosmic struggle with the dragon. Truly, not upon earth alone do events take place. In fact, earth events remain incomprehensible for us, unless we are able to see them as images of events in the supersensible world, and to find their causes there. In this sense, a Michael deed was performed in the supersensible realm shortly before our time, a deed I should like to characterize in the following way. In doing so, I must speak in a manner that is nowadays discredited as anthropomorphic. But how could I relate it otherwise than by using human words to describe what occurs in the supersensible world? The epoch during which Michael cast the dragon down to earth was thought of as lying far back in pre-human times. But then man appeared upon the earth, and there occurred what I have described. The war between Michael and the dragon became evermore an inner struggle. It was at the end of the 19th century that Michael could say, "The image in man is now sufficiently condensed for him to be aware of it within himself. He can now feel in his Gemüt the conqueror of the dragon, at least the image means something to him." In the evolution of mankind, the last third of the 19th century stands for something extraordinarily important. In older times, there was in man primarily only a tenuous image of Michael, but it condensed more and more, and in the last third of the 19th century there appeared what follows. In earlier times, the invisible supersensible dragon was predominant, active in the passions and instincts, in the desires and in the animal lusts. For ordinary consciousness, that dragon remains subsensible. He dwells in man's animal nature. But there he lives in all that tends to drag man down, goading him into becoming gradually subhuman. The condition was such that Michael always intervened in human nature in order that humanity should not fall too low. But in the last third of the 19th century, the Michael image became so strong in man that the matter of directing his feelings upward and rising to the Michael image came to depend upon his goodwill, so to speak, so that on the one hand, in unenlightened experience of the feelings, he may glimpse the image of the dragon, and on the other hand, the radiant figure of Michael may stand before the soul's eye, radiant in spiritual vision, yet within the reach of ordinary consciousness. So the content of the human Gemüt can be this: the power of the dragon is working within me, trying to drag me down. I do not see it. I feel it as something that would drag me down below myself, but in the spirit I see the luminous angel, whose cosmic task has always been the vanquishing of the dragon. I concentrate my Gemüt upon this glowing figure. I let its light stream into my Gemüt, and thus my illumined and warmed Gemüt will bear within it the strength of Michael. And out of a free resolution I shall be able, through my alliance with Michael, to conquer the dragon's might in my own lower nature. If the requisite goodwill were forthcoming in extensive circles to raise such a conception to a religious force, and to inscribe it in every Gemüt, we would not have all the vague and impotent ideas such as prevail in every quarter today, plans for reforms and the like. Rather, we would have something that once again could seize hold on the whole inner man, because that is what can be inscribed in the living Gemüt, that living Gemüt which enters into a living relationship with the whole cosmos the moment it really comes to life. Then those glowing Michael thoughts would be the first harbingers of our ability to penetrate once more into the supersensible world. The striving for enlightenment would become inwardly and deeply religious, and thereby men would be prepared for the festivals of the year, the understanding of which only glimmers faintly across the ages, but at least it glimmers. And they would celebrate in full consciousness the festival the calendar sets at the end of September, at the beginning of autumn, the Michael festival. This will regain its significance only when we are able to experience in our soul such a living vision. And when we are able to feel it in a living way and to make it into an instinctive social impulse of the present, then this Michael festival, because the impulses spring directly from the spiritual world, could be regarded as the crowning impulse, even the initial impulse we need to find our way out of the present disaster, to add something real to all the talk about ideals, something not originating in human heads or hearts, but in the cosmos. And then, when the trees shed their leaves and blossoms ripen into fruit, when nature sends us her first frost and prepares to sink into her winter death, we would be able to feel the burgeoning of spirit with which we should unite ourselves, just as we feel the Easter festival with the sprouting, budding spring. Then, as citizens of the cosmos, we would be able to carry impulses into our lives which, not being abstract, would not remain ineffectual, but would manifest their power immediately. Life will not have a soul content again until we can develop cosmic impulses in our Gemüt. The end of Lecture 1. of this Michaelmas and the Soul Forces of Man set. Lecture 2 of Lecture 2 of Michaelmas and the Soul Forces of Man, subset of lectures in GA 223, and a synopsis of Lecture 2. Present-day man as a world hermit. The way back to spirit through the Michael force. Enchantment and liberation of the elemental beings. Man's responsibility to the cosmos. What is demanded of us is a profound faith in the spirit that will make us into instruments of the divine spiritual forces. Experiencing spirit through pure thought leads to inspiration. End of the synopsis. Lecture 2. You will have sensed, my dear friends, in what I was able to tell you at the close of yesterday's lecture concerning the old conceptions of Michael's conflict with the dragon, an indication that for our time a revitalization is called for of the elements of a Weltanschauung once contained for mankind in this gigantic picture, and not even so long ago. I repeatedly drew attention to the fact that in many 18th century souls this conception was still fully alive. But before I can tell you, as I shall in the next lectures, what a genuine, up-to-date spiritual viewpoint can and must do to revivify it, I must present to you, episodically as it were, a more general anthroposophical train of thought. This will disclose the way in which the conception under discussion can be revitalized and once more become a force in mankind's thinking, feeling, and acting. If we observe our present relation to nature and to the whole world, and if we compare this with sufficient open-mindedness with that of former times, we find that at bottom man has become a veritable hermit in his attitude toward the cosmic powers, a hermit insofar as he is introduced through his birth into physical existence and has lost the memory of his prenatal life, a memory that at one time was common for all mankind. During that period of our life, in which nowadays we merely grow into the use of our forces of mind and memory, and to which we can remember back in this earth life, there occurred in former epochs of human evolution the lighting up of real memory, of an actual retrospect of prenatal experiences man had passed through as a psychospiritual being before his earth life. That is one factor that makes present-day man a world hermit. He is not conscious of the nature of the connection between his earthly existence and his spiritual existence. The other factor is this. When now he gazes into the vast cosmos, he observes the outer forms of the stars and constellations, but he no longer has any inner spiritual relation to what is spiritual in the cosmos. We can go further. The man of today observes the kingdoms of nature that surround him on earth, the manifold beauty of plants, the gigantic proportions of mountains, the fleeting clouds, and so on. Yet, here again, he is limited to sense impressions, and often he is even afraid when he feels a deeper, more intimate contact with the great spaces of nature, lest he might lose his ingenuous attitude toward them. This phase of human evolution was indispensable for the development of what we experience in the consciousness of freedom, the feeling of freedom, in order to arrive at full self-consciousness, at the inner strength that permits the ego to rise to its full height. But necessary as was this hermit life of man in relation to the cosmos, it must be but a transition to another epoch in which the human being may find the way back to spirit, which, after all, underlies all things and beings. And precisely this finding the way back to spirit must be achieved by means of the strength that can come to him who is able to grasp the Michael idea in its right sense, and in its true form, the form it must assume in our time. Our mentality, the life of our Gemüt, and our life of action, all need to be permeated with the Michael impulse. But when we hear it stated that a Michael festival must be resuscitated among men, and that the time is ripe for assigning it its place among the other annual festivals, it is naturally not enough that a few people should say, well, let us have a Michael festival. My dear friends, if anthroposophy is to achieve its aim, the superficiality so prevalent today must obviously play no part in any anthroposophical undertakings, but rather, whatever may grow out of anthroposophy must do so with the most profound seriousness. And in order to familiarize ourselves with what this seriousness should be, we must consider in what manner the festivals, once vital, today so anemic, took their place in human evolution. Did the Christmas or the Easter festival come into being because a few people had the idea of instituting a festival at a certain time of the year and said, "Let us make the necessary arrangements"? Naturally, this is not the case. For something like the Christmas festival to find its way into the life of mankind, Christ Jesus had to be born. This event had to enter the world historical evolution of the earth. A transcendent event had to occur. And the Easter festival, it could never have had any meaning in the world had it not commemorated what took place through the mystery of Golgotha. Had not this event intervened incisively for the history of the earth in the evolution of humanity? If nowadays these festivals have faded, if the whole seriousness of the Christmas and Easter festivals is no longer felt, this fact in itself should lead to a revived intensification of them through a more profound comprehension of the birth of Christ Jesus and the mystery of Golgotha. Under no conditions, however, must it be imagined that one should add to these festivals simply by establishing a Michael festival with equal superficiality at the beginning of autumn. Something must be present that can be incisive in human evolution in the same way, though possibly to a lesser degree, as were all events that led to the institution of festivals. The possibility of celebrating a Michael festival in all seriousness must inevitably be brought about, and it is the anthroposophical movement out of which an understanding for such a Michael festival must be able to arise. But just as the Christmas and Easter festivals were led up to by outer events, in evolutionary objectivity, so a radical transformation must take place in the inner being of mankind before such a step is taken. Anthroposophy must become a profound experience, an experience men can think of in a way similar to that which they feel when imbued with the whole power dwelling in the birth of Christ Jesus, in the mystery of Golgotha. As was said, this may be so to a lesser degree in the case of the Michael festival, but something of this soul-transmuting force must proceed from the anthroposophical movement. That is indeed what we long for, that anthroposophy might be imbued with this power to transmute souls. And this can only come about if the substance of its teaching, if I may call it that, becomes actual experience. Let us now turn our attention to such experiences as can enter our inner being through anthroposophy. In our soul life, we distinguish, as you know, thinking, feeling, and willing from one another, and especially in connection with feeling, we speak of the human gemüt. Our thinking appears to us cold, dry, colorless, as though spiritually emaciating us, when our thoughts take an abstract form, when we are unable to imbue them with the warmth and enthusiasm of feeling. When we can call a man gemütvoll only when something of the inner warmth of his gemüt streams forth to us, when he utters his thoughts, and we can really make close contact with a man only if his behavior toward ourselves and the world is not merely correct and in line with duty, but if his actions manifest enthusiasm, a warm heart, a love of nature, love for every being. This human gemüt, then, dwells in the very center of the soul life, as it were. But while thinking and willing have assumed a certain character by reason of man's having become cosmically a hermit, this is even more true of the human gemüt. Thinking may contemplate the perfection of its cosmic calculations and perhaps gloat over their subtlety, but it simply fails to sense how basically remote it is from the warm heartbeat of life. And in correct actions, carried out by a mere sense of duty, many a man may find satisfaction without really feeling that a life of such matter-of-fact behavior is but half a life. Neither the one nor the other touches the human soul very closely. But what lies between thinking and willing, all that is comprised in the human Gemüt, is indeed intimately linked with the whole being of man. And while it may sometimes seem, in view of the peculiar tendencies of many people at the present time, as though the factors that should warm and elevate the Gemüt and fill it with enthusiasm might become chilled as well, this is a delusion. For it can be said that a man's inner conscious experiences might at a pinch occur lacking the element of Gemüt, but through such a lack his being will inevitably suffer in some way. And if such a man's soul can endure this, if perhaps through soullessness he forces himself to Gemütlessness, the process will gnaw at his whole being in some other form. It will eat right down into his physical organism, affecting his health. Much of what appears in our time as symptoms of decline is basically connected with the lack of Gemüt into which many people have settled. The full import of these rather general statements will become clear when we delve deeper into them. One who simply grows up into our modern civilization observes the things of the outer world. He perceives them, forms abstract thoughts about them, possibly derives real pleasure from a lovely blossom or a majestic plant, and if he is at all imaginative, he may even achieve an inner picture of these. Yet he remains completely unaware of his deeper relation to that world of which the plant, for example, is a part. To talk incessantly about spirit, spirit, and again spirit is utterly inadequate for spiritual perception. Instead, what is needed is that we should become conscious of our true spiritual relations to the things around us. When we observe a plant in the usual way, we do not in the least sense the presence of an elemental being dwelling in it, of something spiritual. We do not dream that every such plant harbors something which is not satisfied by having us look at it and form such abstract mental pictures as we commonly do of plants today. For in every plant there is concealed under a spell, as it were, an elemental spiritual being. And really only he observes a plant in the right way who realizes that this loveliness is the sheath of a spiritual being enchanted in it, a relatively insignificant being, to be sure, in the great scale of cosmic interrelationships, but still a being intimately related to man. The human being is really so closely linked to the world that he cannot take a step in the realm of nature without coming under the intense influence exercised upon him by his intimate relations to the world. And when we see the lily in the field, growing from the seed to the blossom, we must vividly imagine, though not personified, that this lily is awaiting something. Again, I must use men's words, as I did before, to express another picture. They cannot quite cover the meaning, but they do express the realities inherent in things. While unfolding its leaves, but especially its blossom, this lily is really expecting something. It says to itself, "Men will pass and look at me, and when a sufficient number of human eyes will have directed their gaze upon me, so speaks the spirit of the lily, I shall be disenchanted of my spell, and I shall be able to start on my way into spiritual worlds." You will perhaps object that many lilies grow unseen by human eye, yes, but then the conditions are different, and such lilies find their release in a different way. For the decree that the spell of that particular lily shall be broken by human eyes comes about by the first human glance cast upon the lily. It is a relationship entered into between man and the lily when he first lets his gaze rest upon it. All about us are these elemental spirits, begging us, in effect, "Do not look at the flowers so abstractly, nor form such abstract mental pictures of them. Let rather your heart and your Gemüt enter into what lives as soul and spirit in the flowers, for it is imploring you to break the spell." Human existence should really be a perpetual releasing of the elemental spirits lying enchanted in minerals, plants, and animals. An idea such as this can readily be sensed in its abundant beauty, but precisely by grasping it in its right spiritual significance, we can also feel it in the light of the full responsibility we thereby incur toward the whole cosmos. In the present epoch of civilization, that of the development of freedom, Man's attitude toward the flowers is a mere sipping of what he should really be drinking. He sips by forming concepts and ideas, whereas he should drink by uniting through his Gemüt with the elemental spirits of the things and beings that surround him. I said we need not consider the lilies that are never seen by man, but must think of those that are so seen, because they need the relationship of the Gemüt which the human being can enter into with them. Now it is from the lily that an effect proceeds, and manifold, mighty, and magnificent are indeed the spiritual effects that continually approach man out of the things of nature when he walks in it. One who can see into these things constantly perceives the variety and grandeur of all that streams out to him from all sides through the elemental spirituality of nature. And it flows into him. It is something that constantly streams toward him, a supersensible spirituality poured out over outer nature, which is a mirror of the divine spiritual. In the next days we shall have occasion to speak of these matters more in detail, in the true anthroposophical sense. At the moment we will go on to say that in the human being there dwells the force I have described as the force of the dragon, whom Michael encounters, against whom he does battle. I indicated that this dragon has an animal-like form, yet is really a supersensible being, that on account of his insubordination as a supersensible being he was expelled into the sense world, where he now has his being. And I indicated further that he exists only in man, because outer nature cannot harbor him. Outer nature, image of divine spirituality, has in its innocence nothing whatever to do with the dragon. He is established in the being of men, as I have set forth. But by reason of being such a creature, a supersensible being in the sense world, he instantly attracts the supersensible elemental forces that stream toward man out of nature and unites with them, with the result that man, instead of releasing the plant elementals from their spell through his soul and Gemüt, unites them with the dragon, allows them to perish with the dragon in his lower nature. For everything in the world moves in an evolutionary stream, taking many different directions to this end, and the elemental beings dwelling in minerals, plants, and animals must rise to a higher existence than is offered by their present abodes. This they can only accomplish by passing through man. The establishment of an external civilization is surely not man's sole purpose on earth. He has a cosmic aim within the entire world evolution, and this cosmic aim is linked with such matters as I have just described, with the further development of those elemental beings that in earthly existence are at a low stage, but destined for a higher one. When man enters into a certain relationship with them, and when everything runs as it should, they can attain to this higher stage of evolution. In the old days of instinctive human evolution, when in the Gemüt the forces of soul and spirit shone forth, and when these were as much a matter of course to him as were the forces of nature, world evolution actually progressed in such a way that the stream of existence passed through man in a normal, orderly way, as it were. But precisely during the epoch that must now terminate, that must advance to a higher form of spirituality, untold elemental substance within man has been delivered over to the dragon, for it is his very nature to hunger and thirst for these elemental beings, to creep about, frightening plants and minerals in order to gorge himself with the elemental beings of nature. For with them he wants to unite, and with them to permeate his own being. In extra-human nature he cannot do this, but only in the inner nature of man, for only there is existence possible for him. And if this were to continue, the earth would be doomed, for the dragon would inevitably be victorious in earthly existence. He would be victorious for a very definite reason. By virtue of his saturating himself, as it were, with elemental beings in human nature, something happens physically, psychically, and spiritually. Spiritually, no human being would ever arrive at the silly belief in a purely material outer world, as assumed by nature research today. He would never come to accept dead atoms and the like. He would never assume the existence of such reactionary laws. as that of the conservation of force and energy, or of the permanence of matter, were not the dragon in him to absorb the elemental beings from without. When these come to be in man, in the body of the dragon, human observation is distracted from what things contain of spirit. Man no longer sees spirit in things, which in the meantime has entered into him. He sees nothing but dead matter. Psychically, everything a man has ever expressed in the way of what I must call cowardice of soul results from the dragon's having absorbed the elemental powers within him. Oh, how widespread is this cowardice of the soul! We know quite well that we should do this or that such and such is the right thing to do in a given situation, but we cannot bring ourselves to do it. A certain dead weight acts in our soul. The elemental beings in the dragon's body are at work in us. And physically, man would never be tormented by what are called disease germs had his body not been prepared through the spiritual effects I have just described as a soil for the germs. These things penetrate even into the physical organism. And we can say that if we perceive man rightly in his spirit, soul, and body as he is constituted today, we find him cut off from the spirit realm in 3 directions, for a good purpose, to be sure, the attainment of freedom. He no longer has in him the spiritual powers he might have. And thus you see that through this 3-fold debilitation of his life, through what the glutted dragon has become in him, he is prevented from experiencing the potency of the spirit within himself. There are 2 ways of experiencing anthroposophy. Many variations lie between, but I am mentioning only the 2 extremes. And one of them is this. A man sits down in a chair, takes a book, reads it, and finds it quite interesting as well as comforting to learn that there is such a thing as spirit, as immortality. It just suits him to know that with regard to the soul as well, man is not dead when his body dies. He derives greater satisfaction from such a cosmogony than from a materialistic one. He takes it up as one might take up abstract reflections on geography, except that anthroposophy provides more of comfort. Yes, that is one way. The man gets up from his chair really no different from what he was when he sat down, except for having derived a certain satisfaction from what he read or heard, if it was a lecture instead of a book. But there is another way of receiving what anthroposophy has to give. It is to absorb something like the idea of Michael's conflict with the dragon in such a way as really to become inwardly transformed, to feel it as an important, incisive experience, and to rise from your chair fundamentally quite a different being after reading something of that sort. And, as has been said, there are all sorts of shades between these 2. The first type of reader cannot be counted upon at all when it is a question of reviving the Michaelmas festival. Only those can be depended upon whose determination it is, at least within their capacities, to take anthroposophy into themselves as something living. And that is exactly what should be experienced within the anthroposophical movement. The need to experience as life forces those ideas that first present themselves to us merely as such, as ideas. Now I will say something wholly paradoxical. Sometimes it is much easier to understand the opponents of anthroposophy than its adherents. The opponents say, oh, these anthroposophical ideas are fantastic. They conform with no reality, and they reject them, remain untouched by them. One can readily understand such an attitude and find a variety of reasons for it. As a rule, it is caused by fear of these ideas, a real attitude, though unconscious. But frequently it happens that a man accepts the ideas, yet though they diverge so radically from everything else in the world that can be accepted, they produce less feeling in him than would an electrifying apparatus applied to his knuckle. In the latter case, he at least feels in his body a twitching produced by the spark, and the absence of a similar spark in the soul is what so often causes great anguish. This links up with the demand of our time that men be laid hold of and impressed by the Spirit, not merely by what is physical. Men avoid being knocked and jerked about, but they do not avoid coming in contact with ideas dealing with other worlds, ideas presenting themselves as something very special in the present-day sense world, and then maintaining the same indifference toward them as toward ideas of the senses. This ability to rise to the point at which thoughts about spirit can grip us as powerfully as can anything in the physical world, this is Michael power. It is confidence in the ideas of spirit, given the capacity for receiving them at all, leading to the conviction, I have received a spiritual impulse, I give myself up to it, I become the instrument for its execution. First failure, never mind. Second failure, never mind. 100 failures are of no consequence, for no failure is ever a decisive factor in judging the truth of a spiritual impulse whose effect has been inwardly understood and grasped. We have full confidence in a spiritual impulse, grasped at a certain point of time, only when we can say to ourselves, my 100 failures can at most prove that the conditions for realizing the impulse are not given me in this incarnation, but that this impulse is right, I can know from its own nature. And if I must wait 100 incarnations for the power to realize this impulse, nothing but its own nature can convince me of the efficacy or impotence of any spiritual impulse. If you will imagine this thought developed in the human gemüt as great confidence in spirit, if you will consider that man can cling firm as a rock to something he has seen to be spiritually victorious, something he refuses to relinquish in spite of all outer opposition, then you will have a conception of what the Michael power, the Michael being really demands of us. For only then will you comprehend the nature of the great confidence in spirit. We may leave in abeyance some spiritual impulse or other, even for a whole incarnation. But once we have grasped it, we must never waver in cherishing it within us. For only thus can we save it up for subsequent incarnations. And when confidence in spirit will in this way have established a frame of mind to which this spiritual substance appears as real as the ground under our feet, the ground without which we could not stand, then we shall have, in our gemüt, a feeling of what Michael really expects of us. Undoubtedly, you will admit that in the course of the last centuries, even the last 1,000 years of human history, the vastly greater part of this active confidence in spirit has been disappearing, that life does not exact from the majority of men the development of such confidence. Yet that is what had to come, because what I am really expressing when I say this is that in the last instance man has burned the bridges that formerly had communication with the Michael power. But in the meantime much has happened in the world. Man has in a sense apostatized from the Michael power. The stark, intense materialism of the 19th century is in effect an apostasy from the Michael power. But objectively, in the domain of outer spirit, the Michael power has been victorious precisely in the last third of the 19th century. What the dragon had hoped to achieve through human evolution will not come to pass. Yet on the other hand, we envision today the other great fact, that out of free resolution, man will have to take part in Michael's victory over the dragon. And this involves finding the way to abandon the prevalent passivity in relation to spirit, and to enter into an active one. The Michael forces cannot be acquired through any form of passivity, not even through passive prayer, but only through man's making himself the instrument of the divine spiritual forces by means of his loving will. For the Michael forces do not want to be implored. They want men to unite with them. This men can do if they will receive the lessons of the spiritual world with inner energy. This will indicate what must appear in man if the Michael conception is to come alive again. He must really be able to experience spirit, and he must be able to gather this experience wholly out of thought, not in the first instance by means of some sort of clairvoyance. We would be in a bad way if everybody had to become clairvoyant in order to have this confidence in spirit. Everyone who is at all receptive to the teachings of spiritual science can have this confidence. If a man will saturate himself more and more with confidence in spirit, something will come over him like an inspiration. And this is something that really all the good spirits of the world are awaiting. He will experience the spring, sensing the beauty and loveliness of the plant world, and finding deep delight in the sprouting, burgeoning life. But at the same time, he will develop a feeling for the spellbound elemental spirituality in all this budding life. He will acquire a feeling, a gemüt content, telling him that every blossom bears testimony to the existence of an enchanted elemental being within it. And he will learn to feel the longing in this elemental being to be released by him, instead of being delivered up to the dragon, to whom it is related through its own invisibility. And when the flowers wither in the autumn, he will know that he has succeeded in contributing a bit to the progress of spirit in the world, in enabling an elemental being to slip out of its plant when the blossoms wither and fall and become seed. But only as he has permeated himself with the powerful strength of Michael will he be able to lead this elemental being up into the spirit for which it yearns. And men will experience the cycle of the seasons. They will experience spring as the birth of elemental beings longing for the spirit, and autumn as their liberation from the dying plants and withering blossoms. They will no longer stand alone as cosmic hermits who have merely grown half a year older by fall than they were in the spring. Together with evolving nature, they will have pressed onward by one of life's milestones. They will not merely have inhaled the physical oxygen so and so many times, but will have participated in the evolution of nature, in the enchanting and disenchanting of spiritual beings in nature. Men will no longer only feel themselves growing older. They will sense the transformation of nature as part of their own destiny. They will coalesce with all that grows there, will expand in their being because their free individuality can pour itself out in sacrifice into the cosmos. That is what man will be able to contribute to a favorable outcome of Michael's conflict with the dragon. Thus we see that what can lead to a Michaelmas festival must be an event of the human gemüt, a gemüt event that can once more experience the cycle of the seasons as a living reality in the manner described. But do not imagine you are experiencing it by merely setting up this abstract concept in your mind. You will achieve this only after you have actually absorbed anthroposophy in such a way that it makes you regard every plant, every stone in a new way, and also only after anthroposophy has taught you to contemplate all human life in a new way. I have tried to give you a sort of picture of what must be prepared specifically in the human gemüt, if the latter is to learn to feel surrounding nature as its very own being. The most that men have retained of this sort of thing is the ability to experience in their blood circulation a certain psychic element in addition to the material factor. Unless they are rank materialists, they have preserved that much. But to experience the pulse beat of outer existence as we do in our innermost being, to take part once more in the cycle of the seasons as we experience the life inside our own skin, that is the preparation needed for the Michael festival. Inasmuch as these lectures are intended to present for your contemplation the relation between anthroposophy and the human gemüt, it is my wish that they may really be grasped not merely by the head, but especially by the gemüt. For at bottom all anthroposophy is largely futile in the world and among men if it is not absorbed by the gemüt, if it carries no warmth into this human gemüt. Recent centuries have heaped cleverness in abundance upon men. In the matter of thinking, men have come to the point where they no longer even know how clever they are. That is a fact. True, many people believe present-day men to be stupid, but granting that there are stupid people in the world, this is really only because their cleverness has reached such proportions that the debility of their gemüt prevents them from knowing what to do with all their cleverness. Whenever someone is called stupid, I always maintain that it is merely a case of his not knowing what use to make of his cleverness. I have listened to many discussions in which some speaker or other was ridiculed because he was considered stupid, but occasionally just one of these would seem to me the cleverest. Cleverness, then, has been furnished us in abundance by the last few centuries. But what we need today is warmth of gemüt, and this anthroposophy can provide. When someone studying anthroposophy says it leaves him cold, he reminds me of one who keeps piling wood in the stove and then complains that the room doesn't get warm. Yet all he needs to do is to kindle the wood. Then it will get warm. Anthroposophy can be presented, and it is the good wood of the soul. But it can be enkindled only by each within himself. What everyone must find in his gemüt is the match wherewith to light anthroposophy. Anthroposophy is in truth warm and ardent. It is the very soul of the gemüt. And he who finds this anthroposophy cold and intellectual and matter-of-fact just lacks the means of kindling it, so it may pervade him with its fire. And just as only a little match is needed to light ordinary wood, so anthroposophy too needs only a little match. But this will enkindle the force of Michael in man. The end of Lecture 2. This is Lecture 3 of the subset Michaelmas and the Soul Forces of Man by Rudolf Steiner, which is in GA 223. This is the synopsis of Lecture 3. Prerequisites of the inauguration of an autumn festival. Penetrating extraterrestrial cosmic contexts. Experiencing the course of the seasons. The Druidic and the Mithras mysteries. The sun circles and cromlechs. Observation of the sun yielded knowledge of the connection between heaven and earth. The language of the heavens was deciphered, and the cult gave directions regulating practical and social life, thereby becoming a sort of divine service. The image of the bull in the Mithras cult, and the schooling of the neophyte's capacity for sensitive perception. The heart as a sense organ was raised to a certain degree of consciousness. Through the heart organization, the course of nature was perceived within man. And through the heart science, the spirit of the sun's annual passage through the zodiac was studied. In this way men read in the heavens what was to be done on earth, concerning the cosmic historical evolution of the planetary system. End of synopsis. Lecture 3. In the first of these lectures I endeavored to set forth how Michael's conflict with the dragon persisted into the 18th century as a determining idea, really a determining impulse in mankind. And in the second lecture I tried to show how a productive revival of this impulse may and really must be brought about. But now, before discussing particulars for a Michael festival at the beginning of autumn, I should like today to speak about several prerequisites involved in such an intention. The core of the matter is this. All impulses, such as the Michael impulse, depend upon man's attaining to supersensible enlightenment concerning his connection not only with earthly but with cosmic conditions. He must learn to feel himself not only as an earth citizen but as a citizen of the universe, as far as this is perceptible either spiritually or, in image, physically. Nowadays, of course, our general education offers only the most meager opportunities for sensing our connection with the cosmos. True, by means of their materialistically colored science, men are aware of earth conditions to the point of feeling connected with them, at least as regards their material life in the wider sense. But the knowledge of this connection certainly engenders no enthusiasm. Hence all outer signs of such a connection have become very dim. Human feeling for the traditional festivals has grown dim and shadowy. While in former periods of human evolution, festivals like Christmas or Easter exerted a far-reaching influence on the entire social life and its manifestations, they have become but a faint echo of what they once meant, expressing themselves in all sorts of customs that lack all deeper social significance. Now, if we intend in some way to realize the Michael festival with its particularly far-reaching social significance, we must naturally first create a feeling for what it might signify. For by no means must it bear the character of our modern festivities, but should be brought forth from the depths of the human being. These depths we can only reach by once more penetrating and entering into our relationship with the extraterrestrial cosmos and with what this yields for the cycle of the seasons. To illustrate what I really mean by all that, I need only ask you to consider how abstract, how dreadfully out of touch with the human being are all the feelings and conceptions of the extraterrestrial universe that today enter human consciousness. Think of what astronomy, astrophysics, and other related sciences accomplish today. They compute the paths of the planets, the positions of the fixed stars, if you like, and from the results of research and spectral analysis, they arrive at conclusions concerning the material composition of these heavenly bodies. But what have all the results of such methods to do with the intimate, inner soul life of man? This man, equipped with all such sky wisdom, feels himself a hermit on what he thinks of as the planet Earth. And the present habits of thinking connected with these matters are at bottom only a system of very circumscribed concepts. To get a better light on this, let us consider a condition of consciousness certainly present in ordinary life, though an inferior one, the condition of dream-pervaded sleep. In order to obtain points of contact for today's discussion, I will tell you in a few words what relates to this condition. Dreaming may be associated with inner conditions of the human organism, and transform these into pictures resembling symbols. The movements of the heart, for example, can be symbolized by flames, and so forth. We can determine concretely and in detail the connection between dream symbols and our inner organic states and processes. Or alternatively, outer events of our life may be symbolized, events that have remained in us as memories or the like. In any case, it is misleading to take the conceptual content of a dream very seriously. This can be interesting, it has a sensational aspect, it is of great interest to many people. But for those who see deeper into the nature of man, the dream content, as it pertains to the conception proper, is of extraordinarily little significance. The dramatic development of a dream, on the other hand, is of the greatest import. I will illustrate this. Suppose a man dreams he is climbing a mountain. It is an excessively difficult climb, and becomes ever more so the higher he goes. Finally, he reaches a point where his strength fails him, and conditions have become so unfavorable that he cannot proceed. He must come to a halt. Something like fear, something of disappointment enters his dream. Perhaps at this point he wakes up. Now, something underlies this dream that should really not be sought in the pictures themselves as they appeal to the imagination, but rather in the emotional experiencing of an intention, in the increasingly formidable obstructions appearing in the path of this intention, and in the circumstance of encountering even more insuperable obstacles. If we think of all that as proceeding in an emotional, dramatic way, we discover a certain emotional content underlying the actual dream pictures as dramatic content. This same emotional content could give rise to a quite different dream. The man might dream he is entering a cave. It gets darker and darker as he gropes along until he finally comes to a swamp. There he wades a bit farther, but finally arrives at a quagmire that stops further progress. This picture embraces the same emotional and sentient dramatic content as the other, and the dramatic content in question could be dreamt in still many other forms. The pictorial content of a dream may vary continually. The essential factor is what underlies the dream in the way of movements, tension and relaxation, hope and disappointment. Nevertheless, the dream presents itself in pictures, and we must ask, how do these arise? They do so, for example, because at the moment of awaking, something is experienced by the ego and astral body outside the physical and etheric bodies. The nature of such supersensible experiences is, of course, something that cannot possibly be expressed in pictures borrowed from the sense world. But as the ego and astral body reunite with the physical and etheric bodies, they have no choice but to use pictures from the available supply. In this way, the peculiar dream drama is clothed in pictures. Now we begin to take an interest in the content of these pictures. Their conformation is entirely different from that of other experiences. Why? Our dreams employ nothing but outer or inner experiences, but they give these a different contiguity. Why is this? It is because dreams are a protest against our mode of life in the physical sense world during our waking hours. There we live wholly interwoven with the system of natural laws, and dreams break through this. Dreams will not stand for it, so they rip events out of their context and present them in another sequence. They protest against the system of natural laws. In fact, men should learn that every immersion into spirit is just such a protest. In this connection, there are certain quaint people who keep trying to penetrate the spiritual world by means of the ordinary natural scientific method. Extraordinarily interesting in this connection is Dr. Ludwig Staudenmayer, his book on experimental magic. A man of that type starts with the assumption that everything which is to be comprehended should be comprehended according to the natural scientific mode of thought. Now, Staudenmayer does not exactly occupy himself with dreams as such, but with so-called mediumistic phenomena, which are really an extension of the dream world. In healthy human beings, the dream remains an experience that does not pass over into the outer organization, whereas in the case of a medium, everything that is ordinarily experienced by the ego and the astral body, and that then takes shape in the pictures provided by the physical and etheric bodies, passes over into the experiences of the physical and etheric bodies. This is what gives rise to all the phenomena associated with mediumistic conditions. Staudenmayer was quite right in refusing to be guided by what other mediums offered him, so he set about himself making himself into a sort of medium. He dreamt while writing, so to speak. He applied the pencil as he had seen mediums do it, and sure enough it worked. But he was greatly astonished at what came to light. He was amazed at sequences he had never thought of. He wrote all sorts of things wholly foreign to the realm of his conscious life. What he had written was frequently so remote from his conscious life that he asked, "Who is writing this?" And the answer came, "Spirits." He had to write spirits. Imagine, the materialist, who of course recognizes no spirits, had to write down spirits. But he was convinced that whatever was writing through him was lying. So he asked next why the spirits lied to him so. And they said, "Well, we have to lie to you. That is our way." Then he asked about all sorts of things that concerned himself, and once they went so far as to say, "Muttonhead." Now, we cannot assume his frame of mind to have been such as to make him label himself a muttonhead, but in any case, all sorts of things came to light that were summed up in the phrase, "We have to lie to you." So he reflected that since there are naturally no spirits, his subconscious mind must be speaking. But now the case becomes still more alarming. The subconscious calls the conscious mind a muttonhead, and it lies. Hence this personality would have to confess, quote, "In my subconscious mind, I am an unqualified liar," unquote. But ultimately, all this merely points to the fact that the world into which the medium plunges down registers a protest against the constraint of the laws of nature, exactly as does the world of dreams. Everything we can think, will, or feel in the physical sense world is distorted the moment we enter this more or less subconscious world. Why? Well, dreams are the bridge leading to the spiritual world, and the spiritual world is wholly permeated by a set of laws that are not the laws of nature, but laws that bear an entirely different inner character. Dreams are the transition to this world. It is a grave error to imagine that the spiritual world can be comprehended by means of natural laws. And dreams are the herald, as it were, warning us of the impossibility of merely extending the laws of nature when we penetrate into the spiritual world. The same methods can be carried over if we prepare ourselves to accomplish this, but in penetrating into the spiritual world, we enter an entirely different system of laws. The idea that the world can and should be comprehended only by means of the mental capacities developed in the course of the last 300 or 400 years has today become an axiom. This has come about gradually. Today there are no longer such men as were still to be found in the first half of the 19th century. Men, for example, of the type of Johannes Müller, Haeckel's teacher, who confessed that many a bit of research he was carrying on purely as a physiologist refused to be clarified as long as he thought about it in his ordinary waking condition, but that subsequently a dream had brought back to him the whole work of preparing the tissue when awake, all the steps he had taken, and thus many such riddles were solved in his dreams. And Johannes Müller was also one of those who were still fully convinced that in sleep a man dwells in this peculiar spiritual weaving, untouched by inexorable natural laws, where one can even penetrate into the system of physical nature laws, because underlying these there is again something spiritual, and because what is spiritual is fundamentally not subject to natural necessity, but merely manifests this on the visible surface. One really has to speak in paradoxes if thoughts that result quite naturally from spiritual research are to be carried to their logical conclusion. No one who thinks in line with modern natural science believes that a light shining at a given point in space will appear equally bright at a distance. The physicist computes the decrease in the strength of light by the square of the distance, and he calculates gravity in the same way. Regarding these physical entities, he knows that the validity of what is true on the Earth's surface diminishes as we pass out into the surrounding cosmos. But he refuses to apply this principle to his thinking. Yet in this respect, thinking differs in no way from anything we can learn about Earth matters in the laboratories, in the operating rooms, from anything on Earth right down to twice 2 is 4. If gravity diminishes by the square of the distance, why should not the validity of the system of natural laws diminish in a similar ratio, and eventually, beyond a certain distance, cease altogether? That is where spiritual science penetrates. It points out that when the nebula of Orion or the Canes Nebula is to be the subject of research, the same course is followed as though with Tellurian concepts Venus, for example, were to be illuminated by the flame of a candle. When spiritual science reveals the truth by means of such analogies, people think it is paradoxical. Nevertheless, in the state in which during sleep we penetrate into the spiritual world, greater possibilities are offered us for investigating the nebula of Orion or the Canes Nebula than are provided by working in laboratories or in observatories. Research would yield much more if we dreamt about these matters instead of reflecting on them with our intellect. As soon as we enter the cosmos, it is useless to apply the results of our earthly research. The nature of our present-day education is such that we are prone to apply to the whole cosmos what we consider true in our little earth cell. But it is obvious that truth cannot come to light in this way. If we proceed from considerations of this sort, a good deal of what confronted men in former times through a primitive but penetrating clairvoyant way of looking at things takes on greater value than it has for present-day mankind in general. We will not even pass by the knowledge that came into being in the pastoral life of primitive times, which is nowadays so superficially ignored. For those old shepherds dreamt many a solution in the mysteries of the stars better than can be computed today by our clever scientists with their observatories and spectroscopes. Strange as that may sound, it is true. By studying in a spiritual scientific way what has been preserved from olden times, we can find our way into this mysterious connection we have with the cosmos. Let me tell you here of what can be discovered if we seek through spiritual science the deeply religious and ethical, but also social import of the old Druidic mysteries on the one hand, and those of the Mithras mysteries on the other. For this will give us points of contact with the way in which we should conceive the shaping of a Michael festival. Regarding the Druid mysteries, the lecture cycle I gave a few weeks ago in Penmanmar, Wales, entitled Evolution of the World and Humanity, the spot in England that lies exactly behind the island of Anglesia is of quite special significance, because in that place many reminders of the old sacrificial sanctuaries and mystery temples of the Druids are to be found lying about in fragments. Today these relics, these cromlechs and mounds, are not really very impressive. One climbs up to the mountain tops and finds stones arranged in such a way as to form a sort of chamber, with a larger stone on top, or one sees the cromlechs arranged in circles. Originally they were always 12. In the immediate vicinity of Penmanmar were to be found 2 such sun circles adjoining each other. And in this particular neighborhood, where even in the spiritual life of nature there is so much that has a different effect from that of nature elsewhere, what I have set forth in various anthroposophical lectures concerning the Druid mysteries could be tested with the utmost clarity. There is, indeed, a quite special spiritual atmosphere in this region, where on the island of, it's either Anglesey or Anglesey or Anglesia, I'm going to say Anglesia, the society of King Arthur had a settlement. I must describe it as follows. In speaking of supersensible things, we cannot form thoughts in the same way as we usually do in life or in science, where abstract thoughts are formed, conclusions drawn, and so forth. But to be reduced, in addition, even to speaking more or less abstractly, our language, which has become abstract, demands this. Well, if we want to describe something in a spiritual scientific way, we cannot be as abstract as all that in the inner being of our soul. Everything must be presented pictorially. We must have pictures, imaginations before the mind's eye. And this means something different from having thoughts. Thoughts in the soul are extraordinarily patient, according to the degree of our inner indolence. We can hold them, but imaginations always lead a life of their own. We feel quite clearly that an imagination presents itself to us. It is different from writing or drawing, yet similar. We write or draw with our soul, but imaginations are not abstractly held fast like mere thoughts. We write them. In most parts of Europe, where civilization has already taken on so abstract a character, these imaginations flit past, comparatively, very quickly. Depicting the supersensible always involves an inner effort. It is as though we wrote something that would then be immediately wiped away by some demonic power, gone again at once. The same is true of imaginations, by means of which we bring the supersensible to consciousness and experience it in our soul. Now, the spiritual atmosphere in the region of Wales that I mentioned has this peculiarity. While imaginations stamp themselves less readily into the astral element, they persist longer, being more deeply imprinted. That is what appears so conspicuous in that locality. And indeed, everything there points to a more spiritual way of retracing the path to what those old Druid priests really strove for. Not during the decadence of the Druid cults, when they contained much that was rather distasteful and even nefarious, but in the time of their flowering. Examining one of these cromlechs, we find it to close off, in a primitive way, a certain space for a chamber that was covered for reasons having to do with the priest's purposes. When you observe sunlight, you have first the physical sunlight. But this physical sunlight is wholly permeated by the spiritual activities of the sun. And to speak of the physical sunlight, merely as does the modern physicist, would be exactly the same as talking about a man's muscles, bones, blood, and so on, omitting all reference to the soul and spirit holding sway within them. Light is by no means mere phos, P-H-O-S. It is phosphorus. Light-bearing, is endowed with something active and psychic. But this psychic element of light is lost to man in the mere sense world. Now, when the Druid priest entered this burying place, like other old cult sanctuaries, the cromlechs were mostly erected over graves. He set up this arrangement, which in a certain way was impervious to the physical sun rays, but the spiritual activities of the sun penetrated it, and the Druid priests were specially trained to perceive these. So he looked through these stones, they were always specially selected, into the chamber where the spiritual activity of the sun penetrated, but from which the physical effect was excluded. His vision had been finely schooled, for what can be seen in a primitive dark room of that sort varies according to the date, whether February, July, August, or December. In July it is lightly tinged with yellow. In December it radiates a faintly bluish shade from within. And one capable of observing this beholds in the qualitative changes undergone in the course of the year by this shadow phenomenon enclosed in such a dark room, the whole cycle of the seasons in the psycho-spiritual activity of the sun's radiance. And further, these sun circles are arranged in the number 12, like the 12 signs of the zodiac. And on the mountain we have climbed, we found a large sun circle, and nearby a smaller one. If one has ascended, perhaps in a balloon, and looked down upon these two Druid circles, ignoring the insignificant distance between them, the same ground plan would have presented itself. There is something profoundly moving about this, as that of the Gertianum in Dornach, which was destroyed by fire. The old Druid priests had schooled themselves to read from what thus met their soul's eye, EYE, how at every time of day, and at every season of the year as well, the sun's shadow varied. They could trace these shadow formations, and by means of them determine accurately, this is the time of March, this is the time of October. Through the perception this brought them, they were conscious of cosmic events, and also of cosmic conditions having significance for life on this earth. And now think how people go about it today when they want to determine the influence of cosmic life on earthly life, even the peasants. They have a calendar telling what should be done on this or that day, and they do it, too, approximately, for the fundamental knowledge once available concerning these matters has vanished. But calendars there were none at the time of the old Druids, nor even writing. What the Druid priest was able to tell from his observations of the sun constituted men's knowledge of the connection between the heavens and the earth. And when the priest said, "The position of the sun now calls for the sowing of wheat," or "It is time to lead the bull through the herd," it was done. The cult of that epoch was anything but an abstract prayer. It regulated life in its obvious practical demands, in accord with the enlightenment obtained by communicating with the spirit of the universe. The great language of the heavens was deciphered and then applied to earthly things. All this penetrated even the most intimate details of the social life. The priest indicated, according to his readings in the universe, what should be done on such and such a day of the year in order to achieve a favorable contact with the whole universe. That was a cult that actually made of the whole of life a sort of divine worship. By comparison, the most mystical mysticism of our time is a kind of abstraction, for it lets outer nature go its way, so to speak, without bothering about it. It lives and has its being in tradition and seeks inner exaltation, shutting itself off and concentrating within itself as far as possible, in order to arrive at an abstract connection with some chimerical world of divine spirit. All this was very different in those olden times. Within the cult, and it was a cult that had a real true connection with the universe, men united with what the gods were perpetually creating and bringing about in the world. And as earthmen, they carried out the will of the gods, as read in the stellar script by means of the methods known to the Druid priests. But they had to know how to read the writing in the stars. It is profoundly affecting to be able, at the very spot, to transport oneself back to conditions such as I have described as prevailing during the height of the Druid culture. Elsewhere in that region as well, even over as far as Norway, are to be found many such relics of the Druid culture. Similarly, all through Central Europe, in parts of Germany and the Rhineland, even in western France, relics and reminders of the ancient Mithras cult are to be found. Here again I will only indicate the most important features. The outer symbol of the Mithras cult is always a bull, ridden by a man thrusting a sword into the bull's neck, below a scorpion biting the bull, or a serpent. But whenever the representation is complete, you will see this picture of bull and man surrounded by the firmament, and particularly by the signs of the zodiac. Again we ask, what does this picture express? The answer will never be found by an external, antiquated science of history, because the latter has no means of establishing the interrelationships that can provide clues to the meaning of this man on the bull. In order to arrive at the solution, one must know the nature of the training undergone by those who served the Mithras cult. The whole ceremony could, of course, be run off in such a way as to be beautiful, or ugly if you like, without anything intelligent transpiring. Only one who has passed through a certain training could make sense of it. That is why all the descriptions of the Mithras mysteries are really twaddle, although the pictures give promise of yielding so much. The service of the Mithras cult demanded in the neophyte a very fine and sensitive development of the capacity for receptive sentience. Everything depended upon the development of this faculty in him. I said yesterday in the public lecture that the human heart is really a subconscious sense organ. Subconsciously, the head perceives through the heart what goes on in the physical functions of the lower body and the chest. Just as we perceive outer events in the sense world through the eye, EYE, so the human heart is in reality a sense organ in its relation to the functions mentioned. Subconsciously, by means of the heart, the head, and particularly the cerebellum, perceives the blood being nourished by the transformed foodstuffs, perceives the functioning of the kidneys, the liver, and other processes of the organism. The heart is the sense organ for perceiving all this in the upper portion of the human being. Now, to raise this heart as a sense organ to a certain degree of consciousness was the object in the schooling of those who were to be engaged in the Mithras cult. They had to develop a sensitive, conscious feeling for the processes in the liver, kidneys, spleen, etc. in the human organism. The upper man, the head man, had to sense very delicately what went on in the chest man and the limb man. In older epochs, that sort of schooling was not the mental training to which we are accustomed today, but a schooling of the whole human being, appealing in the main to the capacity for feeling. And just as we say, on the basis of our optical perception, of outer optical perception, there are rain clouds or the sky is blue, so the sufficiently matured disciple could say, now the metabolism in my organism is of this nature, now it is of that. Actually, the processes within the human organism seem the same the year round, only to the abstractionist. When science will once more have advanced to real truths concerning these things, men will be amazed to learn how they can establish by means very different from the crude methods of our modern precision instruments, how the condition of our blood varies, and the digestion functions differently in January from September, and in what way the heart as a sense organ is a marvelous barometer for the course of the seasons within the human limb metabolic organism. The Mithras disciple was taught to perceive the course of the seasons within himself by means of his heart organization, his heart science, which transmitted to him the passage of food transformed by digestion and taken into the blood. And what was there perceived really showed in man, in the motion of the inner man, the whole course of outer nature. Oh, what does our abstract science amount to? No matter how accurately we describe plants and plant cells, animal and animal tissue, compared with what once was present instinctively by reason of man's ability to make his entire being into an organ of perception, to develop his capacity for feeling into an organ capable of gleaning knowledge. Man bears within him the animal nature, and truly he does so more intensively than is usually imagined. And what the ancient Mithras followers perceived by means of their heart science could not be represented otherwise than by the bull. The forces working through the metabolic limb man and tamed only by the upper man are indicated by all that figures as the scorpion and the serpent winding around the bull. And the human being proper, in all its frailty, is mounted above in his primitive might, thrusting the sword of Michael into the neck of the bull. But what it was that must thus be conquered, and how it manifests itself in the course of the seasons, was known only to those who had been schooled in these matters. Here the symbol begins to take on significance. By means of ordinary human knowledge, no amount of observation or picturesque presentation will make anything of it. It can only be understood if one knows something about the heart science of the old Mithras pupils. For what they really studied when they looked at themselves through their heart was the spirit of the sun's annual passage through the zodiac. In this way the human being experienced himself as a higher being, riding on his lower nature, and therefore it was fitting that the cosmos should be arranged in a circle around him. In this manner cosmic spirituality was experienced. The more a renascent spiritual science makes it possible for us to examine what was brought to light by an ancient semi-conscious, dreamlike clairvoyance, but clairvoyance nevertheless, the greater becomes our respect for it. A spirit of reverence for the ancient cultures pervades us when we see deeper into them and rediscover, for example, that the purpose of the Mithras cult was to enable the priest, by penetrating the secrets of the seasons cycle, to tell the members of his community what should be done on each day of the year. The Mithras cult served to elicit from the heavens the knowledge of what should take place on earth. How infinitely greater is the enthusiasm, the incentive for what must be done on earth if a man feels himself to be active in such a way that into his activity there flow the impulses deciphered from the great cosmic script he had read in the universe, that he made such knowledge his starting point and employed the resulting impulses in the ordinary affairs of daily life. However little this may accord with our modern concepts, naturally it does not. It was good and right according to the old ones. But in making this reservation, we must clearly understand what it means to read in the universe what should be done in the lives of men on earth, thereby knowing ourselves to be one with the divine in us, as over against debating the needs of the social life in the vein of Adam Smith or Karl Marx. Only one who can visualize this contrast is able to see clearly into the nature of the new impulses demanded by the social life of our time. This foundation alone can induce the right frame of mind for letting our cognition pass from the earth out into cosmic space. Instead of abstractly calculating and computing and using a spectroscope, which is the common method when looking up to Mercury, Venus, Saturn, and so on, we thereby employ the means comprised in imagination, inspiration, and intuition. In that way, even when only imagination enters in, the heavenly bodies become something very different from the picture they present to modern astronomy, a picture derived partly from sense observation, partly from deductions. The moon, for example, appears to present-day astronomers as some sort of a superannuated heavenly body of mineral, which, like a mirror, reflects the sunlight that then, under certain conditions, falls on the earth. They do not bother very much about any of the effects of this sunlight. For a time these observations were applied to the weather, but the excessively clever people of the 19th century naturally refused to believe in any relation between the various phases of the moon and the weather. Yet those who, like Gustav Theodor Fechner, harbored something of a mystic tendency in their soul, did believe in it. I have repeatedly told the story in our circles about the great 19th century botanist Schleiden and Gustav Theodor Fechner, both active in the same university. Schleiden naturally considered it a mere superstition that Fechner should keep careful statistics on the rainfall during the full moon and the new moon periods. What Fechner had to say about the moon's influence on the weather amounted to pure superstition for Schleiden. But then the following episode occurred. The two professors had wives, and in those days it was still customary in Leipzig to collect rainwater for the laundry. Barrels were set out for this purpose, and Frau Professor Fechner and likewise Frau Professor Schleiden caught rainwater in such barrels like everybody else. Now the natural thing would have been for Frau Professor Schleiden to say, "It is stupid to bother about what sort of an influence the moon phases have on the rainfall." But although Herr Professor Schleiden considered it stupid to take the matter seriously, Frau Professor Schleiden got into a violent dispute with Frau Professor Fechner, because both ladies wanted to set up their barrels in the same place at the same time. The women knew all about rain from practical experience, though the men on their professional platforms took quite a different standpoint in the matter. The external aspects of the moon are as I have described them, but especially after rising from imagination to inspiration are we confronted with its spiritual content. This content of the moon is not just something to be understood in an abstract sense. It is a real moon population, and looked at in a spiritual scientific way, the moon presents itself as a sort of fortress in the cosmos. From the outside, not only the light rays of the sun, but all the external effects of the universe are reflected by the moon down to the earth. But in the interior of the moon there is a complete world that nowadays can be reached only by ascending, in a certain sense, to the spirit world. In older writings on the relation of the moon to other cosmic beings, you can find many a hint of this, and compare it with what can now be said by anthroposophy about the nature of the moon. We have often heard that in olden times men had not only that instinctive wisdom of which I have spoken, they had beings as teachers who never descended into physical bodies, higher beings who occupied etheric bodies only, and whose instruction was imparted to men not by speaking as we speak today, but by transmitting the wisdom in an inner way, as though inoculating the etheric body with it. Men knew of the existence of these higher beings, just as we know that some physical teacher is present, but they also knew that these beings surrounded them in a strictly spiritual state. Everything connected with that primordial wisdom, recognized even by the Catholic Church, the primordial wisdom that once was available and of which even the Vedas and the sublime Vedanta philosophy are but faint reverberations, all this can be traced back to the teaching of these higher spiritual beings. That wisdom, which was never written down, was not thought out by man, it grew in him. We must not think of the influence exerted by those primordial teachers as any sort of demonstrating instruction. Just as today we learn to speak when we are children by imitating the older people without any particular instruction, as indeed we develop a great deal as though through inner growth, so the primordial teachers exerted a mysterious influence on people of that ancient time without any abstract instruction, with the result that at a certain age a man simply knew himself to be knowledgeable. Just as today a child gets his second teeth or reaches puberty at a certain age, so men of old became enlightened in the same way. Doubtless many a modern college student would be delighted if this sort of thing still happened, if the light of wisdom simply flared up in him without his having to exert himself particularly. What a very different wisdom that was from anything we have today. It was an organic force in man, related to growth and other forces. It was simply wisdom of an entirely different nature, and what took place in connection with it I can best explain by a comparison. Suppose I pour some sort of liquid into a glass and then add salt. When the salt is dissolved, it leaves the liquid cloudy. Then I add an ingredient that will precipitate the salt, leaving the liquid purer, clearer, while the sediment is denser. Very well. If I want to describe what permeated men during the period of the primordial wisdom, I must say it is a mixture of what is spiritually wholly pure and of a physical animalistic element. When nowadays we think, we imagine our abstract thoughts simply as functioning and holding sway without having any being in us, or again, breathing and the circulation seem like something by themselves, apart. But for primeval man in earlier earth epochs, that was all one. It was simply a case of his having to breathe and of his blood circulating in him, and it was in his circulation that he willed. Then came the time when human thinking moved higher up toward the head and became purer, like the liquid in a glass, while the sediment, as we may call it, formed below. This occurred when the primordial teachers withdrew more and more from the earth, when this primal wisdom was no longer imparted in the old way. And whither did these primordial teachers withdraw? We find them again in the moon fortress I spoke of. That is where they are, and where they continue to have their being. And what remained on earth was the sediment, meaning the present nature of the forces of propagation. These forces did not exist in their present form at the time when primordial wisdom held sway on earth. They gradually became that way, a sort of sediment. I am not implying that they are anything reprehensible, merely that in this connection they are the sediment, and our present abstract wisdom is what corresponds up above to the solvent liquid. This shows us that the development of humanity has brought about on the one hand the more spiritual features in the abstract sense, and on the other the coarser animalistic qualities as a sediment. Reflections of this sort will gradually evoke a conception of the spiritual content of the moon, but it must be remembered that this kind of science, which formerly was rather of a prophetic nature, was inherent in men's instinctive clairvoyance. Just as we can speak about the moon in this way, that is, about what I may call its population, its spiritual aspect, so we can adopt the same course in the case of Saturn. When by spiritual scientific effort we learn to know Saturn, a little is disclosed through imagination, but far more through inspiration and intuition. We delve ever deeper into the universe, and we find that we are tracing the process of sense perception. We experience this physical process. We see something and then feel the red of it. That is something very different from withdrawing from the physical body, according to the methods you will find described in my books, and then being able to observe the effects of an outer object on the human physical organism, to observe how the ether forces rising from within seize on the physico-chemical process that takes place, for example, in the eye during optical perception. In reality, the act of exposing ourselves in the ordinary way to the world in perception, even in scientific observation, does not affect us very deeply. But when a man steps out of himself in this way, and confronts himself in the etheric body, and possibly in the astral as well, and then sees ex post facto how such a sense process of perception or cognition came about, even though his spiritual nature had left his physical sense nature, then he indeed feels a mighty, intensive process taking place in his spirituality. What he then experiences is real ecstasy. The world becomes immense. And what he is accustomed to seeing only in his outer circle of vision, namely the zodiac and its external display of constellations, becomes something that arises from within him. If someone were to object that what thus arises might be pure recollections, this would only prove that he does not know the event in question. For what arises there are truly not reflections, but mighty imaginations transfused by intuitions. Here we begin to behold from within what we had previously seen only from without. As human beings we become interwoven with all the mysteries of the zodiac. And if we seize the favorable moment, there may flash before us out of the inner universe the secret of Saturn, for example, in its passage across the zodiac. Reading in the cosmos, you see, consists in finding the methods for reading out of the inwardly seen heavenly bodies as they pass through the zodiac. What the individual planet tells us provides the vowels of the world script, and all that forms around the vowels when the planets pass the zodiacal constellations gives us the consonants, if I may use this comparison. By obtaining an inner view of what we ordinarily observe only from the outside, we really learn to know the essence of what pertains to the planets. That is the way to become acquainted with Saturn, for example, in its true inner being. We see its population, which is the guardian of our planetary system's memory. Everything that has ever occurred in our planetary system since the beginning of time is preserved by the spirits of Saturn as in a mighty cosmic memory. So if anyone wants to study the great cosmic historical course of our planetary system, surely he should not speculate about it as did Kant and Laplace, who concluded that once there was a primordial mist that condensed and got into a spiral motion from which the planets split off and circled around the sun, which remained in the middle. I have spoken of this repeatedly and remarked how nice it is to perform this experiment for the children. You have a drop of oil floating on some liquid. Above the liquid you have a piece of cardboard through which you stick a pin, and you now rotate the drop of oil by twirling the pin, with the result that smaller drops of oil split off. Now it may be a good thing in life to forget oneself, but in a case like this we should not forget what we ourselves are doing in the experiment, namely setting the drop of oil in motion. And by the same token we should not forget that the twirler in the Kant-Laplace theory, we would have to station him out in the universe and think of him as some great and mighty schoolteacher twirling the pin. Then the picture would have been true and honest. But modern science is simply not honest when dealing with such things. I am describing to you how one really arrives at seeing what lives in the planets and in the heavenly bodies in general. By means of Saturn, we must study the constitution of the planetary system in its cosmic historical evolution. Only a science that is spiritual can offer the human soul anything that can seem like a cosmic experience. Nowadays we really think only of earthly experiences. Cosmic experience leads us out to participation in the cosmos, And only by co-experiencing the cosmos in this way will we once more achieve a spiritualized instinct for the meaning of the seasons with which our organic life as well as our social life is interwoven. An instinct for the very different relation in which the earth stands in the cosmos while on its way from spring to summer, and again from summer through autumn into winter. We will learn to sense how differently life on earth flows along in the burgeoning spring than when the autumn brings the death of nature. We will feel the contrast between the awakening of life in nature during spring and its sleeping state in the fall. In this way man will again be able to conform with the course of nature, celebrating festivals that have social significance in the same way that the forces of nature, through his physical organization, make him one with his breathing and his circulation. If we consider what is inside our skin, we find that we live there in our breathing and in our circulation. What we are there, we are as physical men. In respect of what goes on in us, we belong to cosmic life. Outwardly we live as closely interwoven with outer nature as we do inwardly with our breathing and circulation. And what is man really in respect of his consciousness? Well, he is really an earthworm, and worse, an earthworm for whom it never rains. In certain localities where there is a great deal of rain, it is so pleasant to see the worms coming out of the ground. We must be careful not to tread on them, as will everyone be who loves animals. And then we reflect, those poor little chaps are down there underground all the time, and only come out when it rains. But if it does not rain, they have to stay below. Now the materialist of today is just such an earthworm, but one for whom it never rains. For if we continue with the simile, the rain would consist of the radiant shining into him of spiritual enlightenment. Otherwise he would always be crawling about down there where there is no light. Today humanity must overcome this earthworm nature. It must emerge, must get into the light, into the spiritual light of day. And the call for a Michael festival is the call for the spiritual light of day. That is what I wanted to point out to you before I can speak of the things that can inaugurate a Michael festival as a festival of a special significance, significant socially as well. The end of Lecture 3. Lecture 4 of Michaelmas and the Soul Forces of Man, a subset of the lectures in GA 223. This is a synopsis of Lecture 4. We need realistic thinking in place of mere methods of calculation. The far-reaching social significance of a Michael festival. Earth spirit and human spirit. The cosmic breathing process. Nature consciousness, self-consciousness, and spirit consciousness. End of synopsis, Lecture 4. The aim of everything we have been considering during the last 3 days, my dear friends, has been to point the way in which the human being can once more be converted, as it were, from an earth citizen to a citizen of the cosmos, how the horizon of his life can be expanded to the reaches of the universe, and how thereby his earthly life too can be enriched, not only as regards such expansion, but in the intensity of his inner impulses as well. Yesterday I told you how a genuine spiritual approach can disclose the true nature of the planets, that they are not the mere physical bodies of which modern astronomy tells us, but rather that they can enter our consciousness as manifestations of spiritual beings. In this connection I spoke of the moon and of Saturn. It is not possible in the allotted time to consider each separate planet, nor is it necessary for our present purposes. My aim was merely to point out how our whole frame of mind can be expanded from the earth to cosmic space. But only in this way does it become possible to feel the outer world as part of ourself, in the same way as we do all that takes place inside our skin, our breathing, circulation, and so forth. Present-day natural science considers our earth merely a dead mineral body. In our civilization it never occurs to a man who is studying some aspect of cosmology, for example, that there is no element of reality in what he has in mind. The present frame of mind is astonishingly obtuse in the matter of a feeling for reality. People cheerfully call a saline crystal real, and also a rose, without in any way differentiating these realities from each other. Yet a saline crystal is a self-contained reality bounded within itself, while a rose is not. A rose can have no existence other than in connection with the rose bush. A rose, I refer to the flower, cannot come into being of itself. So if we imagine the flower of a rose at all, even if it fills us with delight to see this conception realized, we have an abstraction. For all that, we can touch it. We have not the reality represented by the rosebush. Nor is there any true reality in that earth of primitive rock, slate, limestone, etc., described by modern external science, for there is no such earth as that. It is purely fictitious. Has not the earth produced substantial plants, animals, human beings? That is all part of the earth, just as much as is the crystalline slate of mountain ranges. And if I only consider an earth consisting of stone, I have no earth at all. Nothing that external natural science deals with today in any branch of geology is a reality. So what we should do in this our last lecture is to proceed not only logically but realistically. The obvious errors in the general knowledge of today are not very formidable obstacles because they can readily be refuted. The worst evil in present-day knowledge and cognition is what appears to be absolutely irrefutable. You see, the calculation of everything in the modern science of geology that pertains, for instance, to the origin of the earth, so and so many million years ago, calls for mental brilliance and exact knowledge. True, these calculations disagree by a trifle. Some call it 20 million years, others 200 million, but people of today take such figures in their stride, in other fields as well. In spite of all this, however, the method employed for such computations really calls for the greatest respect. It is exact. It is accurate. But in what way? It is comparable to the following procedure. I examine a human heart today and then again in a month. By some sort of more sensitive examination, I discover changes in this human heart, so I know how it has altered in the course of a month. Then I observe it again after the lapse of another month, and so forth. That is, I apply the same method to the human heart that geologists use to calculate geologic epochs by millions of years. They compute the little changes by the variations of deposits in the strata and so forth in order to arrive at the time lapses. But what am I going to do with the conclusions arrived at concerning the changes in the human heart? I can apply that method to those changes and figure out how this human heart looked 300 years ago, and how it will look in another 300 years. The calculation may be quite correct. Only this heart was not in existence 300 years ago, nor will it be 300 years hence. Similarly, the most brilliant and exact methods of computation tempt the present science of geology into setting forth how the earth looked 3 million years ago, when there was no trace of Silurian or other strata. Again, the figures can be perfectly correct, but the earth was not in existence. The physicists today calculate the changes that will occur in various substances in 20 million years. In this direction, American scientists have done some extraordinarily interesting research, and have told us, for instance, how albumin is going to look then, only the earth will no longer be in existence as a physical cosmic body. Logical methods, then, exactitude, these really constitute the greatest danger, because they are incapable of refutation. Given the correct method, a statement of what the heart looked like 300 years ago, or how the earth appeared 200 million years ago, cannot be disproved, nor would it be of any avail to occupy oneself with such refutations. What we need is a realistic way of thinking, a realistic way of looking at the world. The indispensable factor in every domain of spiritual science is just such a universal grasp of reality. And by means of such methods as I have described, inner, intimate methods that lead to an acquaintance with the population of the moon and that of Saturn, one learns as well not only the relation of the earth to its own beings, but the relation of every being of the universe to the being of the cosmos. Everywhere in the world matter contains spirit, for matter is, of course, only the expression of spirit. At every point, imagination, inspiration, and intuition find the spirit in the sensible, in the physical, not as enclosed in sharp contours, but as incessant mobility, as perpetual life. And just as there is no reality in the stone formations offered us by geology, for it is a matter of seeking the truth, including its production of plants, animals, and physical men, so if it is to be grasped in all its all-embracing entirety, the earth must be understood as the outer physical configuration of spirit. Through imagination, we learn first how the spirit principle of the earth differs from that of the human being, if I may so express it. In confronting someone, I perceive many different expressions of his being. I notice how he walks. I hear how he speaks. I see his physiognomy and the gestures of his hands and arms. But all this impels me to seek a homogeneous psycho-spiritual principle dominating him. And just as here one instinctively searches for a unified psycho-spiritual principle in the self-enclosed human being, so imaginative cognition in contemplating the earth finds not an undivided earth-spirit principle, but a multiplicity of manifold variety. It is therefore wrong to infer by analogy, for example, a homogeneous spirit principle in the earth from the spirit principle of man. For true vision reveals a multiplicity of earth spirituality, of spiritual beings, as it were, that dwell in the kingdoms of nature. But these spiritual beings are passing through a life. They are in a process of becoming. Now, let us see what this imagination perceives during the course of a year in the way of earth activity, when it is supplemented by inspiration. And we will direct our soul's gaze first to the winter. Outwardly, frost and snow cover the ground, and the germs of the earth beings, of the plants, so to speak, are received back into the earth. All that is connected with the earth as germination, we can here ignore the world of animals and men, is withdrawn by the earth into itself. In addition to the familiar burgeoning life of spring and summer, winter shows us dying life. But what does this dying life of winter mean in a spiritual sense? It means that those spiritual beings whom we call elemental spiritual beings, beings that constitute the life-giving principle proper, especially in plants, withdraw into the earth itself and become intimately connected with it. Such is the imaginative aspect of the earth in winter. It takes into its body, as it were, its spiritual elemental beings and shelters them there. In winter the earth is at its most spiritual. That is, it is most fully permeated by its elemental spirit beings. Like all supersensible observation, all this passes over into feeling, into sensibility in him who envisions it. As he feelingly observes the earth in winter and sees the snow on the ground, he knows that this makes a covering for the earth's body, so that within it the elemental spirit beings of earth life themselves may dwell. With the coming of spring, the relation of these beings to the earth is transformed into a relation to the cosmic environment. Everything in these beings that during the winter had produced a close relationship with the earth itself becomes related to the cosmic environment in spring. The elemental beings seek to escape out of the earth, and spring really consists of the earth's sacrificial devotion to the universe in letting its elemental beings flow out into it. In winter these elemental beings need repose in the bosom of the earth. In spring they need to stream out through the air, through the atmosphere, to be determined by the spiritual forces of the planetary system, namely of Mercury, Mars, Jupiter, and so on. Nothing that can act upon the earth spirits from the planetary system does so in winter. This commences in the spring. And here we can observe a more spiritual cosmic process, and compare it with a corresponding but more material one in the human being, our breathing process. We inhale the outer air, hold it in our own body, then exhale it again. In-breathing, out-breathing. That is one component of human life. Now in the winter the earth has inhaled its whole spirituality, and with the commencement of spring it starts to exhale it again into the cosmos. In the very old periods of human evolution, when there still existed a sort of instinctive clairvoyance, men felt this, and therefore they felt it to be in conformity with earth existence to celebrate the Christmas festival during the winter solstice. Then the earth was at its most spiritual. That was the time when it could hold the mystery of the Christmas festival. The Redeemer could unite only with an earth that had drawn all its spirituality into itself. But for the festival intended to induce a feeling in man that he belongs not only to the earth, but to the whole universe, that as an earth citizen his soul can be awakened through cosmic agencies. For this festival of resurrection, only that season could serve which carries all the spirituality of the earth out into the cosmos. That is why we find the Christmas festival linked with phenomena pertaining to the earth, with the dark of winter, with a sort of earth sleep. While on the other hand we see the Easter festival so fitted into the course of the seasons that we determine it not by earthly but by cosmic events. The first Sunday after the first full moon of spring. It was the stars that in former times had to tell men when Easter should be celebrated, the time when the whole earth opens itself to the cosmos. One resorted to the cosmic script. Man had to become aware that he is an earth being, and that at the spring festival of Easter he has to open himself to cosmic reaches. It positively hurts to hear people discussing such glorious thoughts of a bygone age as they have been doing now for 20 or 25 years. Well-meaning people who do not want the Easter festival to be so movable. At the very least, they say it should be held on the first Sunday in April. They want it all quite external and abstract. I have had to listen to arguments pointing out that it creates confusion in commercial ledgers to have Easter so movable, and that business could be carried on in a much more regular way if the date of Easter were strictly assigned. It is really distressing to see how world alien our civilization has become, this civilization that fancies itself practical. A suggestion, such as the one just mentioned, is as unpractical as can be, because our civilization can establish something that may be practical for a day, but never for a century. In order to be practical for a century, the matter in question must be in harmony with the universe. But herein the cycle of the seasons must ever be able to point man to his inner life in conjunction with the entire cosmos. Advancing from spring toward summer, the earth more and more loses its inner spirituality. This spirituality, these elemental beings pass from the terrestrial to the extraterrestrial realm and come wholly under the influence of the cosmic planetary world. And in a former epoch this was celebrated in the great and profound rites performed in certain mysteries at the height of summer, the season in which we have instituted the festival of St. John. This was the time when the initiates of yore, the mystery priests of those sanctuaries where the St. John festival was celebrated in its original significance, were deeply permeated with the contemplation, that which in the winter time, during the winter solstice, I had to seek by gazing into the interior of the earth through the blanket of snow that became transparent for me, that I will now find by directing my vision outward, and the elemental beings that during the winter were determined by what pertains to the inner earth, these are now determined by the planets. From the beings which in winter I had to seek in the earth, I gather at the height of summer knowledge of their experiences with the planets. And just as we experience our respiratory process unconsciously, simply as something inwardly a part of our existence, so man once experienced his existence as a part of the course of the seasons in the spirituality that pertains to the earth. In winter he sought his kindred elemental nature beings in the depths of the earth. In midsummer he sought them high in the clouds. In the earth he found them inwardly permeated and saturated with their own earth forces, coupled with what the moon forces have left behind in the earth. And in the summertime he found them given over to the vast universe. And when summer begins to wane after the St. John season, the earth starts inbreathing its spirituality again. And once more the time approaches for the earth to harbor its spirituality within. We are nowadays little inclined to observe this in and out breathing of the earth. Human respiration is more a physical process. The breathing of the earth is a spiritual process. The passing out of the elemental earth beings into cosmic space and their re-immersion in the earth. Yet it is a fact that just as we participate in the tenor of our inner life, in what goes on in our circulation, so as true human beings we take part in the cycle of the seasons. As the blood circulation inside us is essential for our existence, the circulation of the elemental beings between earth and the heavens is indispensable for us as well, and only the bluntness of their sensibility prevents men today from glimpsing the factors within themselves that are conditioned by this external course of the year. But the very necessity which in the course of time will compel men to learn to receive the ideas of spiritual science, of supersensible cognition, the necessity to develop the inner activity indispensable for a full realization of what spiritual scientific revelations entrust them with, this in itself will sharpen and refine their capacity for sentient receptivity. This, my dear friends, is what you really should await as a result of deep absorption in that supersensible cognition aimed at by anthroposophy. You see, if you read a book or a lecture cycle on anthroposophy just as you read any other book, that is, as abstractly as you read other books, there is no point whatever in reading anthroposophic literature at all. In that case, I should advise reading cookery books or technical books on mechanics. That would be more useful. Or read about how to become a good businessman. Reading books or listening to lectures on anthroposophy has sense only when you realize that to receive its messages, a frame of mind is called for, totally different from the one involved in the gleaning of other information. This is confirmed even by the fact that those who today fancy themselves particularly clever consider anthroposophic literature quite mad. Well, they must have a reason for this view, and it is this. Everybody else describes things quite differently, presents the world in an entirely different way, and we cannot stand these anthroposophists who come along and change it all around. And indeed, the conclusions reached by anthroposophy and appearing in the world today are very different from what emanates from other quarters. And I must say that a certain policy adhered to by some of our friends, namely that of making anthroposophy generally palatable by minimizing the discrepancies between it and the trivial opinions of others, such efforts cannot be approved at all, though they are frequently met with. What is needed is a totally different attitude, a different orientation of the soul, if the message of anthroposophy is to be considered plausible, comprehensible, understandable, intelligent, instead of mad. But given this different orientation, not only the human intellect, but the human Gemüt will, in a short time, undergo a schooling that will render it more sensitive to impressions. It will no longer feel winter merely as the time of donning a heavy coat, or summer as the signal for shedding various articles of clothing, but rather it will learn to feel the subtle transitions occurring in the course of the year, from the cold snow of winter to the sultry midsummer of earth life. We shall learn to sense the course of the year as we do the expressions of a living soul-endowed being. Indeed, the proper study of anthroposophy can bring us to the point at which we feel the manifestations of the seasons, as we do the ascent or descent in the soul of a friend. Just as in the words of a friend, and in the whole attitude of his soul, we can perceive a warm heartbeat of a soul-endowed being, whose manner of speaking to us is quite different from that of a lifeless thing, so nature, hitherto mute, will begin to speak to us as though out of her soul. In the cycle of the seasons we shall learn to feel soul in the process of becoming. We will learn to listen to what the year as the great living being has to tell us, instead of occupying ourselves only with little living beings, and we shall find our place in the whole soul-endowed cosmos. But then, when winter passes into autumn, and winter approaches, something very special will speak to us out of nature. One who has gradually acquired the sensitive feeling for nature just described, and anthroposophists will notice in due time that this can indeed be brought about in the soul, in the Gemüt, through anthroposophical endeavor. Such a one will learn to distinguish between nature consciousness, engendered during the spring and summer, and self-consciousness proper, which thrives in the fall and winter. What is nature consciousness? When spring comes, the earth develops its sprouting, blossoming life, and if I react to this in the right way, if I let all that the spring really embraces speak within me, I need not be conscious of it. It speaks to the unconscious depths of a consummate human life as well. If I achieve all this, I do not merely say, the flower is blooming, the plant is germinating, but I feel a true concord with nature, and can say my ego blooms in the flower, my ego germinates in the plant. Nature consciousness is engendered only by learning to take part in all that develops in the burgeoning and unfolding life of nature. To be able to germinate with the plant, to blossom with the plant, to bear fruit with the plant, that is what is meant by, quote, passing out of one's own inner self, unquote, and by becoming one with outer nature. Truly, the term to develop spirituality does not mean to become abstract. It means to be able to follow the Spirit in its being and expansion. And if by participating in the germinating, the flowering, and the bearing fruit, man develops this delicate feeling for nature during the spring and summertime. He prepares himself to live in devotion to the universe, to the firmament, precisely at the height of summer. Every little firefly will be for him a mysterious revelation of the cosmos. Every breath in the atmosphere in midsummer will proclaim the cosmic principle within the terrestrial. But then, if we have learned to feel with nature, to blossom with the flowers, to germinate with the seeds, to take part in the bearing of fruit, then because we have learned to dwell in nature with our own being, we cannot help co-experiencing the essence of the fall and winter as such, as well. He who has learned to live with nature in the spring learns also to die with nature in the autumn. Thus we attain again, by a different way, to those sensations that once so intensely permeated the soul of the Mithras priest, as I have described. He sensed the course of the seasons in his own body. That is no longer possible for present-day mankind, but what will become more and more incumbent upon humanity in the near future, and herein anthroposophists must be the pioneers, is to experience the cycle of the seasons, to learn to live with the spring and to die with the autumn. But man must not die. He must not let himself be overpowered. He can live united with burgeoning, blossoming nature, and in doing so he can develop his nature consciousness. But when he experiences the dying in nature, the experience is a challenge to oppose this dying with the creative forces of his own inner being. Then the spirit-soul principle, his true self-consciousness, will come to life within him, and by sharing in nature's dying during the fall and winter, he will become in the highest degree the awakener of his own self-consciousness. In this way the human being evolves. He transforms himself in the course of the seasons by experiencing this alternation of nature consciousness and self-consciousness. When he takes part in nature's dying, that is the time when his inner life force must awake. When nature draws her elemental beings into herself, the inner human force must become the awakening of self-consciousness. Michael forces. Now we feel them again. In the old days of instinctive clairvoyance, the picture of Michael's combat with the dragon arose from quite different premises. Now, however, if we vividly comprehend the idea embraced in nature consciousness, self-consciousness, spring, summer, autumn, winter, the end of September will once more reveal to us the same force that points us to the victorious power which should evolve on this grave if we take part in the dying of nature, the victorious power that fans the true, strong self-consciousness of man into bright flame. Here we have again Michael vanquishing the dragon. It is indispensable that anthroposophical knowledge, anthroposophical cognition should stream into the human gemüt as a force. And the way leads from the dry and abstract, although exact conceptions of today, to that goal where the living enlightenment taken into our gemüt once more confronts us with something as full of life as was in olden times the glorious picture of Michael in battle with the dragon. This infuses into our cosmogony something very different from abstract concepts, and furthermore do not imagine that such experience is without consequences for the totality of man's life on earth. I have frequently set forth in our meetings here in Vienna how we can enter and feel at home in the consciousness of immortality, in the awareness of prenatal existence. At this meeting I wanted particularly to show you how we can gather into our gemüt the spiritual forces from the spiritual world in the wholly concrete sense. It is truly not enough to talk in a general pantheistic way, it is truly not enough to talk in a general pantheistic or other vague way about spirit underlying all matter. That would be just as abstract as it would be satisfied That would be just as abstract as it would to be satisfied with the truism, man is endowed with spirit. What possible meaning could that have? The term spirit takes on meaning only when it speaks to us in concrete details, when it keeps revealing itself to us concretely, when it can bring us comfort, uplift, joy. The pantheistic spirit in philosophical speculations means nothing whatever. Only the living spirit, that speaks to us in nature in the same way as the human soul in man speaks to us, can enter the human gemüt in a vitalizing and exalting way. But when this does occur, our gemüt will derive powers from the enlightenment transformed in it, precisely those powers that are needed in our social life. During the last 3 or 4 centuries, mankind has simply acquired the habit of considering all nature, and human existence as well, in intellectual abstract conceptions. And now that humanity is confronted with the great problems of social chaos, people try to solve these too with the same intellectual means. But never in the world will anything but chimeras be brought forth in this way. A consummate human heart is a prerequisite to the right to an opinion in the social realm. But this no man can possess without finding his relation with the cosmos, and in particular with the spiritual substance of the cosmos. When the human gemüt will have received into itself spirit consciousness, the spirit consciousness engendered by the transition from nature consciousness, spring-summer, to self-consciousness, autumn-winter, then will dawn the solution, among others, of the social problems of the moment. Not the intellectual substance of such problems as the social question, but the forces they need depend in a deep sense upon the contingency of sufficient number of men being able to make such spiritual impulses their own. All this must be brought to our gemüt, if we would consider adding the autumn festival, the Michael festival, to the 3 we have, the festivals of Christmas, Easter, and St. John, that have become mere shadows. How wonderful it would be if this Michael festival could be celebrated at the end of September with the whole power of the human heart. But never must it be celebrated by making certain arrangements that bring about nothing but abstract gemüt sensations. A Michael festival calls for human beings who feel in their souls in fullest measure everything that can activate spirit consciousness. What does Easter represent in the year's festivals? It is a festival of resurrection. It commemorates the resurrection realized in the mystery of Golgotha through the descent of Christ, the Son Spirit, into a human body. First death, then resurrection. That is the outer aspect of the mystery of Golgotha. One who understands the mystery of Golgotha in this sense sees death and resurrection in this way of redemption. And perhaps he will feel in his soul that he must unite in his gemüt with Christ, the victor over death, in order to find resurrection in death. But Christianity does not end with the traditions associated with the mystery of Golgotha. It must advance. The human gemüt turns inward and deepens more and more as time goes on, and in addition to this festival that brings alive the death and resurrection of Christ, man needs that other one which reveals the course of the year as having its counterpart within him, so that he can find in the round of the seasons first of all the resurrection of the soul, in fact, the necessity for achieving this resurrection, in order that the soul may then pass through the portal of death in a worthy way. Easter, death, then resurrection. Michaelmas, resurrection of the soul, then death. This makes the Michael festival a reversed Easter festival. Easter commemorates for us the resurrection of Christ from death. But in the Michael festival we must feel with all the intensity of our soul, in order not to sleep in a half-dead state that will dim my self-consciousness between death and a new birth, but rather to be able to pass through the portal of death in full alertness. I must rouse my soul through my inner forces before I die. First, resurrection of the soul, then death, so that in death that resurrection can be achieved which man celebrates within himself. I trust these lectures have contributed a little toward bridging the gap between the purely mental enlightenment anthroposophy has to offer, and what this anthroposophy can mean to the human gemüt. That would make me very happy, and I should be able to look back affectionately on all that we have been privileged to discuss in these lectures, which were truly not addressed to our mind, but to our gemüt, and through which, in a manner not customary nowadays, I wanted to point out, among other things, the social stimulus so sorely needed by mankind today. Humanity will become attuned to such social impulses only by an inner deepening of the gemüt. That is what fills my soul now that I must bring these lectures to a close. It was from an inner need of my heart that I delivered them to you, my dear Austrian friends. The end of Lecture 4 and the end of the GA 223.